Psyker Ziggs was out of control, exploding their lead wide open and never letting up. With a 20,000 gold lead at the 23-minute mark, AVR secured a smooth victory over CMS for Game 1. Game 2 was brought to you by Hook City, population Squiggle. The double hooks in the bottom lane. Profound is here. Grey Fox Baby gonna go down. Squiggle gonna take the last hit of the turn. No, he's not! His hooks set up countless plays, giving AVR yet another massive lead, overtaking CMS and shutting them out of Game 2, sending them home. Game 1 was neck and neck in terms of gold for much of the laning phase. While your Soulshell Chuffer grabbed a few early kills, it was Avant Garde Ascension who controlled the map and secured objectives. With a map vision advantage, AVA confidently started Baron after seeing their opponents near the bottom lane. But YSC's jungler Zahi had something else in mind. Excited on that one. Oh my goodness, it gets stolen. Zahi picks that one up. Dragon's Rage comes through, and now it is YSC's turn to do all of the damage. 2 kills already coming through. 3 now. It's a whitewash. This was a turning point for YSC as it allowed them to push back and take control of the game. YSC taking this game with brutal force. Game 2 saw YSC's Little Cutie Cheese on his trademark Swain. He was a force to be reckoned with time and time again. But AVA stealing Lucian away from YSC's Denian bore fruit of its own. Almost the 2v1 potential here. AVA gave YSC little room from the start and were able to close Game 2 out in mechanical fashion to even the series. Look at Kadra picking up a quadra kill in that fight. He is going gigantic. AVA came charging out of the gates in the ace match and jumped to a commanding early lead. They used this advantage to start taking objectives. Despite AVA being in front and focusing well, both Little Cutie Cheese on Orianna and Flying Dew on Morgana managed to pull off Houdini impressions and escape with a sliver of life. This put YSC back in it with a chance. Flying Dew, but there is the Dark Binding and Carbon getting it turned around on it. But AVA were all business. Out of this, but I have a feeling this is the game. My goodness, Avant Garde Ascension take down the 3-game series. Coming off an upset against YSC in the first round, Envy were looking to make a statement against UTS this match. The power of Heavens and First Mate was on full display in the opening game. UTS put up a valiant fight but were no match for the Envy War Machine. It looked like this series would be a clean sweep for Envy. But then Game 2 happened. Chenny Boy's Nidalee was relentless, shredding his targets, and he seemed completely unfazed by his famous opposition. Xora also shined in the top lane with his Nasus catching Envy by surprise and becoming an unstoppable force.
Looks like they're going to stay
there's the flash forward. Whoa. Mattress taking a lot of damage. Chenny Boy finishes him off, and that's going to be the next Nexus turret going down. Envy are getting destroyed this match. Half health on the Nexus. This is going to be a Game 3. UTS just coming out so huge. To even be in Game 3 was a shock of its own, but then UTS answered Heaven's Cassiopeia pick with a Galio. Envy were caught off guard, and the Wukong Leona Galio combination made it look like UTS could pull off the upset. There is the Divine Intervention, but Chenny Boy does get locked down. There's the box. Idol Duran coming through as well. The kick on Chenny Boy. Chuffer taking a lot of damage. Sora's so low. But then Envy rallied. Their experience steadied the ship and they struck back at UTS and turned the tide. Box is down as well just to make sure that no one can chase them down. Mascot now getting caught up there by the death sentence. He's going to go down and it's going to be godlike First Mate finish. Envy earned the series and UTS would be eliminated. One thing's for sure though, the university team proved something to their doubters on the Rift. And I for one hope this isn't the last we see of them. Team Immunity and Avant Garde Ascension have punched their tickets to Supernova Perth. Next week, though, is the elimination round, and it's sure to be exciting as Curse sets up to take on Avant Garde Redemption and Team NV rematches against the endurance of your Soulshell Chuffer.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Remember, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually,
I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Welcome, everybody, to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined, as usual, by Jake Spawn Tiberi. How you doing, man?
Yeah, fantastic. And I am so pumped for the two great games we have tonight.
Yeah, they are going to be brilliant matches, of course. First up, we're going to have Avant-Garde Redemption taking on Curse in a rematch. And the next one, which is also a rematch, is going to be Your Soul Shall Chuffer trying to do it again against Team NV like they did in the first matchup that we saw between those guys. And that was such a gigantic series of games as well. Both games going to Your Soul Shall Chuffer, but both games with NV with a commanding lead.
Yeah, and Your Soul Shall Chuffer just able to push those games out to the extremely late game.
Oh, yeah.
Really stall until they saw the opportunity, and they took both games in definitive fashion once they did see that they had the advantage.
Yeah, and I think it was a lot to do with Jack Attack as well, utilizing that teleport really, really effectively to make sure that he could get to the lanes that he needed to, push them out and really finish off the game after that deficit had come through. Because it's really, really hard. Both games they lost almost inside their own base. Yeah. I mean, well, both games they won when they were inside their own base.
Yeah, so they were just able to stall out, especially around those inhibitor turrets, and just really push that game. And when they did get that winning team fight, both times just able to charge down lanes. As you said, led by Jack Attack with that teleport on his top lane. Yeah,
it was really, really well played. But let's talk about our first matchup that we have tonight, which is going to be Curse and Avant-Garde Redemption. Not quite as close. I mean, I think that it all came down to Keen playing incredibly well in that mid lane. He picked Syndra in the first game and took that against Syker's LeBlanc and just showed how incredibly good he is with that champion. And then he just outpoked everyone with incredibly amazing spears on that Nidalee in the second matchup. So we'll see whether he's as good this time or whether maybe Syker can get his Ziggs maybe and really put it to Team Curse.
Yeah, so we saw Syker on that Ziggs last week, as you spoke about, played a fantastic game, really able to dictate the pace, controls so much area with those minefields. And we also saw Profound in the first series. He was a shining light for Avant-Garde Redemption. He was able to chase Shelby around the map and really dictate the pace as we jump into Champion Select.
Yeah, we are now, of course, into Champion Select. Nidalee being the first ban. As we said, Keen was just absolutely incredible on that champion. We're going to have Avant-Garde Redemption picking up first pick here on the blue side. We'll see whether that helps them out or whether it doesn't, because at the moment there are just so many contentious picks. Having red side, actually, the purple team, is going to be really, really useful because there are so many more picks that are really contested.
Yeah, you can just leave so much more open and obviously force the hand with maybe a first pick. Lucian, we've seen a lot at the moment.
Yeah.
You can almost expect that. Also with the top lane focused on Jack so much in this game, maybe that will go first pick. So you can really let something go through in the mid lane, although it looks like we're having a lot of bans targeted at Syker and Keen.
Yeah, both bans coming out of Avant-Garde Redemption are against Keen. They do not want a repeat of what happened in their first series, and I think it's a really intelligent idea. Of course, Syndra and Nidalee were the two champions that he played, and they were the two ones that just really wrecked Avant-Garde Redemption. That being said, it's going to leave really, really huge picks up here. Elise is there for Profound, which is fantastic, but there's the likes of Yasuo available. There's a lot of purple champions left.
Yeah, and of course, Kha'Zix is up for Shelby, of course. But this Elise pick is really smart. taking that away from Shelby, one of his favorite junglers. He's
yeah.
able to dictate flow on that champion. He can get some really nice early dives, and of course that clear speed is really fantastic on that Elise. So I like the first pickup, but as we said, just so many dangerous picks can get through, and this will be extremely scary if we see the Kha'Zix and LeBlanc get through.
Yeah, it's really, really scary for Psycho as well, especially considering the fact that his Ziggs is banned away. He's the most comfortable mid lane pick, and Shelby's actually switched over to Morgana here. They do have 20 seconds. They can have a bit of a think about this, and with Elise already being taken, they can feel free to pick their jungler later on because there's not going to be any contention on that Kha'Zix, and Shelby's pretty much got that one for free.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't think we're going to see him taken into the top lane, although we do see a Shyvana locked in, so that's a very contentious pick. Of course, Renekton still is on the board, but with Jax off the board, Shyvana really is that late game top lane that Curse looks like they want to take into this match, as well as picking up the LeBlanc for Keen. I really think that's key. Keen has the potential this game to put his team on his back, be super aggressive, and really get in there and mix it up.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of Keen roaming around the map as well. When he was playing that Syndra, he was playing it fantastically, managed to get all the way around and really help out his bottom lane especially. And with this LeBlanc, which is even more mobile than that, he's really going to put his stamp on this game. So we'll see whether he manages to do so and really manages to carry this one through. Because they play a little bit like Team NV do. I mean, Heaven's Curse, so strong in that mid lane. And Keen is very, very similar. So we'll see whether he manages to get around and really get things going.
Yeah, both these really farm-heavy mid lanes that you just mentioned, Heavens and Keen, and it seems to be a prevalent style in the Oceanic region. It's about like not only being able to roam around, but dictating the pace through their farm. Once they get that ahead and push you to the tower that much, you just get disheartened as a mid lane player because you see the lead grow and there's not much you can do about it. And then it opens up all these mid-game team fights, all the opportunities to roam, as we see Renekton and Morgana being picked up on Redemption side.
Yeah, so Nex really wanting to put it to Colo early. Probably does want that 1v1 matchup there in the top lane, and Keen's now going to be hovering over this Kha'Zix so that he can pick that one up for Shelby, and we'll see what Boat does decide to go for. They do have 20 seconds, but we do have the Morgana coming through, and that was something that Curse were hovering over, and a pick that I could imagine that they would definitely want just because it's such a strong pick at the moment. We'll see whether they do decide to lock in maybe that Twitch that they were hovering as well.
Yeah, it would be a risky pick now to pick up that Twitch just because that Black Shield is off the board. As you see, Boat is actually hovering the Lucian now. A much safer carry, obviously has that relentless pursuit to dash out, particularly of all the single target CC that is being bought from the likes
my
of
goodness.
Elise.
I just had a realization as well. This is Airy. So that LeBlanc doesn't have to be mid.
Oh yeah, that very, very true. That could be a support LeBlanc. We do know Airy.
Yeah, he's played it before in the round of 8.
Very, very aggressive.
Oh, in the qualifiers for the round of 8.
Yeah,
actually.
some very aggressive champions into that bot lane. So it will be interesting if they do bring that out as a support. I really like Boat on this Lucian. We didn't see it much before the qualifiers, but since we've been in, he's really in the round of 8. Really favoured this champion. And we saw last weekend that Lucian, I think, had a 100% win rate. So
when he wasn't banned,
yeah, just able to be that highly mobile, high damage carry. Obviously, the culling so important at anti-sieges, and you lose a little bit of that wave clear when you do pick up LeBlanc because she has to risk herself actually clearing the waves if you are pushed to turret. So Lucian, that favoured AD carry, able to push it out. We do see Spoil, and that will be a mid-rise.
Oh my goodness, and this is it. I think this is going to actually be Airy on that support LeBlanc, unless he plays support Orianna as well. He has done that one on occasion. But I actually really, really like this Rise pickup because, as you were saying, LeBlanc has to distort into the team in order to clear out these waves when they are sieging down a turret. If he does that, you've got the Rune Prison from Rise, which is targeted, always going to hit, can be followed up by Dark Bindings and, of course, Cocoons as well. And that's going to be a dead Airy, I think, at this stage.
Yeah, so it looks like Airy has picked up that LeBlanc, and it's in exact response to what you were just talking about. We saw Dade and OGN picking up this Rise in the mid lane. Rise has trouble with range, but if you're LeBlanc, you bring yourself to the mid laner, so he has no trouble whatsoever just going full machine gun, tanky mage, and doing so much damage in the late game if he can get going. And it's a great pick with the Renekton, with the Elise, and with the Caitlyn because they can carry him through the early game and really get Psyker going towards the late game.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can make it through to that late game because, of course, next is going to become a bit of a meat shield, but having Profound on this Elise is going to be fantastic. Their pick potential with those cocoons and those dark bindings that we were talking about throughout that mid to late game is going to be really, really huge, and you could imagine the Baron Dancers could get quite scary here for Curse.
Yeah, and Curse has picked up a great team fighting comp here with that Orianna and also with the Kha'Zix Shyvana.
Yeah.
So much initiation potential. We talk about how Shelby loves to be the initiator for his team, get into the back line, really cause havoc, and with an Orianna ball on him, with that shockwave, he's going to be so much more effective in doing that.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely ridiculous. And, of course, we've been seeing the Shyvana-Orianna combination for so long. In fact, NV favored that one a lot as well, having that Shyvana in the top lane and Heavens on his renowned Orianna. His Orianna is incredible, actually. It was at Supernova in the Gold Coast that was where we really got to see him shine on that particular champion. So we'll see whether he does get on it later on, but we'll see whether also Keen can make it work for Curse.
Yeah. One last point is this LeBlanc in the bottom lane. Morgana's Black Shield is so annoying when it comes to CC in the bottom lane, but you generally don't rank it. So having that LeBlanc down there just means that Aries going to be able to pop that Black Shield so easy, potentially lock down this squishy support. And we all know how aggressive Boat, when he sees an opening, can become. He generally does like to sit back and just farm, but Curse is so good, as we saw against Immunity with that ace in the mid game. When they see their chance, they are not scared to fight whatsoever.
Yeah, that's really, really true. And of course, with that distortion, Aerie does have a chance to land abilities on Despoil, who's on this really long-range Caitlyn, often really, really safe. But even with that 90 caliber net, it's going to be really hard to get away from the clutches of Aerie on that monstrous LeBlanc.
Yeah, and so great pick up there from the Curse bot lane. Will also show whether AVR was expecting this pick because, of course, Aerie plays a lot of these different supports, but has been playing standard for the start of this tournament. So will be interesting to see if they were expecting Aerie to go on something very aggressive like this and how they will respond in laning phase. Maybe look for a swap.
Yeah, the thing that I find a little bit interesting, though, is the fact that Psycho did pick up this Rise and they did save the Orianna for the very last pick. And having LeBlanc just screams mid lane. She's so incredibly strong there. But I just think it's so smart from Curse. I think they probably originally thought that they'd put that LeBlanc in the mid. Saw the Rise come out, realized that, oh, maybe this is not something that we necessarily want to do. Switched it around. Aerie just so versatile in that support role. And I think it's really, really intelligent. And just utilizing the fact that they have this option on their team of Aerie who just plays everything.
Yeah, so these flex picks, as you said, really make champion select go in the favor of Curse in this regard because now they're immediately on the front foot. They know exactly what they're going to play, and Avant-Garde have to be reactionary to it. It also means that they don't know whether the lane swap's going to come through, and it looks like they're playing for the standard lanes with the Elise, obviously so good, and the Renekton, able to bully that top lane around a little bit at the start of the game. Might not be the case if they get a lane swap.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, just because I could imagine that the Curse bottom lane really kind of wants this 2v2. LeBlanc really enjoys fighting, having those ethereal chains, and of course the Distortion has a lot of damage under her belt, may not necessarily be able to just lane and augment her lane partner, but definitely going for those all-ins would be really handy having a LeBlanc.
But you have to think if they do swap it and they bring 3 people, Shelby with so much burst on this Kha'Zix, with the burst of LeBlanc, I don't think that Renekton can survive that lane, even under turret.
Well, that's definitely a good point. And considering Aerie could potentially tank up the turret for a little bit, using that distortion to initiate, and then come back out again as well, their turret weaving ability is actually going to be really strong as well.
Yep, so as I said, I think the ball is in Curse's Park. They
well,
will
it is. There's an Orianna.
They will know whether they want to initiate this swap, and I think that if it does happen, it will be forced by them. I don't think Avant-Garde want it. Yeah,
I don't think they do either. So we'll see whether they do manage to get the standard lanes that they do want. And, of course, having Nex with Profound. That is just so, so scary. And it's something that we've been seeing for quite a while as well, having this Elise Renekton ganking duo there for the top lane. And Colo on this Shyvana does have the burnout in order to escape, and also Flash as well, which is going to be very, very useful in trying to get away from these particular ganks.
Yeah,
we'll see what does happen.
We saw it from Carbon, and how well, if Elise is played early, can really dictate the flow of the early game.
Yeah, it's really, really true. Anyway, we are going to be onto the Rift very soon, guys. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We are, of course, onto the Rift seed as far as the qualification was concerned. We'll see whether they do decide to go for any of these early invades or anything like that. There hasn't been as much funny business since the Trinket Wards did start being usable a little bit earlier, but we never know. And we have seen a little bit of early gameplay, but it does look like we're going to have a bit of a defensive start here, Spawn.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a very defensive start. However, there is so much single target lockdown on the side of AVR with that Rune Prison and the Morgana Dark Binding. It would be interesting to see if AVR do want to go for this late invade on the red side of the jungle, because it looks like Shelby's is up on his red side.
Yeah, Shelby's up on his red side, and it does look like we do have 5 members here in the top side, the blue side jungle here of Avant-Garde Redemption. And as you said, they are very, very strong. Of course, Profound does not want to take that cocoon early on, so we're probably not going to be seeing any extra CC coming out of Elise, but that Dark Binding, as you were saying, is just so key.
And the ability for the Rune Prison to set up a Dark Binding, as it looks like we are going to have this late invade, maybe look for a ward over the wall to see if they can, Morgana can catch someone, or even the Shyvana coming down.
Yeah, Colo has the Dark Binding does land though. We've got a lot of damage coming down. There's the Q coming through from Psyker. Exhaust is popped as well, but the flash away here from Colo, and that's a lot expended on that non-kill there in the top lane just to get a flash.
Yeah, so really showing how aggressive Avant-Garde want to play this early game. Burnt a lot to get there. Burning the heal, I think, on the side of Squiggle. So that's an interesting
No, it's the exhaust. The exhaust.
The exhaust, of course. But looks like they will just trade buffs, and this might actually be in the advantage of Curse, because it looks like they will get their lane swap, and Shelby will just be able to rotate to Profound's red.
Yeah, so they are going to get the lane swap, and they are going to be able to get around this jungle. We'll see whether anything can happen, though, because, I mean, it might be the case where the jungle doesn't get taken away straight away, but we're going to have a level 2 Shelby heading into this red buff, and I think he is going to be able to get it.
Yeah, so straight away Shelby recognizing that they are all in the top side of his jungle. Of course, next going to follow Profound around and just pick up some extra experience. So looking to invade this red solo, not bringing Colo with him. Of course, Shyvana has no problem farming the jungle in the early game by herself, and it looks like both junglers will get a 2-buff start.
Yeah, and there might be a fair bit of the jungle being stolen away here by Shelby as well at the same time. So the fact that we've got the top laner and the jungler at separate sides of the jungle means that they're going to have a little bit more golden experience. Psyker taken down to about half health here in the mid lane. Meanwhile, as Keen starts utilizing the fact that he does have that clockwork lined up for a lot of work. And we do have the teleport back into the top lane as well, so no fast push strategy going on here. Colo just wanted to try and farm out these waves. Psyker actually in a lot of trouble though. Shelby going to be able to force the flash out of that rise there in the middle lane, and that is definitely a worthwhile game.
And the aggression from the Cursed Jungler coming out, we love to talk about this, but Shelby is so aggressive in the early game, able to blow the summoners on the side of Psyker, and that's going to make this nearly really short range mid-champion even more dangerous to play, particularly as we get towards the level 6 mark. But it looks like both top laners have gone back to lane. Colo's doing a fantastic job of just keeping them off this turret, although it is down to about half health. And next, it looks like Curse has actually built up the wave and not really pushed it into the turret. This wave, when it does hit, is going to be able to be absorbed by Profound and Ness.
Yeah, Profound coming around at exactly the right time as well, making sure that he is here in order to stop any dives coming through. Oh, Airy does have a lot of AP already, able to do a fair bit of damage onto the face of Nex, but they do have the safety of their turret.
Yeah, so able to farm out under that turret extremely well. Airy bringing so much early game burst onto this LeBlanc. So, and as you can see, this pick is already starting to pay off, and we do have Shelby coming into the bot lane.
Yeah, we do have the Ignite down as well onto Profound. Is forced to use that repel. He's tried to flash out. There's the first flood coming through. Shelby picks that one up. It's not over yet, though. Next taking a lot of damage, but they are going to back away. The safety of the turret is there, but that's first blood to Curse.
And once again, the jungler of Curse really dictates the flow of the game, able to get in there and impact the bottom lane with a fantastic gank, picking up the kill for himself, and the bigger Shelby can get and the tankier early he can get, the more he can keep dictating fights for his team. As we see, Psyker going extremely aggressive on Keen.
Yeah, there's the Spellflux as well as all the rest of the Rise's abilities there in the mid lane, but Keen just going to be able to wander out of there. Does have, of course, that shield command protect in order to keep himself a little bit safe, but that was looking a little bit scary there for Keen. Minion does, turret does go down in the top lane though. Colo not able to hold on to that one effectively, so that's going to be the first objective of the game going over to Avant-Garde Redemption. And as you can see, that does put them ahead by about 200 gold despite that first blood.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing is they weren't able to push the wave out, so it looks like Shyvana will quickly be able to push up this wave, and if they don't make a good rotation, Keen's in trouble though in the mid
more
lane.
fighting in the mid lane. There's the Ignite down onto Psyker as well. Command attack comes down, and Keen picks up another kill for Curse. Forces the flash out here. Avant-Garde Redemption have sent their bottom lane / top lane into the mid, but that is a very nice flash out of the way of that Dark Barney, and Keen's going to be safe.
Yeah, so fantastic outplay from Keen in the mid lane there, able to pick up the 1v1 kill. Unfortunately having to burn the flash on the way out, but not much happening there on the side of AVR. Fantastic rotation, but maybe a little bit of miscommunication on the side of Psyker there. Not able to get out of the way because his team is closing in extremely quickly.
Yeah, it seemed like Psycho almost jumped the gun there a little bit. Of course, now Polo's pushing up this top wave quite a bit. Does have a little bit of a CS lead against this Renekton, who's been having a little bit more trouble here in this bottom lane just based on the aggression, I think, a bit.
Yeah, Airy, of course, with that aggression. Shelby with the early visit on the jungle, just going to make it a little bit harder for this Renekton to farm out. Of course, he also had Profound in his lane, just taxing a little bit of CS as junglers like to do every so often. But this mid lane really is in the favor of Curse with a 10 CS advantage and a kill already on Keen. It looks like it might be going a little bit pear-shaped already for Psycho, who has started that tier, so won't have that HP that you get from, of course, the Catalyst.
Oh, there is the Rune Prison coming through as well. Command Protect doing a lot of work trying to stop a lot of this damage from coming down. We do have, of course, Profound in this mid lane, trying to get a little bit of pressure, but we do see that there is a ward. He was spotted entering that brush. So Keegan is playing well back. Airy actually has found the bottom lane here of Avant-Garde Redemption. Goes back to his distortion. We'll see what is going to happen with there. The exhaust coming down as well. Airy's taking a lot of damage. He might fall. There is a nice Peacemaker. And the turnaround with the teleport. Boat is completely out of mana. But I think he is going to be able to make it. The interruption here of the teleport didn't actually come through. It was cancelled.
Yeah, just cancelled teleport there, but fantastic effort there from Squiggle to really turn the aggression of the Curse support around on himself. Boat, maybe a little bit of miscommunication, didn't have enough mana to follow up that aggression that came out of Airy, and it ends up in a 1-0 fantastic result for the AVR bot lane.
Yeah, Curse getting a little bit overexcited there, I think, but Colo actually trading fairly effectively here against Nex on this Renekton, even with a gigantic creep wave not in his favor. As we can see, though, still holding on to that 200 gold lead, and it's really nothing in it. We'll see what can happen, because based on this mid lane spawn, we've got Ryze against Orianna. Both of these champions known to scale relatively well into the later ends of the game, but which one's going to scale harder?
I think that Orianna, in this sense, brings a lot more to her team, but Ryze is, of course, great at bursting these champions down and really making that impact as a damage dealer. As we just go into a slight pause, of course, Curse just picking up a Dragon Age. You would have seen the end result of that. So that does put them up in about 1,000 gold lead. But speaking about the mid laners, I like Orianna in the team fight.
Yeah.
But 1v1, that Ryze is going to be so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, there's also the fact that Ryze does tend to build really, really tanky into that late game as well. After he's sort of got his Seraph's Embrace, that Rod of Ages down, all of his mana items coming through, he can feel free to buy things like Frozen Heart, a lot of these sort of mana-based defensive items that just make him so monstrous because he does, of course, scale off that mana. Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see if we also see the Spirit Visage because of how much mixed damage is going to come out of Colo and, of course, Keen on that Orianna and Airy on LeBlanc as we do jump back into the game. Speaking on the top laners just quickly, I really like the first pickup from Colo in these boots too because it allows him to hide out a lot of the Renekton damage.
Yeah.
And with that burnout, he's going to be able to proxy waves and beat Renekton around the map by pure speed. So I think a really smart first buy here on the side of the Curse top laner, and it seems like he's already winning trades with it.
Yeah, and it's also really effective against Renekton as well, just based on that Ruthless Predator proccing an extra auto attack there as well, so you're going to be really making use of the fact that those Ninja Tabi are going to be able to reduce a lot of the damage here from these auto attacks. That being said, the slicing and dicing around here of Nex is still relatively effective against Colo.
Yeah, and getting silenced because of that Dark Shield, and just able to catch the LeBlanc, who is so squishy at this part of the game, and gets absolutely exploded by Spoil on the Caitlyn.
Yeah, severely punished for a little bit of over-aggression. Oh, there's a Shockwave coming through in the mid lane, though. Psyker tries to turn it around there a little bit, but I don't think he can really do much. As you can see, that Clockwork wind-up is coming through, as well as, of course, that attack-dissonance combination, and Keen really showing a lot of dominance in this mid.
So Keen just missing that dissonance. Oh, it hit just then, though. So Psyker is having so much trouble in this mid lane. It's going to be up to a 30 CS disadvantage, and it looks like it's drawing both the junglers to this lane, so it'll be interesting to see who comes out ahead, this Elise or the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, we've got actually Nex coming through to this mid lane as well. He's actually hanging around. As you can see, Colo has attempted to freeze this lane in the top, just so that Nex is going to be zoned out a little bit of farm there.
And fantastic move from Colo. We, of course, know that Renekton already has problems scaling into this late game, and if he gets denied farm, and more importantly, levels early on in the game, he's not going to be this beefy, up-in-your-face tank that we really need to see out of Nex, particularly if we're going to see the CDR build come out of Profound on this Elise. CDR boots just don't add the tankiness that Ninja Tabi do, that, of course, Chelby's going to be able to pick up on this Kha'Zix. So, interesting move here from the Curse top laner to freeze it out, as it looks like Shelby's been caught.
Yeah, there's the Cocoon actually as well. Shelby actually likes his chances. We do have the Dark Binding coming through. Peacemaker does miss, but the point blank ace in the hole is going to be what secures that kill, and that's Shelby going down, and Spoil, importantly, picking up a red buff.
So really aggressive play coming out of AVR there. Not many people are willing to invade Shelby's jungle. Of course, had that backup coming through as there's a gank in the mid lane.
Yeah,
wow.
That was just too quick for anything to be said. Of course, that repel being used by Profound in order to get out of any of that tower damage as well. And Keen's going to be taken down while Boat tanks up this tower in the bottom lane as well. They are going to be able to get that one, but an outer turret in the mid lane, I think, is more important than an outer turret in the bottom lane.
So great early grouping here from the AVR team, able to take out a really key member in Keen, who was building that big CS lead and force an objective early, just knowing that if they are going to claw their way back in the game as they retake the gold lead, they were just letting it slip a little bit, particularly with the late game carries on the side of Curse. So fantastic move to regain a lot of control.
Yeah, and we'll see what does happen, because it seems to me like Avant-Garde Redemption are utilizing the fact that they have a couple of champions that are really, really strong early to try and help out these sort of late game beast mode champions as Caitlyn and Ryze. So we'll see whether they do manage to actually make it transition, because it is very difficult to have this team where you've got some champions that are going to fall off and others that are really going to try and pick it up, and we'll see whether they make it work.
And I think they're doing the exactly right thing, of course. Colo chose to freeze that top lane, and Nex recognized straight away, I need to be somewhere else. I need to help out my team if I'm going to get frozen out of this way. And taking the mid lane is such an important objective, as we see Curse responding and can't.
Yeah, they are going to try to. Actually getting dodged out. Oh, Profound taking a lot of damage. Nice flash here being used by Eri. He may have been caught, though. Sykas popped that ultimate. He's running fairly quickly here. Oh, he actually hasn't popped the ultimate. He's just running quickly.
Oh, and a massive shockwave coming out of Keen.
Yeah, Keen with a brilliant shockwave there. Does manage to pick up a kill, but he's going to go down. Spoil is picking up the spoils, and now Shelby takes so much damage. Nex is huge with that Dominus being popped, and Curse are definitely on the back foot, now having to defend their inner turret in the mid.
Yeah, once again, AVR just running over the top of this Curse. This Renekton so tanky in the early game with the dominance pop. Keen getting a fantastic shockwave, but it not mattering at all. Just getting chased down, and of course, the blue buff now being picked up as Syka as he's being pursued by Colo, but not much happening. AVR looking fantastic in this early game now with the 1k gold lead.
Yeah, that was a brilliant team fight, and of course, utilizing that repel to get out of the shockwave from Keen on the side of Profound was brilliant. And then, of course, having Syka being able to utilize that ultimate for all of the AoE damage in that clumped up area.
Yeah, and Spoil on this Caitlyn already picked up the Berserker's Greaves and the Bloodthirster 4-0-2.
My goodness.
Really setting the pace for his team here. Getting through this power spike for Caitlyn, and in protracted sieges, if they can force them this early, there's not much wave clear if Keen gets caught.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really scary. And of course, we talk all the time about Caitlyn's having this lull in the mid game. This Caitlyn is not going to have that.
Yeah, definitely not with 4-0-2. As we see Curse, once again, staying aggressive, starting up this Dragon. However, it looks like Avant-Garde are ready to fight.
Yeah, we've got Curse actually backing off this one. They do not like their chances in a team fight at this stage. And as we just saw, that is an intelligent decision. That being said, only 1,000 gold is the difference here between these teams. And I think that's a lot to do with the fact that the farm here is definitely going to be in favor of Curse.
And the fake mid pushed that minion wave into the turret and also caught Curse way off guard, able to get control of the Dragon Pit completely back on the side of Avant-Garde. And now it looks like they're going to continue the rotations, maybe try and pull Curse around the map a little bit more and wait until they can catch someone else, as it looks like Squiggle's going for Keem, missing that Dark Binding.
Yeah, that was very, very close though. So far, Squiggle has been pretty fantastic with these Dark Bindings. Avant-Garde Redemption actually have now decided to commit to this mid lane turret. And if they do manage to get this, that's going to be so much map pressure. Ooh, Keem dodging out of that Dark Binding. Squiggle taking so much damage. The culling does come down, is going to be able to take care of these minions, but that's going to be the inner turret gone.
So Curse gambles there, sends Polo to the bot lane, able to push this turret out by himself, but if they can't stop the teleport, it's going to be for nothing. Next does get caught.
Yeah, it does get that teleport taken down though as well, so that's going to mean Colo does get a little bit of extra time here, so a little bit of a double there. A lot of damage onto Nex and also getting rid of that teleport. We are going to see Curse take down this outer turret in the mid lane, so that is not going to be enough to even up these turrets unless Colo manages to get in.
So Polo's going really deep, able to Dragon Descent over the wall, not much happening there. And now Curse have got the option to rotate to Dragon, although they might be caught in their jungle.
Yeah, and we've got a very slow Trash Boat as well. Doesn't have the money to buy these Berserker's Greaves. We are going to be able to see them potentially pick up this Dragon here. They have cleared out the vision as well, but Profound is on this Elise. A brilliant Dragon Stealer. You see, he's gone in, but it isn't enough, and Profound takes so much damage, taken down instantly. That Elise just basically wasn't there.
Yeah, so Elise going for the risky steal. Of course, Nex had to go back because of how much damage he took when he tried to teleport into that bottom lane. Shelby, fantastic jungler, able to pick up the Dragon for his team, and it gets Boat a kill back onto this Illusion. He's got a 20 CS lead. He's now 2-0-1, so he started to power up in his own right as well as Foil Chest.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Lucian can utilize the fact that he has this mid-game spike to his advantage. He does want to be picking up that Trinity Force as quickly as possible. Once he does have that item, he's going to be brilliant at sieging down these turrets and staying a little bit more mobile here during these team fights as well, which is going to be really, really handy. So we'll see what Trash Boat does manage to do as he picks up his red buff as well. We're going to have a little bit of a consolidation time here from Curse, going back, finishing up some items. We do, of course, have the Sunfire Cape being built up here first by Colo, not wanting to go for that Blade of the Ruined King first item. Do you think that's intelligent?
I think it's because Curse need the ability to be able to fight Avant-Garde Redemption now. And with Shelby on Karzik, he's a more bruiser type role, and of course is going to rush that MR. So they need someone that can take some physical damage, particularly with this Caitlyn being so fed in the early game. So I agree with the build from Curse's top lane here. Smart pickup, and potentially look for him to go Randuin's Omen next, just to be able to clump the team together even further and act as that ball carrying system for Kayn. He doesn't need to do damage if he can get some good shockwaves off.
Yeah, I think he just basically needs to get in the right position, doesn't he, really? And Tiamat has come through from next. He's opted to go for the Mercury Treads as well, wanting to get some tenacity down. Doesn't want to be locked down by all of the CC available here by Curse, although there's not all that much lockdown. Ethereal Chain is there, but that's basically it that he's going to get hit with.
I think he doesn't want to get kited out, and the longer he gets caught in these ethereal chains, the more he's not going to be able to get into Smoke's space. And if anyone on the team needs to do it, it is this Renekton, because they're going to be counting on Profound for so much catch potential that Renekton's going to be the character looking to the flank.
Yeah. And so that's ridiculously intelligent, and actually means that Nex has been thinking about more of the team fight rather than wanting to go 1v1 against Colo either. So I think both of these top laners having very similar ideas with what they want. They don't necessarily feel like they're going to be 1v1 at all, and they're going to be trying to team fight one another. Colo now with his teleport, Nex is of course still on cooldown, and Avant-Garde Redemption stealing away the second blue buff in a row as well, and this is a massive deal because this is against an Orianna. Oh, Squiggle's been caught though. We do have the flag forward. Chainsland, Boat picks up the kill.
Outright aggression there from Boat and Airy, recognizing that there was a slow rotation from the support as we see Shelby get a little bit caught in the middle lane. Not much happening there. The steal from Avant-Garde came about because Shelby was in the top lane trying to help take that turret. They got the turret, they lost the blue buff, able to pick up a kill on the side of Curse in the end. So you would say that that exchange did go in the favor of Curse, particularly with Orianna not really in a laning phase anymore. Doesn't need all that mana regen, of course, although it does help.
Yeah, of course it does, and having a little bit of extra cooldown reduction as well is going to be maxed out on that particular cooldown reduction if they do pick up that blue buff, but not going to be too much of a big deal, and you're of course always going to have the devastating shockwaves that you need regardless of the cooldown. And Colo is going to be split pushing here as
Shyvanas do like to do, and the rest of Curse are going to be just moving around, taking out this jungle, not really looking to put pressure too much on Avant-Garde Redemption at this stage. Do you think that's unwise, or do you think that they are happy to wait until the late game?
Curse is very happy at this point to wait till the late game. Just riding out the initial aggression that came out from Avant-Garde is so important psychologically, not letting this Caitlyn get so far ahead that she's going to run over the top of you, and let Shelby get that second evolution, get those wings, so he can get even deeper into the team fight. I think that AVR have recognized that they've taken all of the outer turrets, and from here they have to get deeper wards before they can go for any more rotations onto the side of Curse's jungle. It's a dead even game, only about 800 gold between the teams, and it looks like Curse are going to be the next people to go aggressive, pushing down this mid lane.
Dark Binding does land, of course. Ooh, nice bit of poke damage coming through from Boat. Of course, brilliant on that Lucian. There's the Culling come down on a Profound, though. He's going to take a lot of damage. The Repeller's going to be available to get out of it. The chains land on Nex as well. Colin now being caught up by the Rune Prison, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Boat now is way out of position. Oh, Colo going to be able to catch that ace in the hole. That would have almost definitely spelled death for Boat, although the Command Protect is there.
Yeah, Command Protect there from Keen. However, this just shows how uncertain both teams are. Curse go for a siege in the mid lane, and straight away so much damage comes out on the side of AV. Both teams are looking to fight, but they really want to fight on their turn. And underneath the turret on Avant-Garde's side of the map isn't where Curse need to fight. They need to wait for this next dragon.
Yeah, and of course you can see the aggressive warding coming out from Avant-Garde Redemption as well. Up in the jungle here of Curse. They are going to be able to know exactly what's going on. Airy now doing his best to try and clear it out, and there's a gigantic wave in the bottom lane. This is going to mean Trinity Force here for Boat, so he's going to try and go back as soon as he possibly can, pick up that item, make sure he hits that spike, so that he can bring it into the rest of this game.
Looks like Psyker's going on to Keen, has to burn the flash. Ultimate burn there on the side of Psyker, of course, increasing that movement speed, looking to get on top of that Orianna and provide some lockdown. And it looks like Avant-Garde really are posturing for a strong dragon fight here. Shelby gets his next level of evolution though, so that's in the favor of Curse, going to be so much more effective at getting into the backline, particularly with that ball, allowing Colo to be able to teleport in and provide the flank for his team.
Yeah, Shelby now able to do a lot more movement. Oh, Ace in the Hole does come through. Area is found Profound though. There's the shockwave onto two members of Avant-Garde Redemption, and the teleport coming through. Psyker is so low. Keen is going to be able to pick that one up with the last tick of Ignite, and we've got Colo now right in amongst Avant-Garde Redemption. They are going to be able to pick up another kill here. Lots and lots of damage coming down. We've got the ultimate from Squiggle trying as hard as he can to keep the members off his team, but it's going to be Profound going down, so 2 for nothing in favor of Curse. Their team fight control is fantastic.
And Avant-Garde Redemption there have just underestimated the amount of bursts that can come out of this support LeBlanc.
Yeah.
So much upfront burst with Boat as well, able to get a nice piercing light across. Allowed for a fantastic shockwave and a great teleport to come through. Great coordination on the side of Curse. And Shelby on this Kha'Zix able to jump into the team over the wall, provides so much disruption that it's impossible to run away from this team once that Kha'Zix starts getting the resets, and the ball and the distance is adding so much speed.
Yeah, there's just so many threats coming out of Curse at the moment. When you've got a support LeBlanc that's doing that much work, it's just really hard to know who to focus as we go into the replay.
No. So as we see here, Shelby running around to the side. He takes all the upfront burst, but there's Airy just able to chunk Profound to half health. Psyker and Nex get caught. The culling comes out, able to pick up Psyker. Airy with the flash there, and then Shelby with a really intelligent flank. Watch him go into the Dragon Pit and leap over the wall, and able to get the slow onto so many members of Curse in there, causing so much disruption. Stealths out of the stun that was going to come through. Profound also gets picked up, and so many summoners burnt on the side of Curse. Only Nex able to keep his teleport, as we have Shelby taking out Profound in the top lane.
Yeah, Shelby is back here as well. Psyker likes his chances though, but there's another 2 members of Curse. The chains land. Psyker's locked down. Colo now trying to chase through. The culling coming down, but it's not going to be quite enough there over the wall as Psyker does walk to the edge. Burnout is running. Aries now found him, and Psyker is going to go down. Keen picks up the kill. Meanwhile, Squiggle as well in their own jungle. Boat finds him out, and Nex under the tower. Everything's going wrong for Avant-Garde Redemption.
And Curse straight away turns to Baron with this ball, able to provide so many tanky stacks to Shelby, who nearly dies as I say that. They're looking to take a quick 25-minute Baron.
Look
this
at the
will
damage.
really swing the game into their favor, and they've just got superior map control. AV spent so much time trying to get deep wards onto the bottom half of Curse's jungle that they neglected their own jungle and were just caught completely unawares, particularly I feel with Boat picking up that solo kill. That just shows that Avant-Garde can't see what's going on in their own jungle.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. And as we can see here, Keen has that Rabbidan's Deathcap finish, the Athene's on Holy Grail as well. He's got 3 kills, 3 assists, and he's 60 CS up at this stage as well. So he's just massive and so much bigger than Psyker at this point. This Ryze is going to need a lot more time in order to scale into this game. And I just don't think that they'll have enough. With that Baron going down and the fact that they've got a 6,000 gold lead at this stage, and Orianna is also fantastic in later stages of the game, things are just not looking great here for Avant-Garde Redemption, even though they were playing that early game out so well.
Yeah, so not able to get Spoil into this mid game, of course. Been 4-0-2 for quite some time now, as we see Colo chase Nex out of here. And this is nearly the exact same thing that happened in the first series when these teams met.
Yeah.
Keen just able to push so much pressure in the mid lane. Really throws Psyker off his game for some reason and just not able to respond. As we see Keen caught, but a great shockwave.
Yeah, brilliant shockwave comes down. We've got the ultimate coming out of Morgana as well, but she's going to fall way before any of that happens. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we do have a little bit more action, but the dive coming through here from Curse. They managed to take down the turret. Spoil is now under fire. Psyker's going to get taken down. Isolation damage on that Q for Shelby. And they are going to be able to pressure down this inhibitor turret as well. Psyker and Squiggle both not here. There's the piercing light coming down. Managing to find his target on Spoil there as well. He is trying to turn it around, making sure... Oh, there is a brilliant little ace in the hole coming down, but not going to be quite enough to do anything there. And that's the inhibitor turret going down. Now the Light Slinger passive doing a nice little bit of extra work there to Nex, and they're going to be able to take the first inhibitor of the game.
So Curse, once again, turning the aggression on. Now 8,000 gold in the lead. Shelby going so deep on this Kha'Zix, able to pick up another kill onto Psyker, who's now 0-4-3, so not having the ideal game on the Ryze. I'm not sure this is what they were expecting in the mid lane, and able to pick up and rotate another turret, as we see Colo going so deep.
Yeah, Dragon's Descent coming down there. Next trying to do his work in the backline, though. The Ignite is on him, but he's not going to fall at this stage. The ultimate has been popped here by Psyker. He's trying to do what he can to get the damage down in an AoE around Curse, but I think they're going to be able to easily back out of this one. Next is way too low to fight and is going to have to go back to the field.
The shield pulls coming out from Keen are so huge, as we see Aerie once again getting even more poke off with this Athene's Unholy Grail and those Sorcerer's Boots doing a fair amount of damage for a support at this part of the game. Using himself as that pokey character, trying to set up the fight, as we see Boat also getting a decent culling across the team, just using that cooldown as it comes up. And it looks like the Curse don't want to waste this last part of their Baron buff, not going back to fight. They're still knocking on the door here, and you can just see how big the shields are coming out of Keen as Curse looks to disengage now.
Yeah, they're disengaging just a little bit there. Of course, the Baron buff is about to wear off, and they do have all of that regen to utilize, so they did want to stay here while they could. But now that it's falling off, I think they're probably going to head back to base and buy. That was definitely a successful Baron, though.
And also with Dragon coming up with a minute, they don't want to let AV into the game whatsoever. If they had have stuck around for another 20 seconds and then been forced to buy, they wouldn't have had all the items that they've just picked up, like the Void Staff, like another pickaxe, the Banshee's Veil now finished on Colo, and the Randuin's Omen coming out for Shelby. They've just hit such a massive power spike. They're going to be able to rotate down, pick up the Dragon in about 30 seconds, and then push in to the inhibitor turrets in the top and the bottom lanes.
Yeah, and as we can see as well, I mean, we've got Trashboat going back. He's going to be able to finish off his last Whisper as well. So just enormous items being picked up. Having that last Whisper and the Void Staff being finished off in preparation for the very next team fight is just so huge. Having all of that extra magic resistant armor penetration on the side of Curse. And I think that this is definitely their game at this stage. 9,000 gold in the lead. We'll see whether Avant-Garde Redemption are going to be able to make the redeeming play that they need, because it's looking very good.
And Avant-Garde, unfortunately, don't have the best of wave clear. They've got Caitlyn, but Ryze is shocking at defending turrets. Very, very good when he's ahead. As we see that Colo might be getting a little bit support in this top lane, able to sidestep the bind, not even having to use that Banshee's Veil.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, Ryze is just so bad in anti-siege situations. Fantastic if you try and dive him because he is just a little bit tankier than you expect.
Yeah.
It just brings nothing in the way of wave clear. As we see next and Colo just headbutting each other a little bit in the top lane.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Nothing to see.
But the real action will be going on in the bottom lane as we are seeing a 4-man push from Curse, and the culling has come out.
Yeah, and actually landing a lot of hits onto Spoil as well, down to half health. Does, of course, have that Bloodthirster. So if he manages to clear out a few of these creeps with those auto attacks, he's going to be able to lifesteal back a fair bit of his health. But as you mentioned before, Spoil, now still sitting on 4-0-2, hasn't really made himself known towards the mid to late game. Had a fantastic early game, but was unable to really throw that one through. So Colo now split pushing against Nex here, and it's a little bit of a stalemate, but I think that Curse might have the dive.
Yeah, Curse is just waiting for these minions to go in as we see so much damage going on to Airy.
Yeah, Airy gets caught out there a lot. The decoy does get popped, and Psyche actually taking down Airy first. Profound now. Oh, there's the Light Slinger finishing him off. Boat does pick up that kill. Chelby managing to stealth out of this fight as well. Nex now in a lot of trouble. He was at full health seconds ago. Dominus gets popped. There it is. Keen picks up the kill there with Ignite. Clockwork wind up doing a lot of work. Seraph's Embrace Shield not going to be enough. Oh, bit of a whiff on the Shockwave, but I don't think that's going to matter at this stage. Only the support member alive here for Avant-Garde Redemption, and that's a triple kill coming through for Keen.
Triple kill for Keen with the stylish hula hoop in the middle of that team fight. Able to pick up the second inhibitor of the game off that turret kill. It just looks like they're much too strong at the moment, even not using their abilities optimally, with Airy getting caught underneath the turret, and Shelby taking so much damage, still able to cleanly win a team fight for 2 for 4, I believe, and able to take another next inhibitor down.
Yeah, it was 3 for 4 actually, if you include the fact that Airy did go down, but yeah, definitely working out in favor of Curse, despite the fact that that Shockwave didn't really hit exactly where it wanted to be, but that being said, it's going to be a 6-2 and 6 Keen here on this Orianna. You cannot complain about his performance this game. He has been fantastic.
And it looks like Curse, once again, trying to establish control around the Baron. That bottom inhibitor is so important now. With Baron up in 5 seconds, it means that one of the people from AVR are going to have to stay home and push that out. It looks like at the moment it's Psyche. He's trying to get the lane pushed out enough that they can actually contest this. But there is no teleports on the top laners, so if they do, Curse can just pull them repetitively to Baron and let that wave push in on the bottom into the base and start doing damage to those turrets.
Yeah, if Avant-Garde Redemption do go back, do start this Baron immediately, I mean, Keen is not going to be there, but I think Curse, they are going to be able to get this one for free. I mean, if they're just going to consolidate the vision and then make sure that Avant-Garde Redemption do not have a chance, just because those super creeps in the bottom wave are just so important as far as this Baron dance is concerned, because it just puts them on a timer. Oh, Dark Binding going to be walked out of the way there. And Trashboat just happy to be well forward on this Lucian. Yeah,
Trashboat being extremely aggressive for his team here. As we see, Shelby is pushing out the middle lane. Maybe too aggressive. A little bit of an unneeded risk there, being up that far ahead of his team, particularly with Keen not in the area. But it looks like now they will be focusing on this Baron. As we see Psyche trying to catch Shelby out. That Kha'Zix so elusive with his ultimate and with that jump.
Look at that Baron damage.
Baron's going down extremely fast, so this looks like it won't even be contested. And there's super minions in the base on the side of AVR. If they fight now, they're in a lot of trouble with their base, taking so much damage.
Yeah, Chelby's actually jumped right in, but he may actually regret this. That Repel does come down for Fan, does manage to get out of here, and it's going to be Airy picking up the first kill, followed immediately by Colo. Curse turning this one around. Psyche now goes down as well, and that's going to be the tower going down in the mid lane. Avant-Garde Redemption, only 2 members available, and their base is in shambles.
Getting absolutely smashed on that fight. Shelby going extremely deep again, coming up massive for his team, able to blow so many of those ultimates with that damage reduction coming through. Looks like Curse will be pushing through for the Nexus here. Spoil just surviving, so preserving that nice score on Caitlyn. 5-1-3, but the first game does go to Curse.
Yeah, congratulations to Curse there. And things were looking brilliant for Avant-Garde Redemption in the early game, but Curse just pressured it through towards the mid to late just so perfectly with brilliant rotations and making sure that they got fights on their terms.
Yeah, AVR actually looked stronger around the map, trying to pull Curse off guard, but when it came to team fights, we really saw the proficiency coming out of Curse.
Oh, yeah.
They love to fight, and they build their compositions around these mid-game team fights, and Keen on Orianna was absolutely massive.
Yep.
After the initial poke damage came out from Airy, Boat and Keen just did so much area effect damage that they cleaned up and so good in those mid-game team fights.
And Airy got caught a few times in that game, but it didn't really matter. He was utilizing the fact that LeBlanc is just going to be a threat anyway and distracts the rest of Avant-Garde Redemption so that the people with the gold, the people with the items in order to do the damage, were able to get everything that they wanted to down.
And I guess the initial response with the LeBlanc diving at you is, wow, guys, we have to burn
Yeah,
everything
'cause this
and blow
is
it
really
up.
dangerous,
'Cause
yeah.
this is a LeBlanc. This is an assassin. But as you're a support LeBlanc, you can kind of get rid of all your damage up front and not have to be there for the sustained team fight because you're the support. If you're the ones chasing,
Yeah.
the LeBlanc can just throw herself into the fight. As we go into a replay, this is the fight that happened on the bottom lane. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. Airy goes over the wall and just says, there's all my damage. Kill me if you want. I actually don't have any cooldowns. And so many ults are used to try and get him away. Boat comes through absolutely massive there. Picks up Profound with the first kill on the side of Curse. Shelby took so much damage in the backlane. And Nex at this point just gets kited out. This is a frustrating bit of playing a Renekton. Colo in the backline, so big. Kane goes for a little bit of a flash hula hoop here, but great style points. Comes up 4 for 3 in the end, but Curse able to pick up that bottom inhibitor, so important for their push into that Baron area.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that the champions that they had left alive were able to really put the pressure on that they needed to and clean up those objectives, of course. Squiggle trying to get out of there, using that Frost Queen's claim to try and stop everyone from chasing him down, but it didn't really matter because Curse had already really well and truly won that fight. But it's not over yet. This is, of course, a best-of-3 series, so we're going to be able to see whether Avant-Garde Redemption can bring it back against Curse here and really take it to them, and hopefully we're going to get a 3-game here because these teams are just really fun to watch.
And if that is going to happen, we need to see some attention in the mid lane. Profound needs to get to mid lane and help Psyker out. Between them, they were 1-13 in this game.
Yeah, that is definitely not what you want, especially coming out of an early pressure jungler like Elise. So we'll see whether Profound and Psyker can really put it together for the next game, but stick around, everyone. 3 minutes and we'll be back for Game 2 between Curse and Avant-Garde Redemption.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. I'm, of course, Atlas, joined by Spawn. We're here for Game 2 between Curse and Avant-Garde Redemption, and man, I'm excited. Based on the fact that we had such a close early to mid-game, I'm really looking forward to seeing what these two teams bring to us for this game too.
So once again, we saw Avant-Garde try and dictate pace in the early and mid-game. They tried to drag Curse around the map. However, it didn't work out in their favor. A couple of disadvantageous fights, and Curse were able to roll them up and push into their base in decisive fashion, you would have to say, in the end. And the jungler and mid laner, Profound and Psyker on the side of Avant-Garde Redemption in particular, seemed to really struggle that game. Yeah, and transitioning through from last weekend as well, Lucian now still with 100% pick and win rate if it's not banned away. So absolutely ridiculous statistics here in Oceania for that AD carry pick, and we'll see whether that actually gets banned out this game, because I can imagine that actually be a legitimate decision. Yeah, I think that's something that needs to be taken off the board. Lucian's so versatile and brings so much more than any other AD kit does at the moment. Brings that wave clear, brings a high mobility, and the Trinity Force brings so much unexpected burst, particularly if you can get ahead like Boat did, that it's one of those things that if you're not going to pick it, just take it off the board. Yeah, and there's the fact that all of these Oceanic AD carry players are just picking a lot of Lucian anyway. It seems to be the champion that most of them are the most comfortable on. So we'll see whether that does get banned away. We'll see also whether Avant-Garde Redemption do decide to go for with their really mid-focused banning strategy as well, as we do get into, of course, the pick and ban phase. Kassadin needing to be banned here by the purple side, though, so Avant-Garde Redemption not really going to have as much flexibility with their bans. Yeah, so you... Of course, after Keen shows such a good game on Orianna, you don't want to give him a champion like Kassadin, who just has so much control over the whole map. In saying that, Curse also respecting Psyker's Ziggs play that they saw last week. Don't want him to have that either. And getting rid of Squiggle's Morgana is a fantastic choice, particularly if they want to put Aery back on one of those aggressive supports. We saw Squiggle really had control over that bottom lane, able to get Spoil ahead early. Yeah, Neck's not going to be able to play that top Lulu, and there's not going to be any Lulu at all in this game as well, so Curse not wanting to see that one. And after that Morgana play by Squiggle, I completely understand. That's really, really smart. It's going to be Jax going to be the first lock in here, so Colo going to be able to pick up this Jax, and I'm really, really scared for Avant-Garde Redemption because we know how much Colo loves to have these champions. Colo loves to stay up in the top lane, be completely uncontested, just farm all those minions and come out late game and be an absolute powerhouse for his team. And it fits the Curse play style. They can send him to farm, and when they want to group, they group very decisively and then send him back to the other mid lanes, side lanes. It's interesting to note that even though Keen had a terrific game with all those bans thrown at him. Yeah. Once again, they've thrown 3 bans at the mid laner from Curse. Yeah, so Curse definitely going to have a little bit of respect for the fact that Keen is there. Of course, now a sub for NA Curse as well, so being Curse all over the place is our Keen, which is fantastic to see. Chelby is going to pick up this Kha'Zix again, as we do see Nex locking in that LeBlanc, and of course Profound being on this Elise as well. And I like the LeBlanc pickup now as well, just based on the fact that Syndra has been taken off the board. And so many champions are off the board. Of course, Kayle is still up. Oh my goodness, and Keen played a fantastic more than willing to play Kayle. In fact, played it into, I think, Swiffer's it was Swiffer. LeBlanc. Yes. Yes, able to pick up some early kills in that game as well, I remember. So another champion that is just more than comfortable to play. I like the Elise pickup on the side of Profound. Needs to get more involved early, however. They're swapped to a Nami pickup, which is a very, very smart pickup, and changed to the Lucian as well. Really Nami Lucian is such a strong lane. So much mobility coming out of Nami's passive, and the catch potential of those bubbles is absolutely terrifying, particularly with a Morgana not on the field. Yeah, and do you understand how the mechanics work here with Tidecaller's Blessing and that Lightslinger passive as well? Do you get sort of double the passive there? Yeah, you do both 2 procs of that Tidecaller's Blessing. That's a lot of extra burst damage. Yeah, so a lot of damage coming out of this bot lane, of course, highly mobile. Fantastic anti-dive coming out of Nami with that tidal wave. Just a great all-round balance support at the moment. We're seeing it being picked up more and more. On the side of AVR, they have elected to go with the Jinx, that immobile carry. Yeah. Which is an interesting pickup. We see her played a lot in the Oceanic region, and Psyker has gone for Shyvana, that other top laner that we've seen actually do very, very well against Jax's in recent play. Even in the late game as well. Minky Whale taking that up against Jack Attack before, when we saw AVA taking on YSSC, and it was, you know, Minky Whale really bringing it to a Jax in the late game, which is not something you'd generally expect, but
Afterwards, Curse do decide to lock in that Kha'Zix and that Kayle. Not surprising at all. They were thinking about doing that earlier on, but they noticed that, of course, the mid and the jungle picks had already been taken, and they could just take their time locking those champions in, and they are going to be able to secure that Lucian. So Curse looking really, really strong. That being said, we've got a Nunu support.
Okay, so interesting pickup
My
here.
goodness.
Obviously just wanting to power spoil out up with that Blood Boil. The Kayle pick on the side of Curse. It's a great pick for two reasons. Obviously, the upfront burst of LeBlanc coming out of laning phase is very, very scary and can provide some fantastic kill pressure, particularly when coupled with a jungler like Profound on that Elise, but also goes so well into Shelby's jungling style. Wanting to jump into that team, and that gap closer on the Evolved Wings is so long that if his team can't follow up in time, Keen can kind of give him that breath of fresh air with his ult, ensure that all the burst goes to waste, and that Shelby can just wreak havoc on the backline before having to burn his ultimate to stealth out.
Yeah, and if he blows that stealth as well, he can have that little bit of damage reduction into the intervention, and then, of course, once that intervention is over, he is going to be able to utilize another proc of that stealth as well, having 3 of them, considering the fact that you are going to be evolving that ability first anyway. So really, really cool. And we'll see whether Curse can make it work, because we saw this, that Kayle was fantastic in the laning phase when Keen played it against Swiffer's LeBlanc, but afterwards, Swiffer just got completely out of control.
Yeah, and Swiffer went massive in that game, and it was because of how aggressive he was willing to be on that LeBlanc and the wards that they had on the in the Cursed jungle. So look for AVR once again to try and get the early game going in that favor, build a little bit of a lead, but then get their wards out and look to catch Curse in their rotations, because they just weren't able to do it in the last game. They rotated well around the map, they just weren't able to build an advantage from it.
Yeah, so another thing that I'm really, really interested here, Spawn, in is going to be this Jinx Nunu lane in the bottom lane up against what you were describing to me as the terrifying Nami Lucian lane. I just don't think that Nunu necessarily has the pressure to come up against these guys.
No, that's a lane swap right there. Jinx so good at pushing turrets already. Put that Blood Boil on her, particularly with a ranged jungler like Elise, able to burn through those turrets. And Jax typically does okay in lane swaps, but the more CS that's denied to Jax, it actually hurts him more than it will hurt next on Shyvana, who has so much innate tankiness already. Jax, of course, having to go those 2 damage items at the start of the game to really kick into that hyper carry mode that he's looking for. So I expect that straight away to be a lane swap. I do not think we will see Squiggle go up against Ahri in this lane, because, as you said, that would nearly be suicide.
Yeah, I think that would be absolutely ridiculous, because, yeah, it's just Nunu not the champion that he once was. And it's a little bit interesting playing Nunu against Shelby as well, who really does enjoy playing that Nunu.
Yeah, so we were expecting a pick that we haven't seen out of Curse yet, which was the Nunu jungle. They play it a lot, we've heard, in scrims, and Shelby's able to go into the opponent's jungle and do a lot of counter jungling, and then get the fast push going for Curse, because we've seen how decisive they can be when they decide
and their
to put
objective control's fantastic.
And when they decide to put their foot down, they really don't doubt their calls. So Shelby on a jungler like Nunu can see a lot of success, but he's, of course, ridiculously good on the Kha'Zix and on the Elise, and potentially because Keen's got so many bans thrown his way, he just hasn't need to pull it out.
Yeah, it's true. And we know that when Shelby does get ahead on this Kha'Zix as well, things can just go really, really wrong for whoever he's against. And even when they were playing against Immunity, arguably the best team here in Oceania, Shelby's Kha'Zix was wreaking havoc in the early game.
Yeah, I think at one point he was 6-0-1.
Yeah.
And I think he got a triple kill in a bot lane somewhere, and he was just a monster and causing so much just uncertainty, particularly out of Radiant. And we saw Immunity in the first team fight, I think, ever, where they actually had to peel for their AD carry because of a great flank from Shelby, and Radiant couldn't get rid of him by himself.
No, he couldn't. I think he was playing Ezreal then as well, so that's saying a massive amount here on the side of Shelby. So wanting to pick up that Kha'Zix and make sure that he's on the champion that he is most comfortable with. Of course, we did see him playing that champion as much as he possibly could in the autumn round of 8 as well earlier on. So always been an avid Kha'Zix player. We'll see after 4.9 does kick in competitive league, whether he does decide to step away from Kha'Zix. Of course, he's getting a few nerfs here and there, and may or may not see himself stay in the competitive scene.
Yeah, we've seen the bug kind of squashed on the live servers at the moment.
Yeah, he's getting slowly squished more and more as things go on.
Just the parts of his kit that made him so diverse, particularly the damage reduction, being taken away. Of course, that's not live in this game at the moment, so he's still going to be evolving that R first. I don't know whether throwing all these bans at Keen is the right thing to do. I would have preferred to see some bans thrown at Boat.
Yeah.
The reason, because Keen's picked up Kayle here, and we've seen how strong Kayle can be, and we've seen that Keen is not afraid to jump onto this character, and even picked himself into this matchup before. So if they wanted to pick LeBlanc, they really needed to get Keen away from these comfort picks.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether he can do the work on his Kayle that he needs to, but we are going to get straight into this game, guys. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We are, of course, onto the Rift here with Avant-Garde Redemption taking on Curse, and it is going to be Game 2. So we've got Curse already up one and one step closer to Supernova in Perth, and, of course, potentially a spot at the Wildcard tournament over in Cologne, Germany. So very, very exciting stuff. Everything now on the line. This is the last chance for Avant-Garde Redemption to find their way into this round of 4.
And we've seen Avant-Garde Redemption struggle so much with Curse, losing to them in the first round and now getting decisively beaten in this first game. They must feel under so much pressure because, as you said, everything's on the line, and it looks like Curse is going for an early invade.
Yeah, and Avant-Garde Redemption probably want to have a fair bit of control here in the early game as well, because they really do want these lane swaps just to make sure that this Nunu Jinx lane does not get punished too much. As we can see, Nex is waiting around in this Tri-Brush in the top lane, and Curse just going to be sitting on their own ward so they know exactly what's going on. That being said, Avant-Garde Redemption have warded up their own red buff relatively effectively, and they, of course, have a little bit more vision around the red buff of Curse as well. So we're going to have Keen there, just getting a little bit of vision of his own.
Okay, and now let's talk about wards a little bit. Not the most exciting topic, but if you look at the mini-map, the ward on the top right-hand side of Avant-Garde's base between the two turrets, this is the ward that scouts out early lane swaps. So it's unseen by the enemy, and as they run into lane past that, if they are going to lane swap, as you're about to see Nunu do now, watch for the lane swap to come in straight away from Curse, or if they're confident playing into it, they will just leave it that way. But what it does is it gives your jungler that early heads up that a lane swap has been initiated by the other team.
Yep, so now we do have Curse having a little bit more of that information as we saw them walk past that ward, and we'll see whether they do decide to back off and try and get this one happening in their favor. That being said, they have waited for the minion wave here, so I think they're going to farm out at least this wave.
Yeah, so it looks like Curse are actually content with the lane swap. Maybe they feel they can get some work done on this Shyvana as well, although Shyvana does jungle quite well as a top laner in the early game. Or potentially, they just want to allow Keen to be alone in this mid lane, because if we've seen anything, it's if you lane swap, it means that the mid lane is practically untouched for the first maybe 7-8 minutes of the game, and we've seen that Keen definitely has Psyker's measure in the first 3 games these teams have played.
Yeah, no, Keen is not afraid of, I don't think, in any matchup. We saw him flashing so aggressively against Swiffer as well in that particular matchup. So, as you can see, Psyker now about 2/3 health, and Keen not really expending too much there either. So next is just going to be buddies here with Profound. It's going to be the classic sort of lane swap situation with this fast push coming through, and Blood Boil's really going to help out Avant-Garde Redemption push down this top turret. Yeah,
so Jinx already tears through turrets so quickly with that minigun, and has fantastic wave clearer as well with the rockets. The rockets coming out on that Q, so able to push up waves extremely quickly and potentially get the fast push going for her side. However, it doesn't look like Curse are they don't really care as Profound comes in for a gank.
Ooh, forces the flash out there. Not going to be able to find that cocoon. Profound now in his second game here with Elise. But it was a nice chain there from Psyker, trying to really bring it back onto Keen, and that's a flash pop there in the mid lane. So this is going to be Keen being a little bit less mobile as Colo does make it to the top lane, using that Counter-Strike to full effect.
And Keen's on perfect CS in this mid lane, 18-13 at this point. Popping that flash means he might have to play a little bit further back, although it looks like he's going to continually to push up this wave. Aggressive play out of this KL early.
Yeah, really not afraid. We can see ourselves that Profound is not going to be around that mid lane, and the wards on both sides of the river here. As Spoil takes a lot of damage, we do have the lockdown here from the E of Spoil, but he is going to be able to make it out of there safely. No worries at all.
And this is the danger of pushing up against Shelby on Karzik. So much burst damage coming out at the earlier part of the game. Able to help Colo push up this lane, although it is denying a little bit of CS from this Jax. We see that Nex is doing slightly better in his lane and keeping his tower much healthier. As he gets hit by a fantastic bubble coming out of Airy, it's going to be more and more difficult for Colo on Jax to keep this tower up, because Foil and Squiggle just look like they're going to be relentless in this push.
Yeah, at least Colo does know that he is on that Jax, has that Counter-Strike just to avoid getting dived too often, because that ability is just fantastic underneath the turret, especially with the melee nature of a Nunu here.
And it looks like Profound once again wants to come in for another gank on this mid lane, recognizing that he needs to get Keen uncomfortable on this champion because he's already farming up a Storm.
Yeah, as we can see, he is playing a little bit further back from this creep wave than he otherwise would, but those wards have ran out. We've got Psyker coming. Oh, the chains do miss. We'll see whether the Cocoon, no, he's not going to find the target either, so Keen scot-free there in the mid lane.
Yeah, not having to burn anything, just that increased movement speed from his heal, able to get him out of any danger, although we do see the first turret going down in the favor of AV, so this fast foot has worked in their favor. However, they aren't able to disrupt the mid lane, and Keen still looks to be farming.
Yeah, we do have Shelby making a move here to the middle lane, wanting to try and get a little bit of work done here on Psycho, who doesn't have all that much mana, but of course does have Distortion and Flash available. I don't think that he is going to be falling anytime soon. That being said, he is going to come in and try and do what he can. Ooh, the slow does land as well, so Shelby getting a bit of damage down onto Psycho. I don't think he's really going to be able to hang around here.
Yeah, great gank from Shelby coming out, because Psycho now possibly will have to recall, and if they know this Dragon's going on, which it looks like they do from map ping, the mid laner on the side of Avant Garde is extremely low, and it looks like Curse are going to fight this.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very dangerous, of course. Oh, Profound now tanking up this turret. He's going very, very low. Shelby's found him, but Boat in the background is getting singled out here. Profound is still alive as well. Intervention coming through, but I'm not sure whether that was necessarily enough. Oh, first blood going to Airy, of all people. He's going to pay for that one with his life, but after a nice Aqua Prison coming down as well, Psyker is on such low health, but so is Shelby. Squiggle now the focus. Keen is at full health. He manages to finish off Squiggle. Psyker now incredibly low. One more auto attack finishes him off, and that's a double kill. 2-0-1 already for Keen.
Extremely aggressive Dragon coming out of AVR. They recognized that Colo didn't have his teleport, so wanted to force a 5v4, but took so much damage from that early game Dragon.
Oh, yeah.
Not able to tank it up with the Spiderlings. Profound went extremely low before the fight had even begun. Saving grace is this Shyvana is 2-0-0 now, going to be able to go into this top and give Colo a little bit of trouble, but Keen in that mid lane, as we see Shyvana just bullying Colo out. Already 2-0-1, 30 CS lead nearly as we go into this replay. We see that aggressive style here from Avant Garde going in for this, but Boat just does so much upfront damage, and look at Profound just taking so much damage in the bottom of the pit. Boat gets chased out, but able to kite around, and then great intervention comes out. Airy flashes forward for the initial kill, and just before he dies, gets off the fantastic Aqua Prison, just locking up two members. That bubble is so devastating. Boat is back in the fight now, doing so much damage. Keen, full health, completely untouched, able to chase down Psyker and pick himself up a double kill. Fantastic play from Curse, recognizing the rotation coming out of AV.
Yeah, and you can understand why they wanted to go for that as well. Of course, Nunu with that consume has a lot of damage on that Dragon. And of course, with Elise already being good. Oh, as Keen takes a little bit of harassment there from Psyker in the middle lane, but he's not going to be too worried. Hasn't actually been back to spend his obviously copious amounts of gold yet. And of course, Colo now managing to freeze up this lane in the top lane, the top side of the map.
And this is a position that AV don't want to be in. With Colo freezing, they need to force objectives somewhere on the map. However, it's so hard to push into this Lucian now that he has his level 6, has that culling that can come out, and they've just shown that they can't fight 4v5 on Dragon, as it looks like Spoil's going aggressive.
Yeah, the Flame Trump has come down. Airy gets locked up there a little bit, does of course get to use his abilities to get him a bit of movement speed. Oh, the repel not going to be enough in order to get the work done, and the teleport comes through. Amazing Aqua Prison. Boat picks up the kill. Colo is going to turn up just to say hi a little bit, but they're going to be able to transfer this to a Dragon as well. Curse with brilliant timing.
Bad repel coming out of there from Profound, just not able to impact the fight at all. No minions in range. Maybe a little bit of a misclick there. going to transition into a Dragon for Curse. And even though they haven't picked up their first turret of the game, so much map control coming out from this team, able to freeze waves where they want to, although it looks like now Nex is going to be able to get some damage out, as we see a little bit of a scuffle in the mid lane. But 30 CS in the advantage of Keen. We see that now Lucian has started to get going in. 1-0-1-3, got that Dragon behind him as well now, going to be able to go back and pick up what could be the end of his, as we see them going aggressive again in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Tidal Wave comes down, but Airy is now definitely going to go down. Super Mega Death Rocket seals that kill down. And Trash Boat is going to walk out of here as well. So nice bait coming through from Avant-Garde Redemption. With Profound there, hanging around, putting in the hard yards in that bottom lane.
And potentially going to be able to pick up a turret here, because we have seen the turret pushing that can come out of spoil. However, there's the culling, as we spoke of, so good at clearing out those waves. And it looks like Shelby is going to be rotating down to this bottom lane. As we see a little bit... No, sorry, it's not a gank in the mid lane, I don't think. I think Keen is fine. He's gone back to shop. So it just is a push coming through from Nex and Psyker, looking to pick up an objective for their team.
Yeah. He's going to be able to go back. Had about 3,000 gold when we hovered over that before. Managed to pick up boots and, of course, that National Twos. But, oh, that's the nice zap coming down onto Boat. After that, Cocoon Squiggle now is the focus. Next has finished off a turret in the top lane, in the mid lane, as Kane does try and get that one back. Ooh, Absolute Zero. Not going to be able to do all that much. Has to cancel that one very early in order to make sure the damage goes down onto Shelby. And Squiggle now very, very low on health. Only about 300 on his side. But Boat completely out of mana as Airy makes it back into this fight.
Skirmishes all over the map, not much happening in the way of kills, but it does look like Curse will be able to pick up the mid tower, which evens that objective at the least. As we saw that Nex and Cycle were pushing in on that. Looks like Curse also want to make short work of this bottom turret. It's already below 50% health, so that will be falling quite soon. So great work from this Curse lineup to even out the objective. Now they're back in the game with its 2 turrets to 2 turrets, and they've got a 2k gold lead.
Yeah, 2,000 gold lead. They, of course, have a little bit of a lead here in kills as well, 4-3, but that's nothing to write home about. Having it even on kills is probably going to be good here for Avant-Garde Redemption, because having this hyper carry Jinx, even more hyper carry-ish, with that Blood Boil available from Squiggle is going to be really, really important. Not to mention the fact that that Absolute Zero is brilliant for controlling fights, but it's going to get very, very scary. Just based on the fact that Avant-Garde Redemption wanted to have a lot more objective control at this stage. Yeah,
Avant-Garde were really looking to fast push these turrets, and with turrets being equalized, we can see that that hasn't been the case. I've just noticed that the other thing that Nunu brings to this team comp is he was generally known as the anti-carry to Jax. Jax relies so much on attack speed, and after his initial jump, that movement speed, that Absolute Zero with that, as we see King going so aggressive on Psyker, that Absolute Zero brings so much zone control that it sometimes stops Jax from being able to get onto his targets, as we see Spoil and Squiggle pushing down once again, and it looks like Shelby's going in.
The Flame Choppers are going to be able to land on Shelby. Nice zap as well to really stop the work. Oh, the Counter-Strike going to be flashed out of the way up there by Squiggle, and I think that Avant-Garde Redemption are going to be safe. Shelby's taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Boat and Airy really aggressive here in this top lane. You would have thought that that could have been their turret, but no, that's the enemy turret that they're coming in from behind. Not bad there at all. Keen now in the middle lane. Psych is taking so much damage. The Flash Lord! There's Keen picking up the kill, and Profound just looks very, very silly coming in from the backside.
And that's twice Psych has jumped the gun in 2 games on ganks coming in. Keen was so far overextended. Nothing he could have done there against Elise, and the burst damage that would have come out of LeBlanc. Psyker goes a little bit early and pays for it with his life, and Profound just looks silly walking back into his jungle.
Yeah, it is a little bit interesting, that particular maneuver, but we do have now 3-0-1 on the side of Keen. He is looking monstrous. 125 CS as well to 83.
And he's behind the bot lane of the Avant-Garde team.
Yeah, so in the bottom lane, as we see Dragon's Descent at the top lane as well, there's actually a bit of a fight going on both fronts. The Tidal Wave comes through. Amazing Absolute Zero, though, in the bottom lane. Squiggle does pay for that one with his life, not without doing a lot of damage here. Profound manages to pick up a kill in the top lane on the other side of things, and now it's Airy versus Profound. The mega damage coming through from this Nami is going to be enough to take that one out as well. So many, all fronts just taking damage everywhere.
Curse just initiating 2 fights, although I think they got initiated on in the top lane a little bit, but Airy unfazed, is bloodthirsty support.
Yeah.
3-2-3 now, going straight away for that Chalice. We'll be rushing that into the Mikael's Crucible, just adding a little bit more of a anti-CC for her team. Looking so strong, and Keen although getting caught right now, Saika not going in on him there. Could potentially have picked up the kill if he had been a little bit more aggressive. He had his Ignite and his ultimate up, but just no follow-up there. So maybe a little bit of a hesitant play. Didn't want to get caught out yet again. But Keen is just so massive. And forcing that fight in the bot lane, able to flank the Avant-Garde team, he must be really playing on the minds of Spoil and Squiggle now, as well as Saika.
Yeah, he really, really is. This Keen is looking gigantic, as he does go back and purchase that Null Magic Mantle and, of course, the needlessly large rod. So, my gosh, he's going to be a massive, massive Kayle. And coming into this mid to late game is just going to be absolutely ridiculous to deal with. That being said, in our top lane, we do have Blade of the Ruined King being finished up here by Nex. And on the other side, we've got the Fade. And of course, as Eri does get caught out, there's the Cocoon. There is the CC, and that's going to be Avant-Garde Redemption easily taking down Curse's support. While we do have Keen, maybe a little bit out of position here, does of course have the intervention. Nice use of Exhaust. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to be doing anything, and Boat with a fantastic culling. That was brilliant. Squiggle gets finished off. A quick 4 kills coming through for Curse. No problem at all. That was stunning positioning.
Curse going absolutely massive in that team fight. Fantastic communication from Colo, recognizing that Next Teleport was down, able to come in and come up huge with a 3-man stun for his team.
Ridiculous.
And Shelby causing so much havoc in the backline. The damage that comes out of this early game Kha'Zix is phenomenal. Coupled with the culling that came across.
That culling was so huge.
The whole of the Avant team just exploded.
Yeah, there was nothing they could do. They just become flashing red bars and just easily finished up here by the mobility of Curse. And they're going to be able to transition out of an inner turret and into a dragon here as well. So much gold has just been secured here on the side of Curse. And wow, that looked like, I mean, it was the catch situation. And then as Keen has actually found Nex for a little bit of a team fight here, the Divine Intervention is down, but he's going to block down the damage here of the Dragon's Descent, which is really cute on the side of Keen, but the flash over the wall is going to be enough to get Nex to safety.
So even this 2-1-1 as Profound is going in on to Keen, getting a little bit caught as Saika comes over the wall.
Yeah, there's the Mimic Distortion there as well, and the shutdown finally comes through onto Keen. Saika not going to be the one to pick that up. It's going to be Profound, actually, that grabs that one and does manage to secure that blue buff as well for himself, utilizing that smite earlier on.
So Profound having a much better game on this Elise this time around. 3-3-1, able to impact team fights a little bit better. Although Keen, 40 CS up at this point, 4-1-3. Now finished up those Mercs trades, recognizing that he is getting some extra attention from the jungler, going to be able to escape that cocoon a little bit easier. Fantastic pickup there from the side of the Curse later. And we saw that even the 2-1-1, the most fed member of the Avant-Garde Redemption side, couldn't stand toe-to-toe with Keen. Just so much damage coming out of this mid-game Kayle. Yeah,
this Kayle is monstrous at this stage. I think just Kayle in general is just a really strong pick at this particular moment in the game, with this new Hurricane build that has been coming through. Now with the Needlessly Large Rod and that Nashor's Tooth going to be doing so much on-hit damage and just so much consistent DPS here to the lineup of Avant-Garde Redemption. I think they're going to have to really work hard on trying to shut Keen down this game. Otherwise things are going to continue to be very difficult. Curse clearing out a lot of the vision here for Avant-Garde, making sure that they can head around their jungle as often as they want. And as you can see, they know how much control of this game that they have.
Yeah, and the Shining Light for Curse as they as Curse get caught.
Yeah, Profound actually trying to make his way in here as well. Eri might be caught out again. Nice tidal wave, and there's the culling as well. Brilliant Divine Intervention. There is the Super Mega Death Rocket as well. Does get blocked out. Next going to get taken down by that brilliant Ardent Blaze coming down from Curse. But Keen now is going to go down. This is massive for Curse. We'll see whether... Ooh, they managed to actually do a lot of work here. There's the flash in from Shelby as well. Does have only level 10, not going to have the resets, but triple kill regardless. And even though Keen did go down in the middle of that fight, that's still an ace for Curse.
The Divine Intervention out of Keen there just kept Eri alive for that little bit too long. And Avant-Garde had to expend another ultimate in that Super Mega Death Rocket to kill the support on the side of Curse, allowing the rotation down from Colo. Shelby going once again absolutely massive on this Kha'Zix. A great culling coming out of Boat, and just there's so many threats on the side of Curse as we see a little bit of a scuffle in the top lane that Avant-Garde look like they're searching for answers at the moment.
Yeah, and I think Avant-Garde Redemption in that team fight were like, okay, we've really got to kill Keen. he's going to be the target that we got to go for. And unfortunately, you've got Colo there doing damage. You've got Shelby jumping around, just launching himself onto your team members' faces. Not to mention Trashboat, who is on this Lucian. He's the AD carry. He's a lot of their consistent damage as well. So, my goodness, things here for Avant Garde Redemption are looking very scary, especially when they get their teamfight focus down. They've had a look at what their sort of keys to victory in a teamfight are, and it hasn't worked even though they've succeeded in what they wanted.
Yeah, and it might be a case of that the early game went so far in the Curse's favor, although the Avant Garde are getting the picks here, it's just not enough. Able to take Aerie nearly completely out of that fight before anything even happened, but the saving ultimate coming out of Keen, and maybe as Squiggle gets caught in the jungle. Yeah,
Squiggle might be in a lot of trouble here. The Aqua Prison does come down, but it's only going to be to try and get Shelby a little bit more movement speed here. And Psyker has come around as well, so just need to be a little bit careful. Colo is a little bit far away here from this one. It's Psyker, almost gets jumped on. We've got the extended leap here, but Psyker taking so much damage. Trashboat picks up that kill as well. This Lucian going massive here. 2 games in a row. The Repel coming down here on the side of Profound, but it's not going to be enough. Tidal Wave comes through. He gets knocked up in the air. The culling going to cull down Profound there now as well, as Curse now shift their vision over here to this top lane outer turret as Squiggle. Shelby just so aggro this game.
Just going solo onto the support of Avant Garde, and they need to get the heck out of there, as we see Nex also getting caught.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruined King now being popped onto Nex as well. He has used that in response. We've got Keen going to be doing so much damage, and Colo just empowering Nex's face off here on this Shyvana, unable to stand up to this massive amounts of damage.
And Curse have started to take complete control of this game. Now put the foot down, 20 to the 10 kills, as the Super Mega Death Rocket comes out just to try and stop this push. And looks like Curse might have overstayed.
Yeah, Ebb and Flow doing a nice bit of work there, making sure that... Oh, there it is, though. Spoil getting excited after taking down Aerie. Aerie seems to be the sacrificial lamb every single time they fight and disengage here on the side of Curse, but that is going to actually work out in their favor. I mean, they are going to be able to get out of here safely. I assume Trashboat almost walked the wrong direction, and Caster's Curse almost got me on that front, but it's going to be Avant Garde Redemption. Still playing it safe. They don't want to be overextending too far. Shelby now has been discovered here in the jungle. Profound does have a few options here in this Cocoon, but Avant Garde Redemption has made their way around. The Cocoon used at exactly the right time, but the leap is going to be there, and Shelby just going to pop that last tick of his ultimate and get the heck out of dodge. He just knows exactly how far he can go on this game.
Yeah, and he just wants to fight at this point of the game, recognizing that he's so strong on this Kha'Zix. Psyker having to dash away from Boat. Boat's cullings have been on point this game.
So good.
He hit every single part of that culling in the top lane to take, I think it was, as there's another culling coming out. Just Boat trying to defend 1v5 these pink wards against the whole of the team. They do send Colo into that bottom lane. He's now picked up his Triforce. He's getting even stronger on Jax, 2-0 on 5. As you said, Aerie a little bit of a sacrificial lamb in this game, but that's the only downside on the side of
Always
Curse.
gets his tidal waves off first, though, which is what you really have to take note of.
Yeah, able to influence the team fight still. Looks like they will be going for this dragon again, rotating across the map. Next, just having to go back. He does have his teleport up. It will be interesting to see if Avant Garde wants to fight this time.
Yeah, both teams having a bit of vision each on this Baron as well, so not necessarily needing to focus that area as far as getting the vision down is concerned. And we're going to have just Curse taking a free dragon, reconsolidating their efforts. Keen now maybe caught out a little bit. The Cocoon doesn't land, neither do the chains, and Keen just going to wander away. Oh, Psyker actually flashing through. The intervention coming down on top of Keen, and this is going to be where Curse turns it around. Absolute Zero has been popped. Super Mega Death Rocket there as well. Colo now right in amongst everything, but he's still alive. Shelby in the backline. No mana though on that champion, so he's not going to be able to do very much. The first blood here for Curse is going to be Profound, followed almost immediately by Scribble. It's already a triple kill here for Keen. Psyker now going to be the next one to go down. Boat picks that one up. 4 kills for 2 here in favor of Curse, and Avant Garde Redemption just melted in that fight.
This Kayle is absolutely massive, doing so much work. Keen coming up huge for his team. Not having to burn the intervention at the first part of the fight on Colo was massive. He came out with absolutely no health and was able to go back in and get a 4-man stun, allowing so much damage to come across the team as Curse pick up the first inhibitor turret of the game and look to make it as the first inhibitor, and Nex is caught again.
Yeah, nice Aqua Prison coming through from Aerie there as well. Look to see Aerie probably try and turn around here. Sacrifice himself for his team. Isn't going to need to at this stage, and it was a little bit worrying there for Curse just because Shelby didn't have any mana at all to do anything in that fight. but he managed to get his passive off on enough people, get enough people slowed down and caught, and he does enough damage himself with that Hex Drinker and, of course, that Lizard Elder. They are going to be able to get this one worked out. Oh, unfortunately, Avant-Garde Redemption didn't really know when that Dragon was up, and they let Curse get that one a little bit earlier on. So they do have a pink ore down there now, so they are going to know when it does come back. But Inhibitor down here for Curse, and it's happening again here.
Yeah, and it looks like Colo is going to be able to 1v1 next here as well.
Oh, he saves the leap as well, can follow after that Dragon's Descent. Oh, wow! Flashing just before that Empower comes out. That was so close.
And so scary on the side of Avant-Garde. As I said, Nex is probably the most fed person on their team, with maybe the exception of Spoil, who is having quite a nice game on Jinx, 5-3 and 5. The reason that they're putting so much pressure on this Baron area is because Kayle and Jax do so much Baron damage. If Avant-Garde leave this uncontested for a couple of minutes, that Baron will disappear. So Colo able to split push in the bottom lane for his side. Obviously, that teleport still is available and easily able to 1v1 Nex, as we saw in the last little scuffle these two had. Although Nex has now picked up his Randuin's Omen. But just look for, as soon as there's no vision control, for Curse to turn onto the Baron, as we're seeing right now.
Yeah, so we've got Curse turning their eyes over to this Baron. It is going to be going down relatively quickly. Only 3 members on it at this stage. And Squiggle does have his flash available, can use that consume in order to try and steal this one away with Profound as well, and it is enough to deter Curse from continuing this Baron.
Yeah, well, some of Curse, Shelby and Boat look like they still want to do it. They very confident they have this fight, and we see Shelby go in.
Oh, there's the Counter-Strike coming in as well. Squiggle now has been caught out there a little bit. Randuin's on 3 members here of Avant-Garde Redemption. Amazing Tidal Wave, make sure that it gets all of the members slowed down and knocked up. Avant-Garde actually going to be able to pick up the first kill, though. It's going to be Colo going down, but the health bars are so low on Avant's side. Look at Profound, look at Nex, flashing red, not to mention Squiggle, and still managing to pick up 1 kill in favor of none.
So, great fight there from AVR, able to come out ahead, but you have to worry with Shelby on the hunt now. Profound not long for this world. They're also pinging out Nex in that brush, so looks like they might be able to go up on a little bit of cleanup duty.
Oh, that was a brilliant piercing light.
Nice piercing light out from Boat there. They're going to turn around straight away onto this Baron, and as I said, there is so much Baron damage on this team.
Yeah, as we can see, the update here of Keen's items is going to be a Rabadon's Death Cat, that Nationals Tooth, and of course the Hurricane, so much attack speed and ability power here. Eri taking a lot of damage from the Baron, as well as a little bit of support coming out on the side. Oh, Boat's now turned it around onto Spoil. He gets just taken out instantly. There is no way that he can stand up here. Shelby likes his chances against Psyker as well, and that's always a scary prospect when a LeBlanc has to run away from a jungle Kha'Zix here who's at a 3rd health.
Yeah, and Curse able to pick up that Baron, able to pick up another kill from Boat, just soloing out the AD carry counterpart on the side of Spoil, just with this Trinity Force, Bloodthirster, and Last Whisper.
Look at Boat now. He's 10, 2, and 13. This Lucian is gigantic.
Just coming up massive, and as we said, his Cullings were doing so much damage. Now look for everything to just do damage out of this carry.
Everything's doing so much damage.
He's just hitting so hard, and the 2 items have been picked up from Jax. So he's going to be an absolute monster in this bottom lane, and we've seen how relentless Colo is in his split pushing.
Yeah, he's just more than happy. As we can see, he actually sacrificed his team last game so that he could push on an Ender turret in the bottom lane. Inhibitor has respawned now from Avant-Garde Redemption, so a little bit of pressure has been relieved from those guys, but the Baron buff is still spinning around Curse. They've got Colo here pushing up all the waves, and I think that Curse is just going to be able to pressure down this open Inhibitor, take that one for free, and then turn their attention to the next target, the next objective.
And there's a 13,000 gold lead.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even
At
notice.
only 30 minutes into the game, so massive gold lead on the side of Curse. They can go to a 1-3-1 split push, because I don't frankly think that anyone on the map can contend with this Kayle at the moment. Able to pick up that top turret completely uncontested. Now it's up to Avant-Garde to see whether they can stave off the fight in the top lane, although Colo hasn't got his teleport, so this might be a little bit risky on the side of Curse if Colo gets spotted in that bottom lane.
Curse might actually be baiting it out because they like their chances 4v5 here as well. Oh, Psyker actually using that Mimic to try and get in, but he gets blown up straight away. Super Mega Death Thrower comes through, but Shelby from the back is disrupting everything. Nex is not going to be able to tank this one up. Neither's Profound. Both of them getting completely taken out. Meanwhile, Shelby able to do every bit of work in the backline, bouncing around these fights. They are going to be able to win the game here. Curse with such dominating fashion, taking out Game 2 here against Avant-Garde Redemption, and they're through. They're going to Perth for Supernova and their chance to go to the wildcard.
Yeah, and they want another crack at an immunity. 2 very decisive games coming out of Curse.
Yeah.
You're exactly right, baiting out that last team fight. 4v5 coming up, absolutely huge and doing so much damage.
That was brutal. Seeing all of those auto attacks just swinging through from Keen was just monstrous. You saw Nex was melting, and as was Profound, the tanky members of Avant-Garde Redemption.
But it's just so hard to come up with a weak link in this Curse lineup. Airy is brilliant.
Yeah.
Boat just had 2 fantastic games. Keen is the star in the mid lane, of course. But then you have Colo and Shelby, who disrupt the team so much.
Yeah.
Flawless play from the Curse side.
Yeah, it's been really I actually cannot pick a moment there when Curse did something that was necessarily really bad. I mean, there was Shelby jumping into a few snares here and there that was a little bit interesting, but that only helped to distract and make sure that Curse had the opportunity to re-engage.
And as I said, so many bans thrown at Keen for him to just get that KO.
Yeah.
And it just falls into their playstyle so well. It allows Colo and Shelby to overextend as far as they want. As long as they're in range of that intervention, they're not going to die.
Yeah, it's fine. And the end-up score here for Boat was 12, 2, and 14. That was one of the most impressive Lucian scores that we've seen, of course. Now, still, as if we continue on the weekend going undefeated, as we do have a replay here of Airy getting possibly caught out, and this is the monstrous team fight.
Yeah, so this is where Airy gets caught out, and AVR think, wow, this is our chance. We need to come up massive in this team fight. But what we see is Shelby once again engaging onto the team. King gets a little bit caught, has to blow his ultimate, I think, here. But then Colo comes in, able to get a massive stun for his team, locking up 3 people. And the amount of splash damage coming out of Keen at this part of the game is huge. Able to pick up so many kills for his team and influence the whole game.
Yeah.
I don't think you can ban that guy out.
No, I don't think you can. It's just, well, we've seen it. That was 3 mid-bans that came through, and Keen was able to play whatever the heck he wants, and my goodness, it's just been really, really impressive play from Curse completely. And as you said, those cullings, man, that in that particular replay, that culling was just perfect.
Yeah, Boat came up huge for his team. Little bit of an unsung hero because he's off camera a lot, just shooting backwards in style.
Exactly.
But 12, 2, and 14, we said. We can't forget about AVR. They had a couple of very, very good games in there as well. Profound in jungle particularly played a very good tournament. Psyker, of course, on his Ziggs, had a bad series this time round. Was thrown out of his comfort zone a little bit, but also had a very, very respectable play as well.
Yeah, and he's up against Keen as well, who is arguably one of the better mid lanes here in Oceania. So things are very, very difficult for Psyker from the word go, just based on the proficiency of his lane opponent. But he didn't manage to get his comfortable picks either, which makes things increasingly difficult again. So unfortunate for Avant-Garde Redemption, but I can imagine they are going to be back for the next time we do have a tournament here as well. So that's not the last we are going to see of those guys, but it's going to be, of course, Curse heading through to Supernova in Perth, and potentially to Cologne, Germany as well for that wildcard tournament, if they manage to take it off Immunity or Avant-Garde Ascension, or perhaps one of NV or YSSC, who are going to be coming up next. After this break, we're going to have the match between NV and your Soul Shell Chuffer, and it might actually go for upwards of 6 hours. So everyone get incredibly excited for that. We'll see you very, very soon.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Remember, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game with the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer. Life comes to games like never before.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. I'm, of course, Atlas, joined by Spawn, and we are here for our next matchup. This is going to be Your Soul Shall Chuffer taking on Team NV. And when these guys last met, this is, of course, a rematch of their Round of 8 matchup that did happen earlier on. And last time they met, it was Your Soul Shall Chuffer taking out 2-0, but it was as far from easy as you can possibly get.
Yeah, if you guys missed those games, go back and watch them. Any games of the tournament, they were the two best so far.
Maybe in fast forward.
So
if you've got
close. Yeah, watch the last 20 minutes, maybe. Because they went for a long time. So if you haven't got comfortable already, prepare yourself, because we might be in for an epic series.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to it potentially being an epic series. If this is 3 70-minute games, I'm going to be incredibly excited. Possibly unable to speak by the end, but definitely excited. And it's having players like Little Cutie Cheese, whose name is as fun to say as he is to watch play, just because he's so incredibly aggressive. Denian as well, incredibly aggressive, up against the likes of Heaven's Curse, who is almost a household League of Legends name for anyone who does play League here in Oceania, because he's just a monster in that mid lane. Of course, originally playing for Team Immunity and was over in the wildcard tournament that they are now fighting for a spot in, potentially, in Cologne, Germany last year.
Yeah, and these two teams are so evenly matched.
Yeah.
Like, as you said, you have Little Cutie Cheese on one side, such a dynamic player, plays that Ziggs, plays the Swains. Then you got the farming machine on the side of Heavens. You have Jack Attack, that consistent top laner, of course, loves that Jax. And then you have Intrepid, just the big, beefy top laner from the side of Team NV. The roster swap that came out of NV, of course, BMA now on jungle, matched so well by Zahi. And the bottom lanes, First Mate and Mattress versus Denian and Flying Dew. Two very, very, just versatile support players, you would have to say. Yeah. And such aggression that can come out of this bot lane when they want to.
Yeah, and as the bans are coming through, Cassidy being taken away, as it generally does from our red side, but it's going to be Kayle and Jax being taken off the field as well. So Little Q Cheese not going to have that Kayle, and Jax definitely taken away from Jack Attack. That almost has to happen.
Yeah, he's just so confident on that champion, and you don't want people in these long games, potentially, playing something they're comfortable on. You want to throw them out of that zone. We see Little Cutie Cheese actually taking the Ziggs off the board, respecting Heaven's farm, potentially, and how annoying it is to play against this Ziggs with the stall potential that can come out.
Yeah, and not comfortable to pick that Ziggs early on, just because he knows that Heavens plays almost every champion in the game.
We even saw him play Cassio.
Yeah, and confidently as well. And they won that game, and there were some amazing petrifying gazes, and it was just a really, really good game to watch. Not with silly things going on. And Swain going to be taken off as well. So almost every one of Little Cutie Cheese's champions, he's gone.
Yeah, although he does play that Orianna that we see quite frequently. His Swain is so... That's not a pick. As we both screw our faces up.
Yeah, I got excited.
I thought that was actually a lock in there for a second. I was very excited. Talking about Little Cutie Swain, I don't think we'll see it for the rest of the tournament, just because of how much damage this big bird can put out. And Little Cutie Cheese, being one of the only Swain players, knows better than anyone how much damage he does. Able to flash into these fights, do so much surprise damage, particularly with that E, just not worth even trying to play against it in the mid lane at this point.
Yeah, I think it's really, really intelligent that they take it off the field, as well as the comfort factor as well. So you've got Little Cutie Cheese just really happy to do whatever he wants. But the Lucian has been first pick here, and I love that. I think that's the most intelligent idea that NV have ever had, because Denian is a monster, and Lucian can't lose.
Yeah, well, Lucian hasn't lost so far.
He hasn't. So
yeah, we've seen Denian play it to great effect. He played it in the first game. But played it in both games, I think, against Team NV. Able to help his team stall out with that culling, come up with so much damage. On the side of YSC, we do see that Flying Dew will have his Thresh. Yeah. Favors that champion greatly. Loves to get on it. And it looks like Little Cutie Cheese might be taking Lulu into the mid lane. Although we have seen some top lane Lulus as well.
Yeah, it could be, of course, Jack Attack taking that Lulu into the top lane. In fact, Lulu could possibly be jungling. I think that's in the champion spotlight as well. Lulu is just so enigmatic as far as that pick order is concerned, so you can never really call it. And having Flying Dew pick away that Thresh is really, really smart. Does now give NV a little bit more choice as far as their pickups here. They are hovering over things like Singe, so really making use of it. You know?
Just making use of all of their pick time. I would be surprised if they went past Shyvana here. I think it will be the Lee Sin and the Shyvana pickup, of course. very, very heavy dive coming out of both champions. BMA loves to set up team fights with that insec initiation, and we saw Intrepid not troubled by Jack Attack whatsoever in these games when he is on that Shyvana, just so tanky running around these team
Yeah,
fights.
that was against the Jax though, and this does give Jack Attack the ability to pick up his Trundle, which he's also favored relatively a fair bit in the past, and is considered a semi-counter there with that pillar being able to stop the Dragon's Descent and the Subjugate just being so good. Once you're in that Dragon form, you can just suck away all of those sweet statistics there from that Shyvana. BMA going to be locking in his Lee Sin as well, so as you said, so smart, because he looked so strong on that Lee Sin the last time these two teams met.
He just looks extremely comfortable. And
Yeah.
with Elise, Lee Sin, and Kha'Zix all being up, he had his pick of the junglers. But why not go back to something that you've played so often and that you just have, as I said, extreme comfort on? Intrepid on this Shyvana does go pure tank. And actually looks like Little Cutie Cheese might be hovering over the Nidalee, which means that Jack Attack will be taking that Lulu into the top lane. We have seen that early game, Lulu can give a little bit of a headache to the likes of Shyvana, and Denian picking up this Twitch, that's so smart. I was going to say, if they are going with the Lulu top lane, they're lacking a little bit of damage and a little bit of disruption. Twitch brings both. That stealth means he can be anywhere on the map. The ability to 1v1 particularly is extremely high, and I just think very, very smart picks coming out of the side of YSSE at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them to sort of disengage as effectively, though. Just they don't really have that big tank in order to soak damage as well. So we'll see what they do pick in the jungle in order to round this out. I mean, I guess they do have, of course, the Lulu, who does offer a lot of utility. And, of course, Zahi with that box is going to help. But I'm a little bit frightened on that front. And LeBlanc has got through here for Heaven's Curse as well.
Yeah, so Heavens is going to be picking up LeBlanc. We also have Mattress hovering over Leona. He was brilliant on Leona.
Yeah.
Had a fantastic first game against YSSE. In regards to the disengage, I think that Thresh Lulu is potentially enough if Jack Attack is comfortable with his Glitter Lancers. Glitter Lance going across the whole team, because the slow scales with that AP is so annoying, and the speed up that can come out of these champions with the pounce, with Twitch's stealth, I think that they will be able to kite back quite effectively. I think they do have trouble, though, hitting turrets. Look for Jack Attack to even possibly have to go a Lich Bane, because Twitch is notorious for badly sieging turrets, and with so much pick potential coming out of the side of Team MV, if they stick around for a little bit too long, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and it's almost like the Rat-a-tat-tat's going to be used to hit a turret from Denian, which is going to be very, very scary, just based on the fact that he doesn't have a lot of range, and when you're up against this sort of really scary lineup that can really just jump into your face at any point, that Solar Flare is just so terrifying. Yeah. It's really scary.
So the reasoning behind picking Thresh with the Twitch is that Twitch acts as your only escape, as Twitch doesn't have any of those dashes. Look for him and Flying Judah actually be in different parts of the team fight. Yeah, so if the Solar Flare goes down, he can, of course, lantern himself around the team fight and use that to reposition. That's why I like the Thresh pickup. Of course, the last pickup is, for YSSE is going to be that Kha'Zix. We saw how powerful that can be in the jungle. So good all-rounded compositions at the start of the game, but you have to think that Team NV have gone for a heavy engage comp because they don't want these games to grind out again.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to get to that position where they can't start this fight against YSC and just get sort of outlasted here in these games, which is what happened the last time these two teams met. And as you can see, there's just so many just high contention picks on the side of MV. It's just a solid all-round lineup here with the likes of LeBlanc and Shyvana, and of course Leona and they've got the Lucian, so how can they lose, basically? Yeah. I think CMS actually lost one game last week with a Lucian.
Basic rule of statistics, get rid of the top, get rid of the bottom. Everything in the middle counts. So we'll still give
100% in the middle.
Yeah, 100% in the middle.
As far as the bell curve is concerned,
so
definitely
bell curve
100%.
safe. Don't worry about that, guys. On the side, you spoke about it a little bit. Heavens and Mattress with this LeBlanc-Leona combination are going to provide so much pick potential in the mid-game. If someone from YSC gets caught by themselves, they will get exploded because of how much damage comes off the Sunlight passive and the amount of lockdown that these two characters bring by themselves without even taking in the Lee Sin, how much damage First Mate's going to be doing, and of course just how tanky Intrepid's going to be on this Shyvana.
Yeah, and it's also going to work out a little bit interestingly just because Nidalee generally wants to be sieging as much as possible, but as we noted before, it's going to be really difficult for YSC to siege. So what is Little Cutie Cheese going to be trying to do when he doesn't necessarily have that sort of standard option on the table?
I think there will be a lot of back and forward action in the mid lane if YSC get their way. They'll be looking to pretend to engage, disengage, disrupt a lot of things, maybe land a couple of key spears from Little Cutie Cheese, and get Denny in on a flank. If you can get the team running with Glitter Lancers going across and maybe flying Ju and Zahi disrupting the middle of the team fight, Denny can get a good flank and get a lot of damage across with that rat-a-tat-tat. And the movement speed and resets that comes out of the side on YSC, if they start winning fights, they're just going to be able to chase the enemy team down.
Yeah, and that Zahi on that Kha'Zix as well is going to mean that that's a lot easier once he does hit that level 11 point as well. So that's going to be really, really exciting, and I'm really interested to see whether YSC can take it to NV in the early games, because we saw that they really could not do anything against them in the earlier stages in the last time we saw them.
Yeah, well, pre-30 minutes, NV looked like they well and truly had YSC's number. I think in the last game, they had a 20,000 gold lead, even when they lost the game, Team NV, that is.
Yep.
So, of course, YSC took the point to the game where gold became irrelevant. Everyone was on 6 items. But that just shows how much control Team NV had around the map.
Yeah.
And particularly their early turret sieges, they were able to pick up objective after objective without any response coming through from YSC.
Yeah, and in that last game, or was it the second last game, there was at least one game where the Ziggs was available here for Little Cutie Cheese, and he picked up the Orianna as well. So incredible amounts of wave clear. They do not have that wave clear this game.
Yeah, with the Lucian taken off the board and the Nidalee being picked up, we normally say that if you're going to pick Nidalee, you have to pick Lucian first because of the amount of wave clear he offers as an AD carry. Of course, that's not going to be coming out of Twitch. Perhaps a Static Shiv being picked up. Jack Attack will be able to help out with wave clear, but someone's going to have to match the split push from Intrepid. And you would hate for that having to be your Twitch just because of the amount of team fight control you lose if that is the case.
Yeah, especially with the Venomous Cast coming through and the rat-a-tat-tat that we've spoken about so often for basically being the majority of damage here for YSC.
Yeah, so YSC have a lot of poke damage, a lot of disruption, but they're relying on Denian heavily for damage. I think that that's really the key to the fight here. It's going to be whether Heavens can get onto Denian and blow him up. Of course, that Twitch is just so annoying.
Yeah.
If it's one of those things that LeBlanc can blow you up, but if you get your stealth off at the right part of the team fight, LeBlanc's kind of stuck in the middle of your team searching for you. So it's one of those matchups that can go either way. It is a little bit of a skill matchup, but look for them to really, as I said, attack the Twitch. And I'm looking for a lot of jungle pressure to come out in the bottom lane just because of how aggressive I think First Mate and Mattress will be.
Yeah, and it's so intelligent for BMA to pick up this Lee Sin in that case as well, just because Lee Sin does offer so much early pressure. This is where I was going to go with next with my questioning. It was going to be the Kha'Zix versus the Lee Sin as far as getting their teams ahead at relative points in the game. And I think that BMA on this Lee Sin is going to have a lot of potential early on.
Yeah, Lee Sin level 1, 2, 3 is probably the strongest jungler in the game. Defending his jungle and counter jungling, because of the couple of hits that Kha'Zix took, of course, he's not to the point where he's been taken completely out of viability yet, but he's a little bit weaker in these patches. And of course, the mobility of Lee Sin early game, with that safeguard, with, of course, the Sonic resonating strike, able to get around the map a lot quicker. He just puts out a lot of pressure. And particularly with a Twitch where your only escape is to stealth away, Lee Sin is so annoying with his E. He, of course, reveals you and slows you down, that it's at times difficult to be able to navigate Lee Sin ganks with Twitch.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. Not to mention the fact that this is going to be potentially another Sightstone builder. So if we do get to this epic 6-item stage, that could be another set of wards being available here for Team NV. And they want to be able to know where everyone is. They want to see Denian approaching another lane so that they can engage without having that Twitch as a threat.
Yeah, well, on both sides, they need to know where everyone is. They have a pick comp, so they want to be able to catch people by themselves. And then they don't want to get flanked. And of course, Twitch only has a limited stealth time, quite low at earlier ranks. You, of course, don't max that first. So having the extra wards out will be able to prevent that and hopefully be able to get picks on the side of NV.
Yeah, so we'll see whether Denian does manage to do that. As we see, the top lane is going to be interesting, and I think that it's only going to be so long that Jack Attack's going to have control over that lane against this Shyvana as Intrepid's playing.
Yeah, well, we said that Jack Attack probably has the advantage early game. Of course, the melee versus ranged is extremely annoying. As we are about to jump into the game, guys, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Remember, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Welcome back, everyone. We are, of course, into Game 1 between Envy and your Soul Shell Chuffer. Of course, Envy picking up our blue side. Red side going to be YSC, and we'll see what does happen in the earlier stages of this particular game. Do you think there's going to be any interesting level 1 action here, Spawn?
Well, I didn't think there was going to be, and then all of YSC has run to the top side of their jungle, so potentially looking for a late invade with the hook that comes out of Thresh. Potentially dangerous. I think they've been spotted out here, however, by Heavens in that mid-brush. And now another ward, so they know exactly where YSC are, and they might be collapsed down here.
Yeah, we'll see whether anything does come of it. Of course, the bottom lane here for NV are in the bottom lane, as they generally would be. They're going to wander over a ward here, YSC, so as you said, definitely their number has been got, and Intrepid does get forced out of this top lane just a little bit. So YSC, buddy system working pretty hard here.
Yeah, just wandering around the jungle, able to get down some great early wards, potentially looking for this lane swap because they have put a ward in the middle of the lane. Unfortunately, it was too close to a turret, I think, so it has been picked up by Intrepid, but it looks like they will be starting top side of the jungle, and they will be avoiding this kill lane of Mattress and First Mate on Lucian and, of course, Leona.
Yeah, so getting that lane swap that YSC obviously want as well, which is very, very important for those guys. Cutie Cheese just throwing up some artifacts here on our screen, as we are going to have the buffs about to spawn. It's going to be sort of identical starts here, red and blue for both teams here in the jungle. And they are going to end up towards the top side of the map once those buffs are gone. So no late invade interestingness. And,
and it looks like YSC are going for a standard lane. So just wanting to get some deep wards out, it looks like both junglers will be doing their side of the lanes. Jack Attack is, of course, caught jungling here whilst he's left Intrepid to be able to push his lane. Has had to blow his teleport to get up into that lane. So maybe a little bit of miscommunication out of YSC there. Because
unless
that
he wanted like a little bit of a experience advantage from the jungle or something?
Potentially. Maybe they were expecting a lane swap, but what it does do is it ensures an Intrepid can push up this lane, ignore the harass, and get an early first buy, potentially pick up boots or maybe even just some potions, and he's going to be much safer in this lane, which could have been a frustrating lane.
Yeah, so we'll see whether Jack Attack can add a little bit of pressure. As you can see, he does manage to just get level 2. He's going to have help picks in order to try and throw down that little fairy on top of this Dragon Lady's head, which is going to be very, very handy. Danny is going to be last hitting under this turret quite effectively as well. Nice little relic shield here for Flying Dew in order to last hit a lot of these creeps for his AD carry as well. So, Zenith Blade just missing here as well at the notorious level 2 stage for this Leona. Just so, so strong. And look to see that one when it comes off cooldown being thrown out again, and Envy trying to put their stamp on this game.
Oh, as we see, little Cutie Cheese getting a little bit of attention from BMA in that jungle. It looks like Kha'Zix is very content to just farm up. Of course, Kha'Zix expending a lot of mana in that jungle, but if he just focuses on farming, is extremely quick. That execution damage on his Q does so much damage. Of course, the bonus damage when he's isolated as well. As we see Mattress and First Mate pushing very heavily in this early game. And Jack Attack has got control of this top lane back, so he has been fine in the long run. That teleport didn't really cost him much. It's going to be back off cooldown quite soon.
Yeah, so thankfully, he's going to be okay up here, and Intrepid not actually being able to head back yet. Jack Attack having a little bit of a lead here in that CS as well. And we've got counter jungling coming through from Zahi. And I really like that. It's like he's bringing what he takes from his Wukong games to Kha'Zix. He's just like, no, I'm going to get to level 6. It's fine. I'm not going to gank.
But it looks like
although
he has
he's in the
gone in for a
bottom lane,
gank.
before I say anything, we've got Mattress actually using that Zenith Blade really intelligently to get away and Zahi taking a lot of damage in response.
Yeah, heaps of damage going down onto Zahi, although it does zone them off a few creeps. So all in all, a good pressure gank coming out of the Kha'Zix. He's going to be fine going back into this jungle to farm. Of course, able to clear camps relatively quickly. Intelligently, BMA does head into the top side of the jungle, able to take away these camps and just keep an eye on this mid lane, which can be such a... if LeBlanc gets enough harass down, that lane is so dangerous for the Nidalee.
Oh yeah, it's so hard to stay there, and of course Nidalee sort of notorious for losing almost every single matchup that she's in straight up in the 1 through 6 stage if she can't land an incredible amount of spears. As you can see, Heavens now putting the pressure down. And another thing as well is BMA really wants to get Heavens fed, because Heavens is the superstar player on this MV line.
Yeah, you want to get Heavens going, as we see again coming in on Jack Attack, able to get away from BMA there. We saw interesting, Heavens actually put 2 points into his Q. That's to reduce the cooldown a little bit for harass purposes. And then you start maxing your W in LeBlanc. So that's the build that we see, the item pathing, we see most often come out of LeBlanc. It would be interesting to see actually whether Little Cutie Cheese is maxing his E or his Q first. Because E, of course, gives that attack speed and the heal, able to stay in lane even for longer. Especially against a harass-heavy champion like a LeBlanc, it takes a lot of the kill potential out of the lane, but it also means that you give up a lot of the kill potential with your spears not being maxed.
Yeah, that is true. As we've got Zahi coming in for another gank here in this bottom lane. See whether he is going to be able to find anything there. As we can see, he has actually made it down here. Nothing going to come from that one either.
So it looks like Zahi just trying to get rid of some of the kill potential as Heavens goes really big in the mid lane.
Yeah, as hit level 6, does have that Mimic. Oh, we do have the barrier being forced out here by Little Cutie Cheese, and he is going to be alive. But as you said, now that he's low, it's going to be very easy for Heavens to burst him down. And the Ignite wasn't actually popped.
That's exactly what I was going to say, particularly with Ignite not having to be blown as very, very good reaction time from this Nidalee, being able to dodge out of that distortion. Great moves there. Maybe look for Zahi to give it some attention to this mid lane now, because if he does not, then this lane, if Heavens picks up a kill and pushes this wave into the turret, Heavens is going back. So Little Cutie Cheese doesn't have to worry about it, and it looks like he has put some extra points into his E. 2 points there at the moment, just ensuring that he can keep himself healthy in that lane, because you really need that farm on Nidalee, and he's doing a great job of farming.
Ooh, Flying Jew just missing that hook there as well. So yeah, really commendable effort here from Little Cutie Cheese to stay up against Heavens. And is actually ahead in CS as well. So 7 creeps up on this LeBlanc coming out of Heaven's Curse as well. So and Nidalee having a brilliant game. And this is Nidalee, someone who doesn't necessarily win lane too easily. Yeah,
not able to win the lane, but just causing a farm fest, which I think actually goes in favor of the Nidalee, going to be more and more scary as it goes into the late game, particularly if they can keep ward coverage up. There's a 10 CS advantage in the side of Lulu in the top lane. However, Intrepid has gone back now and picked up that Negatron cloak. I was watching Soaz talk about his Lulu top lane build, and he actually doesn't favor the Chalice in that lane. He thinks that Morello Nomicon brings much more out for your team, particularly with heal being popular in the meta.
Yeah, and of course the Spectre's Cowl as well.
Yeah, and the Spectre's Cowl. So you want to be able to get that debuff across the whole team with your Glitter Lance, because as Lulu, you don't want the game going super late. You want to be able to impact these mid-game team fights as Jack Attack gets pushed out of lane a little bit. And Morello Nomicon lends itself so much better to that than what the Chalice does.
Yeah. No, that's very, very interesting. It's something that I hadn't actually thought of as well. So intelligent build path there from Soaz. Unfortunately, it's going to be Jack Attack picking up that Chalice this time. Wanted to get that extra cooldown reduction that the Themes on Holy Grail is going to give you. But as you can see, Intrepid has managed to put his stamp back on this lane.
Oh, as so much damage comes out of Heavens in this mid lane. Now with blue buff, Little Cutie Cheese will be able to sustain through it, but evening out that CS after a quick 10 CS lead was grabbed by Little Cutie Cheese. Jack Attack is pushing this lane continually into the top lane, trying to harass Intrepid underneath the turret. Potentially look for Jack Attack to pick up a couple of more Doran's rings, just so he feels a little bit safer in this.
Yeah, he looks very squishy.
Yeah, he looks extremely squishy, and you don't really want to go an item, a health item on Lulu, particularly this early in the game. As we see once again, some more aggression coming out of Heavens, but Little Cutie Cheese has done a great job of turning this into a farm lane.
Yeah, he is going to get caught up by the Ethereal Chains there. There's this distortion as well, and it's going to be Heavens just popping back and just saying, "Little Cute Cheese, buddy, it's going to be very hard for you to stick around here, even with your heal."
Yeah, and we have BMA, sorry, sneaking into
Same
this
person,
bottom
yeah.
lane. Sneaking into the bottom lane, so potentially a Lee Sin gang coming in here. Once again, all aggression has been negated from this game by YSC. They're really happy to farm this out, and I feel that the kill lanes from NV haven't really paid off so far.
Yeah, it seems to be the story of NV's life. I mean, YSC's life, isn't it? Just we're happy to farm this out until Super late game. Unfortunately, it didn't work out against Avant-Garde Ascension when they did meet up, but that did go to a 3-game series and was very, very close. Heavens takes a nice spear. Oh, nice dodge from Little Cutie Cheese as well. Of everything, nothing gonna land. 2 members of NV just unable to pick up anything from that.
And this is now NV's chance. Jack Attacks had to recall and blow his teleport. Intrepid still got his up, and he could potentially base now and force a dragon. I think that NV really need to, with their late game focus composition, with so much burst potential out of Lucian and the LeBlanc, look for an advantage at this point of the game. Although it looks like Jack Attack is just going to shove this lane back out straight away. So potentially Intrepid is going to miss this opportunity and have to teleport back top lane. So it looks like more farming will be coming out of the team.
More farming, yes!
And just, it's quite even across the board. YSC have a 600 gold lead purely from Jack Attack in this top lane, being able to out-farm Shyvana. But of course, Shyvana just scales so well into the late game, so you can't even really call that a lead.
No, you can't. And one thing I'd like to mention, though, on the side of YSC, look at the pink wards that they've got throughout this river as well. I mean, their vision control is fantastic. Has a brilliant spear lands from Little Cutie Cheese there in the mid lane. Only has a Doran's Ring worth of damage, but still doing a fair bit now that it's got a few ranks in it, is this spear. So, nice work. Zahi is coming around as well. Does have that ultimate upgraded. Oh, Ethereal Chain's landing on a Little Cutie Cheese. Oh, Zahi was waiting for that distortion to come through, intelligently held onto there by Heavens. And he's going to be able to get the heck out of there. But Zahi, with that ultimate, now popped and unavailable in that mid lane. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for him. Ooh, Intrepid does land that E, which is doing a lot of damage now that he's ranked it as well. Yeah,
so maxing up that E, generally do that in Shyvana when you want to fight the opposition. Maybe max Burnout just for a little bit of more wave clear. He might even be able to proxy farm this, because Jack Attack is repetitively pushing this lane into his turret, and it's costing him a little bit of farm. And also his turret's taking unnecessary damage. If he had been dirty farming this, it would pull the jungler top. Oh, as Heavens tries to clear out the wave and just does so much damage to Little Cutie Cheese. What dirty farming does on Shyvana, of course, that's farming in between the turrets, just allows him to rotate for objectives that little bit quicker than Lulu, and Lulu's too squishy at this point of the game to replicate the feat.
Yeah, it also means that Jack Attack is forced to either fight the Shyvana or get the experience from his creeps that are going to be dying to the turret potentially as well. So Intrepid sort of forcing the win-win situation.
So actually, Jack Attack hasn't been able to do that much damage to his top lane turret. Once again, Intrepid just trying to chase him out of this lane. Forces the Whimsy out. It looks extremely even across the whole map. The ADs have gone back and bought their first big item. Of course,
my goodness.
Twitch favouring that Blade of the Ruined King, as we see a little bit of a scuffle in the top lane, and Lucian going for that Bloodthirster, so well on their way into their build.
Yeah, that's sort of 120 CS before you go for your first back. That's a very stale early game.
Yeah, very stale early game. Not even much tower pushing coming out, as we're used to. Potentially some action in the top lane, though.
Oh, the Whimsy comes down. Awesome. So exciting. The Glitter Lance was used there just before in order to clear out that wave, so it wasn't available to slow down Intrepid on his ascent. And Teleport just about to come back up. Ooh, nice dodge away from these distortions. Little Cutie Cheese has Fingers of Fury today. He's just reacting so quickly.
Yeah, getting out of the way of all that damage LeBlanc can bring. Picking up another blue buff. Jack Attack is wisely going to walk back to his tower this time, recognizing that Dragon will be the first objective that came up. Whilst we were watching the top lane scuffle, NV got a massive win, able to take out a pink ward in the river.
Oh, yes!
So, favour NV in regards to this, just burning crucial resources, and it literally looks like both teams are happy with the farm fest.
Yeah, not a lot is happening here. It has developed a 600 gold lead here for your Soulshell Chopper, so just being able to farm a little bit more effectively with the fact that they, of course, have that Lulu with a little bit of extra farm there in the top lane. I'm actually quite unsure about why they have a little bit more money. Maybe they've been able to clear out a few more of these wards around the map as well to try and get some more farm into their back pocket. Because I don't think that Dragon has been touched as of yet, unless they snuck it out under our noses as well.
Yeah, so Dragon completely untouched this game. Jack Attack gone back and completed that Athene's Unholy Grail, so he's not going to have the mana issues that he was having before. We'll be able to continually push this in. Of course, that CDR so important for Lulu, able to get even more Glitter Lancers out, and the shields being able to mitigate more damage. Lucian now looks like he's comfortable just continually pushing this lane. However, you have to say that pushing into a Twitch that's going to scale so well into the late game may not be the smartest thing.
Yeah, it's very, very scary, and BMA has discovered that he's unable to really do anything in this bottom lane as well. Did notice that it was warded, cleared that one out with his sweeper, and Match is going to be doing the same. So Envy sort of managing to get a fair bit of vision control in this bottom side of the map. Look to see them potentially go for some sort of dragon pressure at some point, as we do have Heavens heading back to base to finish off his Deathfire Grasp, and that could be well the time to start a fight, because he's going to have that ability to take care of someone. Yeah, so Heavens looking to get action going solo. We've seen that LeBlancs tend to favor the wave clear that Athene brings at the point of the game, although with Lucian on the team, Heavens is confident that he can just bring raw damage. He's looking to delete someone off this map. Once again, just a back and forth in the top lane. I think the lane has now officially swung in Intrepid favor as we see him go aggressive and get chunked by Jack Attack. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Yeah, that Help Picks and Glitterlands combination doing a fair bit to Intrepid at this point, despite the Spectre damage. The reason I was going to say that was because with level 11, obviously Shyvana gets that second rank into her ultimate, and she brings surprising amount of damage with her base stats. However, it looks like Lulu's not having a problem at all. Heaven's going aggressive on Little Cutie Cheese, able to take him to half health. That's going to be healed up as BMA is once again in this bottom lane. Yeah, but it doesn't look like your Soulshell Chuff are in any trouble down here. Of course, Zahi is there in case the dive does come through. And Heavens, wow, half of his health with one spear at this point. It's going to be very, very scary for him if he does take another one of those to the face. Oh, Mattress so close. And this turret has taken a lot of damage, so a lot of pressure being put down by Envy on this bottom lane outer turret. But being said, it's an 1,000 gold lead here for your Soulshell Chuffer. Yeah, so coming ahead in the farm, you have to think this also favors the Kha'Zix jungle. Oh, as Heavens goes so aggressive in the mid lane. Well, pops back to his distortion as well. We do have the barrier being popped here, and the box in the bottom lane as well. All around the map, everything comes down. First blood for Denian, though. Managing to pick that one up. Rat-a-tat-tat being used, and in the mid lane, Little Cutie Cheese escapes. Yeah, so somehow Little Cutie Cheese survives. We didn't see the ending of that scuffle. Both teleports cancelled from the top laners. Looks like YSC will be able to rotate for the first dragon of the game. Potentially uncontested, however, it looks like Mattress has got a ward, and First Mate may be able to pick up a turret in response. Yeah, it is going to be that one going down. Ooh, the distortion coming through here. Would have got the silence there on the Little Cutie Cheese, but he's just been relentless in his ability to stay in this lane and just so confident against Heaven's Curse. Yeah, even with... Oh, as the blade is popped in the top lane. Sorry, that's only the Cutlass. Yeah. Oh, Flying Jew actually may be caught out here in the bottom lane. We do have Denian coming through. Has been exhausted. Blade of the Ruined King has been popped. He's popped that ambush as well. He's way up. Tries to dodge out of that piercing light. There's the heal being baited out. Denian's going to go down. Mattress picks up that kill. Might be able to follow through with a kill on Flying Jew as well. And my gosh, Denian is just so aggressive. Yeah, so Denian maybe a little bit over-aggressive in that situation. Thought that the heal was down on the side of First Mate. First Mate able to bait that kill out, pick up one for his team. So that equalizes it at 2 kills. 1 kill all, sorry. Getting a little bit ahead of myself. There's only been 2 kills in this whole game. Although it does look like they're able to pick up the turret in the bot lane, and there's only a 1k gold advantage once again on the side of YSC. Yeah, so the first objective, I almost forgot that word just because we're 20 minutes into this game and we haven't had one of those taken yet. So the first objective now being taken here on the side of Team NV, and we've got your Soulshell Chuffer now trying to find their opportunity to take something. But I think that they're not too worried about it because they've got this Twitch, they're happy to scale, and as we saw, they're just comfortable in the later game. And you have to think now that the turret's gone down, Lucian needs to look to rotate around the map. He has come to the mid lane. The reason I say that is because if you will allow this Twitch to freeze this lane and deny a farm from First Mate,
there's going to be serious repercussions in the later game there. They are able, however, to rotate to the mid lane. Fantastic rotation out of the side of Team NV, and it looks like they will be able to pick up this turret uncontested.
Yeah, all outer turrets now taken away in swift succession within about a minute. Denian now going to be able to try and take one in response here, but we are going to have First Mate coming through with that culling. Clears out the wave perfectly, and look at that, NV with complete turret control early on in this game, and that's going to spell disaster, I think, here for YSC, just because they do not have their turrets to fall back on, and it's just going to get harder and harder as this game goes on.
And this allows NV to nearly be like Immunity. They can put the wards into the jungle and start strangling YSC. As we see Intrepid going extremely aggressive in the top lane, looks like Jack Attack will be able to run away once again, turn that around a little bit with some damage. Zahi's coming in for a gank.
As is Flying Jew and Little Cutie Cheese as well. Intrepid does have that Dragon's Descent, so going to be a little bit fruitless here. I think that they were wanting Intrepid to go a little bit deeper for that kill there on Jack Attack, but intelligently backing the heck out of there.
Okay. So as I was saying, now that the outer ring of turrets has gone down, look for NV to start getting some wards out, and this Leona and LeBlanc starting to team up and look for some picks.
Yeah.
With the Deathfire Grasp and the Sorcerer's Shoes being built, there is so much damage potential out of LeBlanc, and it looks like she's stalking Denian.
Yeah, Denian does have to be incredibly careful at this stage, and Heaven's Curse just... Oh, is he going to face check Denian there in that bottom lane? It's looking very, very scary for him. Evans is still hanging around. Doesn't know that Denian's still here, but now he sees. Now he's going to be able to head down and try to do some work. There is a ward there in the back line. Oh, the teleport coming through after a brilliant solar flare, but Mattress is going to pay for it with his life. Descent's not going to be enough, and Little Cutie Cheese picking up a kill. Meanwhile, Denian in the bottom lane almost manages to go 1-for-1 with Heavens. The poison still ticking. Oh, wow. Oh, there's the flash forward from Zahi. He's going to be tanking that turret up as well. Little Cutie Cheese now trying to come back as well. The culling coming down. Flying Jew is in a lot of trouble. Nice shield coming through from Jack Attack after that teleport. The Ardent Blaze comes there as well. Heavens is back in. Not entirely sure why. Jack Attack gets slowed down a little bit as well. And it's going to be YSC doing their very best to disengage after losing 2 members, and Heavens escaping with a sliver of health.
So overall, 2-for-1. The supports go down on both sides, and of course, we saw that Denian went down a little bit earlier. This does lend itself, though, to some objective control in the mid lane on the side of YSC. Looking to force the mid turret, but unable to do so, as we said, with those low attack ranges. But the positive is we saw that first Denian was able to nearly duel Heaven. Yeah. So if he can win that 1v1, that is a massive advantage to YSC, because they don't have to be afraid of sending Denian into a lane by himself.
And as you were mentioning before as well, the static shiv being an option here for Denian as the replay does come through.
So this is Mattress just getting a little bit caught. Great solo play coming out, but this is what we were talking about. The chase from YSC is so strong with those pounces able to follow up. That's Denian getting completely erased, but doing so much damage beforehand. It goes into a massive tower dive. Zahi gets a really good leap here, but is unable to... If he had a turn around on Heavens there, he probably could have killed him, actually. First Mate comes across with the culling. It was a protracted team fight in the end, and it actually looked a little bit sloppy on the replay from YSC.
Yep.
However, good objective control coming out of NV and able to push, turn it into another push in the mid lane.
Yep, whereas still very, very even here. Flying Jew did get completely taken away from this map. Heaven's Curse just popping him with his Deathfire Grasp. Almost has that Void Star finished as well. Has a nice Sonic Wave, does land. Oh, Solar Flare landing as well. Here's the dive coming through from NV. Heavens taking out Jack Attack before anything happens. Denian now with that Spray and Pray is going to finish First Mate off. Is this going to be the turnaround here for YSC? I'm not entirely sure. That turret's still so incredibly healthy, but Heavens now on a killing spree takes away Denian. That's the majority of the damage dead.
So 4-0-0 now from Heaven's Curse, coming up absolutely massive on this LeBlanc, flashing back into that fight to take Denian off the map. Once again, it looked like YSC had the turnaround, but unfortunately Jack Attack not able to get off his ultimate there, and it cost his team massive. If he had been able to get that off the Wild Growth, he would have been so much tankier. Although it looks like YSC are going to be able to transition this into a Dragon, so gold lead is going to be practically even once again.
Yeah, so that's going to be the 100 gold, 1,000 gold swing that they're looking for. course, Zahi now trying to take this one away from Sonic Wave Rain. Oh, as BMA comes through, when that just gets reset out of nowhere, that was really frustrating for YSC.
Clutch play from BMA, able to escape with his life as well. Even further agony for YSC. We do see that the static shift has been picked up by Twitch. That's because of how much trouble they were having wave clearing. We saw how long that wave sat in the mid turret for that fight, able to juggle aggro back and forth with some champions also. So good pick up from Denny in there. However, 4-0-0, Heaven's Curse looks like he's getting to that terrifying mid game of this LeBlanc.
Yeah, and does have that Void Star finished as well. Is going to be going for that Rabadon's Death Cap. So with the Deathfire Grasp as well, is going to be so scary. That's almost the most possible damage that you can have with 3 items out of a LeBlanc, and that is not something you want to see if they're on your enemy team. That being said, Envy are going to be very happy with it.
So Envy transitioning into this mid game fantastically. Intrepid's now picked up that Blade and of course the Banshee's Veil with the double AP comp. Just such good synergy with the Banshee's Veil. Of course, blocking a critical spear is also extremely important for his team. And out of nowhere, First Mate 0, 1, and 5 has now picked up his Bloodthirster and Trinity Force. So he's looking to scale really hard into this game as well.
And a 50 CS lead as well in that lane. So just using the power of Lucian, as we've been seeing, it's a little bit magical here in Oceania. Lucian seems to be the most incredibly strong AD carry in the history of AD carries. As Envy look to be trying to go for some sort of pincer maneuver, Intrepid is positioned really nicely as Danian is trying to take away this red buff. So potentially a little bit of extra slow coming out here for YSC. But Envy now putting their pressure on. And if we see Heavens do exactly what he did last time, they're just going to be able to get a pick, start a fight, and then get another one. And that's what really won them that last engagement.
Yeah, Envy really, they do good burst damage. Like, Heavens can throw himself into the fight, get his first load of damage off, take someone off the map. First Mate can contribute with the culling, and then they can reset and then go again. So look for Mattress to be the person that pulls the trigger with the Solar Flare, as we saw under that turret, really setting up the fight for his team. Although, now Jack Attack and Little Cutie Cheese have picked up their death caps, so YSSC are stronger this time around as well, and Zahi wants to fight.
Yeah, the flash in here from Zahi, very aggressive. The leap comes through as well. Oh, really nice distortion back to his original position there by Heavens to avoid that. The box comes through here from Brian Du. There's the Solar Blade, not really doing very much at all. Zahi actually picking up the wild growth there, but he's going to go down. First Mate is huge, and that was a fantastic rat-a-tat-tat coming through from Denian. Not going to be quite enough to finish off any of these NV members, though. Denian now is going to be able to take down Jack. The Heaven's Curse gets hooked in. It's going to be the shutdown coming through from Little Cutie Cheese, and now Envy is on the run. Look at the chase coming through from Little Cutie Cheese. Oh, the flash forward into the spear is not going to find BMA, but man, that was such a clutch hook and from Flying Jew. A
back and forth team fight from YSC, able to equalize it in the end, going 2-2, picking up 2 great kills at the end of that fight onto the carries of Envy. However, you have to see how tanky Intrepid is. Started up that team fight with the teleport coming in after Zahi maybe went in a little bit prematurely and soaked up so much damage, not able to be taken down with so much AP coming out of the side as we see a replay. So this is Zahi going extremely aggressive onto First Mate. We see Heavens put the dancing shoes on here, dodging the hooks, getting out, having to use his ultimate unfortunately to escape. And this is where Intrepid comes in, absorbing so much damage in the mid. Great wild growth onto Zahi there, actually blocks a lot of Heavens' damage. And this is where they start turning around. Great rat-a-tat-tat coming across. First Mate flashing in for a kill, and then Twitch just goes extremely aggressive here. Denian able to pick up a kill, and then a fantastic hook out of Flying Jew, getting the shutdown gold onto Little Cutie Cheese in that mid lane. We have the chase on. We see a little bit of a misplayed flash in the end by Little Cutie Cheese, but able to turn it into a mid lane turret for his team. So getting another objective back, and it looks like they want to fight again.
Yep. Heavens cannot take another one of those. Little Cutie Cheese really starting to hurt on this. Nidalee is almost finished up with that Void Staff as well, with the first couple of items coming in there. 2-0 and 2, so Little Cutie Cheese is having a fantastic game here on this. Nidalee is 10 CS ahead as well against the monstrous kill city that is Heaven's Curse.
But this is a problem that YSC has. We've talked about it all game. They cannot see turrets correctly. With so many low-range characters and the flanking potential that's coming out of Intrepid, you can see him around the back at the moment. If they get caught underneath one of these turrets, it's almost suicide to walk down mid lane at this point of the game.
Yeah, and look at the vision coming through from NV as well. I mean, they have wards everywhere. There is nowhere that YSC can hide, so they can, NV can feel free to go for these flanks because they know where YSC are at all stages.
Yeah, so YSC just looking to see, with Little Cutie Cheese's power at the moment, can they poke out a turret? Top lane is starting to push out as we see NV go.
Yeah, there's the Solar Flare coming through, not really doing all that much. There's the box, and in the back line, we have the ridiculous Intrepid, and meanwhile, Heavens picking up that kill onto Little Cutie Cheese as well. YSC have managed to get the heck out of here, and there's the distortion onto Jack Attack. So much damage, NV has to cut their losses and get the heck out of there. That went woefully for them.
Yeah, so YSC, great kick from BMA to start off that fight.
Yep.
Just able to get onto Little Cutie Cheese, that high priority target. Obviously, if you don't get enough poke down with a Nidalee at the start of the fight, once she gets blown up, that is so much damage removed from the field. Able to transition this into a turret. However, we saw the power of this Twitch. He's now picked up a BF sword as well. He's going to be doing so much damage across the team. Of course, with Intrepid having to prioritize the magic resist in this game, he's going to be doing so much damage to everyone. It looks like Denian may have to put his team on his back, and it looks like no, YSC aren't going to fight this time, giving up the Dragon for free. Now a 4K lead for Team NV.
Yeah. Although, YSC never really too worried about having a discrepancy in the gold bar up the top. They're just happy to take these games as long as they like. Gigantic creep wave here in the bottom lane here for Denian to soak up as far as the money's concerned. And do you think that Denian should look to build something like a Banshee's Veil or maybe even a Mercurial Scimitar just to add damage and some magic against Heaven's Curse?
I would be very disappointed in Denian if he went a defensive item at this point in the game.
Not this point in the game. I'm talking, you know, once he's sold his boots.
I think that he's going to have to eventually pick up the Banshee's Veil just because with no armor being built on the side of NV, they are looking to him to do a lot of damage. Maybe even look for a GA because there's so much upfront burst that comes out of Heavens at this point that if he can just survive that and then get a reposition via a Thresh Lantern, or maybe his team can chase them off his body, he can come back alive and do so much damage on this Twitch at this point in the game. The other option is, of course, the Banshee's Veil, as you said, as does an engage in the mid lane.
Yeah, Solar Flare landing. Jack Attack wants to pick up the Lantern, but he can't get on there. Mattress has covered that one up really nicely. Wild Growth comes through, and that's going to serve as a disengage. And NV pulling the trigger because they saw Denian in the bottom lane, but it wasn't enough. Really good defensive play from YSC.
And Lulu lends herself so well to disengage comps because of that two-person Glitter Lance she hit, as well as the Whimsy able to speed herself up and run away. Oh, so much damage coming out onto Heavens on this LeBlanc. This is the danger of LeBlanc. Not only do you do a lot of damage,
you take a lot.
You take an extremely large amount of damage. He has no health whatsoever. One spear will nearly kill him at this point in the game, so he has to be extremely careful that he stays behind his front line, but he wants to be that person that's getting in there and initiating with his team.
Yeah, and I'm just super impressed by Little Cutie Cheese as well, staying up in the farm here, 154 to the 152 here of Heavens, and I just don't know how he manages to stay in that lane.
Yeah, particularly
or stay competitive.
Yeah, with Heavens being 5-1 and 2 at this point in the game, so strong. Both waves look like they're reversing in the way of Team NV, as we have a little bit of a choking fit at the desk. So we complemented YSC's wave control in the first series against Team NV. They were able to ensure that the waves were pushing in their favor for the majority of the game. It looks like this game, NV, as it looks like there might be a bit of a scuffle in the mid lane. Little Cutie Cheese hitting a fantastic spear on his way out, however. Forcing First Mate. That was over half of First Mate's health in one chunk. So this Nidalee now picked up the Void Staff is going to be doing so much damage. And Kha'Zix now has also nearly got his Randuin's Omen. He's going to be looking for to be the sole tank for his team, getting in there and disrupting the team. And once again, Intrepid looks like he wants to flank for his side. Okay. And both lanes, top and bottom, now reversing in Team NV's favor. Looks like they're going to be sending Lulu to that top lane. Jack Attack does, of course, have that teleport up so he can join his team at any point. Going to be picking up even more farm. Look for him to potentially go for it. Oh, as the Soul Flare is whiffed on the side of Team Envy. They really want to fire. Zahi has been caught.
Zahi's getting exploded. There's the land to get out of there. He jumps as well. My God, I don't know how he survived that one. There's the Dragon's Descent on top of Jack Attack. They're going to be able to get the heck out. Oh, Denian now on his own. He might get exploded, but no, he's flashed out of the way. How are they disengaging these fights?
Such good kite back on the side of YSC. Denian just not even having to use the active of his Blade of the Ruined King there, although he does have to burn both summoner spells. You have to think that MV are happy with that engage just because of how much they were able to burn and not have to expend much themselves. So we do see a little bit of a reset. Denian has to be careful going into this bottom lane, clearing out so much farm. He has now picked up his last Whisper, although there still isn't much armor on the side of Team NV. So potentially looking for that Infinity Edge as the next item. As I said, Denian probably won't build a defensive item at this point in the game, just trusting on the range of the Rat-a-tat and the repositioning coming out of Flying Dew. Able to coordinate himself with his support.
Oh, Beam actually getting hooked up here, but no, it's going to take a lot of Baron damage.
Takes half of his health from Baron. That's one angry Pit Serpent, or whatever Baron is.
Yeah, Pit Serpent? Oh, that was really, really good. I wouldn't have said that.
Yeah, so...
I would have said purple.
YSC able to take back control of this map, sending BMA back. It looks like they've got both lanes reversing. If we look at the bottom lane quickly, if we zoom in on that, before there's any action, this is what I'm talking about, leaving more melee minions up and ensuring you have more caster minions. That's how you slow push a wave.
The classic slow push
So the classic slow push. So as you saw right there, the more melee minions you have up, they don't do any damage, and as long as your caster minions are hitting melee, the lane will slowly push in your favor and it will start reversing into the side of YSC. So keep an eye out for YSC. They do this a lot, getting waves on their side of the map, pushing themselves. They don't take all the farm, they're not greedy. They just ensure that in the end it is going to be pushing in their favor.
Yeah, and that's working out well for them so far. Excuse me, everyone, I did almost die there for a moment, choking on a glass of water, but I am now alive again and we are back into the action. Thank you very much, Spawn, for taking us through what was happening. It looked to me like a lot of cat and mouse happening throughout this entire game. Only 2,000 gold is the difference. And at 36 minutes, I think if we look at history, that's scary for NV.
Yeah, NV definitely has to be getting worried. LeBlanc, whilst not teetering off as much as she used to, still is not the best late game mid, as we have a little bit of a fight.
Yes, he's so aggressive. Does actually get Dragon Raged out of that one. NV not wanting to follow up with that at all. And the spear's now coming through. And if any of these land, it's going to mean things are really, really bad for NV.
But that's the engage from NV, as Zahi takes so much damage.
Really quick use of the ultimate, though. He's going to be able to jump back in with that Wild Growth. There's the Solar Blade. Denian gets exploded. This could be it for YSC. They are losing so many members. Jack Attack goes down as well. Double kill here on the side of Intrepid, but Little Cutie Cheese is still alive. If he lands the crucial spears, they might be okay, but that team fight was epically won there for NV.
Positioning error out of Denian there ensured that his team couldn't win that fight. Not able to get enough damage across. Potentially needs to look for a defensive item a little bit sooner than he would like. And it looks like NV are going for this Baron. If they can, they're going to get a lot of poke out of Little Cutie Cheese, however.
Yeah, Little Cutie Cheese is going to do whatever he can to try and get the spears in, but you can see the Baron's going down incredibly quickly. They have the wards. BMA is also Lee Sin, so he's going to be able to get in there really, really effectively. Zahi is in. We'll see whether he gets it. No, it's going to be taken here from First Mate. They're going to be able to take down Zahi in the meantime, and ooh, nice Death Sentence to save him. Oh, First Mate, though, popping over the wall with Heavens as well, and they are just really turning it on at this stage. NV are just way in control from that 5 minute, like about 4 minutes ago to now has really been when NV has stepped it up.
Yeah, NV starting to take control of this map, getting sick of not engaging, so they've just been going harder and harder. I thought with BMA having to use his kick there, it would spell a bad thing, but Mattress landed a crucial solar flare in the middle of that fight, locking up Denian and ensuring he got exploded. The Baron's now being picked up. The first inhibitor of the game in the mid lane's being picked up, and out of nowhere, nearly an 10,000 gold lead has just been accrued for NV, and it looks like they're not done yet, rotating into the top lane.
Yeah, and they've prepared a wave earlier here, Spawn, as well, so they are going to be able to utilize that one in order to just destroy that turret. Look at First Mate just doing so much damage to these turrets. Now it's a BF sword on top of all the other items that he has as well.
Yeah, Yeah, so first mate looking like he might go up and back and be able to pick up that Infinity Edge. So no defensive items for himself either. Going to be doing so much damage on this Lucian. 338 farm at nearly 40-minute mark. So he's been farming almost perfectly this whole game, considering how much team fighting and grouping has been going on. That's a great effort to farm that much.
He's definitely been doing fantastically. Of course, utilizing Lucian's incredible win rate as well. So just picking up that champion and just showing that everyone in Oceania is just so good at this guy.
Yeah, so Lucian, once again, coming up key for his team. Looks like Heavens will be transitioning himself into this Zhonya's Hourglass, which is a really smart pickup, because what that means is because Heaven's been throwing himself so recklessly around the map, and they need to start blowing him up if they're going to win the team fight. If he gets the Zhonya's, he can throw himself in with a fake engage, be able to Zhonya's, absorb so much damage, and still get out of the fight relatively unscathed. It looks like NV have also picked up another dragon here, so well and truly on their way to this gold lead. YSC once again just pushing out the top wave.
Full turtle mode.
Full turtle mode. They're not even going to fight on these turrets. As long as NV isn't in their base, YSC will not fight them for the rest of the game.
Yeah. As long as they're not taking the... Oh, as Heavens takes a gigantic spear. BMA right in the middle of everyone. Zahi now trying to do the work, but he's going to get obliterated straight away. Denia now with the wild growth. The box comes down from Flying Jupiter. That's the double kill from First Mate. He's doing so much work. Intrepid picks up the next one. It's going to be almost everyone from YSC going down. NV secure the turret as well. It's going to be inhibitor number 2. And the game potentially right now for NV.
And Tedian once again caught out of position by a really nice E from BMA, just illuminating him in the middle of the team fight.
Oh, yeah.
NV come up with a first win in decisive fashion, you have to say, after what was a relatively slow early and mid-game.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't relatively slow, it just was slow.
It was just really slow,
yeah. Able to pick up some very good team fights at that end of that game, and you have to think you do not let Heaven's Curse get LeBlanc for the rest of the series.
I don't think he's going to get that champion again. And of course, I think Denian also played that Twitch really, really well, so they're going to have to watch out for that one coming back. But if they give him an opportunity to first pick Lucian, that's going to happen. So I don't think they really need to worry.
I think Denian played well on Twitch, but his 2 key positioning errors in the last 2 team fights really cost him his team massive. And that's the difference between a Twitch and a Lucian pick. Both do extremely high amounts of damage. Both have that ultimate that can be fired from afar. But Lucian is so much more forgiving with that dash on his E. Gets rid of slows as well. Whereas Twitch only really has his stealth, which against BMA on Lee Sin is useless.
Yeah, and especially when he gets tagged by a Sonic Wave like he did in that last team fight. Or, I mean, a Tempest, sorry. And even a Solar Flare coming through, just because if he's locked down for that 1.5 seconds or 2 seconds, that means that Heavens will kill him. That's just what's going to happen.
Yeah, definitely. And even First Mate at the end of that game doing so much damage with the Infinity Edge. He had 7,500 gold, as we see the last team fight. So this is just NV cleaning up one of the turrets. And we get a really clutch spear onto Heavens here, and he gets taken to half health. And his team is thinking, okay, Heavens is low, we need to go. BMA goes in with a very, very nice pick. Zahi goes way too deep. And as you can see, Denian's in the middle of their team, stealthing forward, and just gets absolutely exploded. First Mate doing so much damage, able to clean up. Intrepid coming through with all the damage, able to turn onto the turrets after Heavens picks up Jack Attack on this Lulu. I don't think we'll be seeing that pick up again. Just didn't add very much for his team. Team NV able to push through, pick up the first win, and what was a very even game turned into a blowout.
Yeah, it really did. It was sort of that team fight around Dragon, transitioning straight into the Baron, and NV just really decisively closing out this game, which is really good news for them because they struggled to do that so much against YSSC last time they met up.
And that's why I think the Leona pickup is so much better than the Morgana. Mattress played Morgana in the second game, and Morgana's great at anti-dive, but we know that YSC don't want to dive. If they get a little bit behind, and it looks like Team NV does have their measure in the first parts of the game, then they just want to turtle out the game. And Leona's so hard to turtle against with that Solar Flare, so tanky, able to help her team turret dive. I just think it's a much better pickup, and it suits Mattress's playstyle so much better.
Not to mention the incredible amount of damage that Heavens can do relatively quickly and safely as well on that LeBlanc. So that one's going to be really, really important to take away, and we can't stress that enough.
Yeah, I think that Heavens, as I said, won't get on LeBlanc. I think that Lucian, as I said, YSC will have the opportunity to first pick him this game.
Yep.
If they don't want to first pick Lucian, they need to ban him. He's just too safe.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. But we are going to be going straight to game 2 after this break, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back very, very soon.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Remember, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game with the Plantronics Rig headset and mixer. Life comes to games like never before.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Regionals. I'm, of course, Atlas, and this is Spawn, and my goodness, we're alive, everything's fine, and we're back in for Game 2 between Envy and Your Soul Shall Chuffer. And that last game was just Envy letting everyone know that, yes, we can close out a game, stop giving us crap for it.
Yeah, so once they decided that they wanted to actually start having action around the map, it happened in quick succession, and you have to think that it came from the Leona picks and the Lee Sin picks. Whilst Heavens was huge and First Mate was doing so much damage, the initiations were coming from that Lee Sin, and the follow-up from the Solar Flare is so critical at locking down high-priority targets, particularly if you only have one AD threat, which Denium was on the side of YSC. Completely won them the last two team fights.
Yeah, and did really, really well. And of course, Denian getting a little bit caught out as well is something that we probably should note, but I think it was more Envy really
having fantastic teamfight control.
Yeah, and better coordination than we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
We're used to this well-oiled unit that is NV, of course. Not having Coolmog in that top lane, they've subbed in Intrepid. He's doing a fantastic job on these very, very tanky top laners, able to get in there and mix it up for his team, and coming out absolutely massive. So you have to think that on the side of Jack Attack, get him back on a tank. I didn't like the Lulu pick.
No.
I thought that he had one fantastic wild growth that stopped LeBlanc doing massive amounts of damage. But apart from that, wasn't really a pick that synergized well with the YSC team. And I think that the LeBlanc has to be banned away from Heaven's Curse.
Yeah, it could even, I just would have thought that Trundle pickup would have been a lot better. It might have been the fact that they first picked that Lulu and then didn't want to play it in the mid lane. And then went with, of course, the Lulu top instead. But
Lulu does fine against LeBlanc because of the way that the interaction between Distortion and Wild Growth works. Of course, that polymorph is so annoying as an assassin as well.
Yeah.
You don't want that to happen at all. You jump into a team and all of a sudden you're a cute little pixie running around in circles. Not
Squirrel
fantastic. Squirrel. As we see Lucian being taken off the board, finally.
yeah, and it's going to be YSC that do bite the bullet and get rid of that Lucian. Of course, they don't have the necessary Kassadin ban to come through on their side, so they are going to be able to use that sort of free-ish ban to take care of that Lucian. We'll see what they decide to take care of next. It's going to be the Leona taken out, and if it's not a LeBlanc, I'll eat my hat.
Yeah, so obviously not
Not wearing a
enjoying,
hat, unfortunately, so it's not really much of a bet, but still,
obviously
I'll find a hat and eat it.
not enjoying the bottom lane that came out of NV last game. The Leona Lucian, of course, can be extremely aggressive. Obviously works well in the lane swaps also. Lends itself quite well to some pick compositions in the middle. And there we go.
Yeah, no, I think they just went across the L row.
Because if it's got an L in its name, we don't care
Way
about
too
purple
strong.
champions.
Purple champions and L champions, guys.
Just get rid of them all. So we do see Kassadin, we do see Ziggs. I think this has to be a Swain ban as well because you want to throw Kayle.
Ooh.
Okay, so doesn't want to play against Kayle. You think that Little Cutie Cheese defaults to Swain here in what is a do or die game for YSC?
He could, or he could just say, well, you guys probably aren't going to pick up the Swain, so we'll let it happen. Although Heavens has played it. Of course, he played it in the wildcard tournament last year, and Jax has been left open as well, so Intrepid able to pick that one away.
Yeah, so Intrepid going for Jax, a more aggressive top laner. Than we're used to him saying. Of course, he can just farm up in that lane and come out when he is. He hasn't even picked it up yet. When he is
hasn't
massive.
locked it in quite.
BMA, of course, hovering this Lee Sin as well. That would be a fantastic pickup. I feel that he lends himself so well to the initiations on Team NV.
Yeah.
He's critical on that Lee Sin.
And he was just playing it so well in that last game as well, with some critical engagements, as you mentioned.
And it makes sense with Denny and locking in the Twitch, although we're being made a liar, so I won't talk about that mechanic. Jax has been locked in. So Jax, of course, that very, very farm-heavy top lane, wants to get to hyper carry status in the late game. Although, we've seen that Jack Attack prefers the tank champions and can play Shyvana, so might just pick that back into Intrepid and give him a taste of his own medicine.
And also, YSC tend to do really, really strange things, so we'll see what they decide to go with. Maybe they're going to mix it up into one of these ridiculous team comps that have, you know, Rumbles involved and Swains and crazy engagements with Wukongs and stuff like that.
And Rumble does typically well against Jax because if you hit your Electro Harpoon, it stops a lot of his early game aggression because he can only run at you after he uses that leap strike initially. Doesn't have much re-engage ability, and of course Rumble not favoring auto attacks at all. That counter strike is taken completely off the board. And Jack Attack is a fantastic Rumble player. I can't stress that enough. That's probably one of his best champions. BMA has locked in Lee Sin, so once again we can talk about the stealth mechanic. Such a smart pick against Twitch. Illuminates all the stealth as we're getting trolled here by Zahir.
My goodness.
Wow,
Again.
two very decisive pickups. Lulu and the Morgana being locked in. I would hope that is a mid lane Lulu though, not a top lane Lulu.
Yeah, I really hope so as well. I just don't think that that was really working out here against Intrepid. Although he was on Shyvana at that stage, maybe against the Jackson might change things, but not entirely sure.
Once again, it's an extremely frustrating lane for Jax. Like, the first 6 levels would be a nightmare. But once he has the ability to auto-attack the creep twice, jump on to Jack Attack and do so much surprising burst damage with his ultimate, with the Empower Strike, it's just one of those matchups that it's very, very volatile. And I don't think YSC want to keep throwing Jack Attack into these matchups, particularly when he's such a good tank player. It looks like on the side of Heavens, they are hovering the Cassiopeia pick. I would be surprised if that was a blind pick, particularly with the jungle not being given yet also. So he goes away from that. It looks like it's going to be a Nami Kog'Maw lane, an extremely strong lane.
Yeah, and Nami's been showing that she's a fantastic support as well, really helping out the AD carries at the moment and being picked up a lot more and more overseas as well. So good to see a little bit of the Mermaid Lady coming back into things. But we'll see what YSC do to round out their lineup, because this is the time where things really start to fall into place. And we'll also probably be able to work out where this Lulu's going.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think about YSC's lineup. I think that they need to go with the Kha'Zix again. Purely if they lock in Elise, that is so much magic damage if this is a top lane Lulu.
Yeah.
So potentially Kha'Zix coming out one more time, although I would love to see the Wukong come out, and then also potentially a Swain pickup.
Yeah, it could be also the Wukong Rumble and then have Lulu in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that, ooh, Syndra being hovered over, that's an interesting pickup. Lends herself very well to long distance picks. Followed up by that Morgana buy, and very good pickup. And I was completely wrong. It looks like they're going extremely magic damage heavy. Once again, Denian will be the only person doing any physical damage on his side, and that's a really gutsy move coming out of YSC. They really need picks in this game.
Yeah, surprise gutsy move coming out of YSC.
Yeah. So they're very, very heavily reliant on this pick comp. Of course, having an immobile carry like the Kog'Maw lends itself very, very well to getting picked on the side of Team NV. You have to feel, however, if this goes to the mid-late game, BMA and Intrepid are going to have so much magic resist, they can just both go Banshees into GAs and nearly be unkillable from the side of YSC.
Unless Denian gets some sort of incredibly godlike ultimate off across everyone. But we saw that relying on that is very, very dangerous, as it turned out in the last game.
Particularly with Elise in the game.
Yeah. So I think NV are more than happy just to do whatever the heck they were doing last time and just single out Denian and then take the game from there. But we do have the Karma coming out for the middle lane. Oh, it's going to be swapped out.
Yeah, so swapped out at the last second. Karma lends herself well to poke comps when Nidalee's been taken off the field. If Nidalee's up, you would expect her to be taken over a Karma.
That's
It's
true.
just how it goes, so that's why I wasn't really expecting that one. Orianna, however, fantastic pickup. Orianna Jax is a terror.
Oh, that's so scary.
Speeding Jax up and allowing him to have all that extra armor and resistances, going into team fights with that shield, able to get off the counter-strike into a great shockwave, and Heavens loves to farm on Orianna. Look for him to be right up there in the farm category, and doesn't really have that much of a difficult lane against Syndra.
Yeah. Of course, both ball champions now being picked up on either side. But I do like YSC's lineup a little bit more than their last one. Having the Elise here for a little bit of more tankiness. I don't like the top Lulu. Just still don't really like that one at all. But, I mean, the Shyvana was available. Trundle doesn't really do so well against Jax, but Shyvana was fine, and we've seen that quite a few times being used to quite great effect. But we'll see whether Jack Attack is just trying to prove us wrong, just being like, no, don't worry, I've got this. It's going to be fine.
The team obviously has confidence in this Lulu pick, so you have to trust that they know exactly what they're doing when they pick this into the Jax. I think that the kite potential is good. I just think that the scaling is so far in the favor of Team NV right now, and they've shown that they're willing to go even pace with YSC.
Yeah.
That it just plays further into their hands with these late scaling compositions like the Kog'Maw, like Heavens on Orianna, and like the Jax.
Yeah. So we'll see whether NV can close out the series, or whether they do just let YSC find their way back in. And if YSC win this game as well, they're going to be able to take the momentum into Game 3, which can often lead to sort of victory and then 2-0 loss.
Yeah, and we saw that when YSC took the game off AVA, AVA came out very, very fired up. And they were pretty decisive in the next two games, pushing their advantages. So I don't think that the farm-heavy style of YSC in last game suited them very well.
No.
I think that you need action, particularly from Little Cutie Cheese earlier in the game, and that Zahi needs to get himself to that mid lane. Look for him to put a lot of pressure on Heavens, throw Heavens off his games, because Heavens looks so comfortable in that mid lane.
Oh,
he was under no pressure whatsoever. So it's really on Zahi at this point in the game to get himself around the map and to put some pressure on the side of Team NV.
Yeah. So we'll see whether he can actually manage to do so. Of course, the other thing that we've got to look at is Zahi now switching over to this Elise. So a lot more early game power on this champion, just because you have that Cocoon. Of course, Kha'Zix's not offering quite as much CC in these ganks. So do you think that maybe Zahi is going to be able to keep up in this early game against BMA as far as that pressure is concerned?
Yeah, BMA will, of course, be a bigger 1v1 threat.
Yeah.
He will be able to fight Elise whenever he wants to for about the first 5 levels. Then Elise's Q really starts powering up and doing a lot more damage than what it does at the start of the game. However, what Zahi does bring to his team is very, very good dragon control.
Yep.
Very good objective controls, as in buffs. And then, obviously, if they do go for a lane switch, that ranged champion able to hit turrets and affect turret dives so much better. And the pick potential out of Elise once she hits level 14 is phenomenal. That Cocoon stun, with it going up with levels, and the CDR build that we tend to see out of the Oceanic players at the moment, just ensures lockdown and follow-up from the likes of Flying Dew on that Morgana, and of course on Little Cutie Cheese on the Syndra in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's almost every time this Morgana is picked up, it's followed by this Elise, just so you can offer sort of like those double lockdowns of these abilities. And then when you've got the Syndra as well, I didn't even realize that the Scatter the Weak Dark Sphere combination with that stun, so long range, also going to be able to follow up there as far as that CC onslaught is concerned. Couple that with a Whimsy as well. Sort of everyone has the ability to do something to lock someone down.
And the anti-dive that's coming out of YSC is phenomenal. The stopping tower pushing with Lulu and Syndra, and then Morgana, the stealth that comes out, and then the wild growth on top of that. The anti-dive, like, you cannot turret dive this YSC team unless you are extremely far ahead, particularly because Team MV are not going to be prioritizing armor. They're going to be going for the MR build. Yeah,
so these turrets are going to be doing a lot more damage to these guys. That being said, I really do love the bottom lane of NV, like you were talking about. That Tycaller's Blessing plus the Bioarcane Barrage of Kog'Maw going to mean those auto attacks are going to be shredding people apart.
Yeah, so Kog'Maw scales up so well. Once you get those points into his W, of course, the range increase on that is absolutely phenomenal. And just the poke that comes out of Kog'Maw with his new Q, with his R, the 2 skill shots, he can take a big chunk out of people before the team fight even begins. And with the Blade of the Ruin King Rush that we potentially will be seeing, the objective control out of Kog'Maw is fantastic.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Also a little bit easier to siege a turret there than the old Twitch. So despite the fact that there's a lot of wave clear coming out of YSC this time around, it might be counted out a little bit by the fact that First Mate is going to be relatively safe.
Yeah, and First Mate, whilst Kog'Maw is immobile in the similar way to Twitch, he's more like a catapult. He can just set himself up at the back of the team fight. His range is so long without using his ultimate that he kind of can just shoot over this very, very strong front line of BMA and Intrepid and count on his team to peel for him. So look for him to be moving backwards in fights. Of course, he can run forward if he needs to and start cleaning up fights. But if the fight's very, very equal, look for him to be that guy at the back of the team fight.
Yeah, and that's why it's fantastic that they've picked up Orianna here as well, just because you have that command protect, the dissonance for the extra speed, and the slow for your enemies, as well as the fact that there's Nami here, Mattress. So there's a lot of options here for MB. We'll see whether they can close out the series here or whether YSC are going to bite one back. We are going to be into this game very, very soon, guys. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We are now onto the Rift with YSC trying to take a game back here against Team NV. Of course, NV now 1 game away from Supernova in Perth. Wanting to get back there as well after they were the runner-ups at Supernova in the Gold Coast for our order round of 8. So we'll see whether they decide, see whether they manage to close this series out this game or whether we're going to be going through to the epic Game 3 that I think YSC definitely have in them.
Yeah. YSC look like they're comfortable on their champions once again, so the Game 5 potential is high in this. We've seen how evenly matched these two teams
Game 5
are.
potential, yes.
Well, it will be their 5th game, will it?
Oh yeah, that will.
Yeah,
My
definitely.
goodness, I wasn't counting the other days.
Yeah, so able to go into an epic series. It looks like both teams are setting up potentially standard lanes coming out as well. So maybe a farm fest again in the earlier part of the game. Although I hope the junglers have higher impact this time.
Yeah, that's true. And we do have the perfect champions for high impact jungling as well. So see whether they do it. Little Cutie Cheese just playing with his balls in the mid lane. Whoa, that sounded a little bit interesting. But we do have, of course, Zahi here on this Elise. Waiting around in this brush, does have that volatile Spiderling in order to get a little bit of poke damage down in the brush.
And just scouting out their own buffs, ensuring that there's no cheeky things going on, although it looks like YSC have grouped in the top side of the jungle. So potentially looking for the lane swap and the fast push this game.
Yeah, we'll see what does happen. And of course, YSC are grouped up, but I think they're good friends. So they're like just spending time together here in their jungle and making sure that they don't get caught out at all. So 4 members here, and it looks like they are going for the lane swap, like alluded to.
Yeah, so definitely going with that lane swap. Nami is a terror in lane. She's very, very frustrating to lane against with that range, with, of course, all the slows and, like, hidden power in her kit, I would say. Yeah. Although Riot shies away from that. And, of course, it is so important to shut down a Jax in the early game. If he starts ramping up, if Intrepid can get going on this Jax, it could single-handedly mean very, very bad news for YSC. As we see, the lane swap has come through. Whoa, that's a lot of damage coming out of a level 1 Syndra on Little Cutie Cheese's behalf. It looks like Jack Attack is going to be following Zahi around the jungle, picking up some nice early experience, going from buff to buff. Will also be able to go as a 2-man to the bottom lane and hold this turret extremely well.
Yeah, that's true.
The wave clear that comes out of the volatile Spiderling as well as the Glitter Lance ensures that they will be able to keep this turret nice and healthy as we see some more trading going on in the mid lane. Heaven's not really phased. He just wants to go about farming.
Yeah, Jack Attack does get caught by that Aqua Prison, but he's under his turret, so he's going to be fine. Just going to try and get as much of this farm as he possibly can. Oh, nice. Little Cutie Cheese hitting level 2 now, offering a lot more poke there with that W added to his kit. Doesn't have that Scatter the Weak yet, so no stun's going to be coming through in that mid lane. And in this case, we've got Little Cutie Cheese picking up this Ignite and the barrier coming through from Heaven's this time.
Yeah, and it looks like BMA has beaten Zahi to the lane, so he started at the top side of his own jungle, able to just do one solid clear and rotate down, doing so much damage to this bottom side, completely zone Jack Attack off the turret, whereas it looks like Intrepid is still able to stay on his turret for now forced back. So with the 3 in range carries, Zahi will be able to put a lot of damage on this, although it looks like he's walking back into the jungle. Obviously he's being given instruction from his team that he's not needed up top and maybe going for a gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, that is very interesting, but keeping Heavens down is going to be a really, really important thing to do. Heavens does, of course, have his flash. Maybe they conceded based on the fact that they knew that they weren't going to win this race, and maybe they should focus more on, you know, farming it out, maybe freezing it.
Yeah, potentially a freeze, but that just gives so much control over to the side of Dragon, particularly with 3 members already down there. Zahi looks like he's a little bit confused as he roams about around the map, and it looks like NV straight away are going to go for this Dragon. So 2 objectives to the side of Team NV very, very early in this game. Fantastic movements and much more decisive play than what we were seeing.
Yeah, and Zahi has been spotted out in this top lane as well, so Intrepid not going to be in too much trouble there. Is on 0 farm in this top lane, so that is something that YSC can claim as they lose this Dragon, so definitely going to be in favor of NV in this early game, and I think they've sort of outplayed them.
Yeah, so NV completely out-rotating the side of YSC. It looks like the turrets will be evened up. Of course, it means that Intrepid may have some trouble against this Lulu. Has been able to farm, is of course level 4. So only a 300 gold lead in the favor of Team NV, but just looks like more precise movements coming out around the map and much more confident play this game than we were seeing last game.
Yeah, Little Cutie Cheese, however, is doing fantastically in this mid lane. As we can see, Heaven's taking a lot of harass. He's still up 1 CS because, of course, Heaven's Curse is a wizard at farming these lanes. Just always manages to get the farm that he needs to. And now we're going to have the classic lane matchups here in the top and bottom, although they're sort of on opposite ends of the scale. But we're in Australia, everything happens sort of upside down, doesn't it?
Brave move from NV here to send their bottom lane top. just because of how immobile Kog'Maw is and how much Elise likes to gank in the earlier parts of the game, able to lend so much lockdown, particularly with a Morgana. So it looks like that will be matched once again by YSC. They're not interested in a fast push game at all. They just want to fight MV at this point in the game.
Yep, just content to do what they want to do. And we've got the mid lane as well, so no one's been back. Incredibly even. We'll see whether any junglers come around there, because it looks to me like we're going to have a lane gank from Zahi in the top lane, while the White's going to be finished off from BMA. We'll see where he decides to go afterwards, and there might be a call for mid.
Yeah, I think that Denny, as he goes a little bit aggressive, gets caught by that bubble. So much damage coming out, but Zahi's coming in for a gank.
Yeah, there's the Dark Binding landing as well. Really, really nicely done, Denny, and at half health here, the exhaust is popped. Zahi's trying to get in, but Mattress with some really nice disengage. That passive giving the extra movement speed has been instrumental, as there's also a fight in the middle lane, but Little Cutie Cheese is going to be fine. His flash did need to be popped though.
Yeah, able to turn that one around in the end a little bit. But so many summoner spells burnt top on the side of NV. All the defensive summoner spells out of First Mate and the exhaust out of Mattress. This is what we were talking about. The overextending Kog'Maw is so prone to ganks, and it was only the passive of Nami that was able to get him out of there with that little bit of a speed up.
Yep, Zahi now focuses on the mid lane, where it's going to be a bit of a 2v2 situation. Jack Attack now got his ward taken out. It is going to be Heavens going back to base.
And Jack Attack is extremely cautious around this Lulu. Of course, still being ranged, down 12 CS and still a level behind. Doesn't want to have to fight this Lulu, who offers so much zoning pressure as a range champion against a melee champion. Jack Attack getting behind early in this game was critical for YSC to be able to push out these waves and maybe even look for Lulu to control the wave and not shove it into the turret to cause NV only 2 lanes to be able to farm.
Yeah, and as we can see, it's Intrepid forced once again to roam around and not enter this lane with this Lulu at this particular point. So intelligent play here by YSC, and they're clawing back. I mean, that's a dragon that's already gone down in favor of NV, and it's only 300 gold.
Yeah, of course, the earlier dragon's not worth as much as later dragons. The dragon does scale up with time now, and it was taken extremely early into the game. As we have a 3-man push coming now onto the top lane, it looks like BMA is very, very cautious of this Kog'Maw getting repetitively ganked. Wants to offer some pressure of his own. However, it is allowing Zahi to be able to invade this buff solo on the side of NV.
Yeah, and we can see that this tower still has a lot of health in this top lane as well. As we can see, Zahi has managed to come through. He's possibly going for a dive that, of course, an Elise is fantastic at. Has taken a lot of damage, though. He's going to need to watch out. Oh, now trying to solo through. Brilliant Wild Growth. We'll see whether the Glitter Lance is going to land. Of course, the Hell Pix is available. The slow comes down. No, the Glitter Lance not going to be enough. There's the auto attack, and Zahi picks up the kill. Extended engagement, but they get there in the end.
Yeah, so they persevered.
They did.
They didn't get it all going their way, but they were able to persevere and stick with it, and they come up with a first blood. What could also be an answering turret kill as BMA comes into the middle lane.
Oh, really nice shockwave coming through from Heavens, and as well as the Dragon Rage kick. Really nice. Little Cutie Cheese has not gone down yet, though. Oh my goodness, nice Sonic Wave is going to land, and there's a Resonating Strike. I thought there might be some sort of follow-up kill, but no Unleashed Power is going to come out of Little Cutie Cheese this day.
Recognizing that he didn't have enough damage, not wanting to blow his ultimate and his summoner spell. Of course, having those up lends Syndra to so much kill potential in that middle lane. Smart move there from Little Cutie Cheese, not blowing anything. And it looks like the bottom lane is going to come in, rather the top lane that's been playing in the bottom, to clear out this turret. So, no objective, just a kill in favor of Team NV.
Yep, NV answering the kill in the bottom lane with a kill of their own pretty much immediately. And that's going to even out the gold yet again. And this is the second game in a row that we've had very, very similar starts with not a whole lot of action.
Yeah, not much action, although we're seeing much more jungle movement, at least in this game, and positive moves from both teams. You can see they're trying to impact the game. I think they both know just what's at stake, and they don't want to be the team that makes that crucial error that could snowball a game out of control.
It also looks like NV have a lot more planned for this particular matchup as well, and they're being decisive about their movements. BMA has not dilly-dallied. Zahi had that little time in the early game where he just sort of wandered around the enemy jungle wondering what the heck he's going to do, whereas BMA has been going where he wants to, making sure that he's always either farming or ganking or creating pressure somewhere on the map. So Envy with a massive plan coming into this matchup.
But Envy also have to be very, very careful of this Lulu. Now over double the CS of Jack, 75 to 40 in that lane. He's starting to really power up. And Lulu, one of these mid-game focused champions, if she can get ahead and Jack Attack can play it well this game, could potentially spell trouble on the side of NV during the mid game before Jax can really get going.
Yeah, and as we can see, it's now a dance around Dragon. Mattress has come down to help Intrepid farm out a little bit.
Yeah, so Intrepid able to push up this lane, very, very critical for Dragon, because if they lose this fight, they don't want YSC to be able to take Dragon, take bottom turret, and start a snowball out of it nowhere.
Yeah.
Of course, gold is currently equal. So if this team fight goes decisively in one team's favor, we could see it start up, like set the tone for the rest of the game, as it looks like YSC are interested in starting the Dragon.
Yeah. Zai is going to be able to tank out this Dragon, does have Spiderlings available. Tidal Wave actually coming through, and here's the start of the fight. Brilliant Counter-Strike coming through from Intrepid. We've got BMA now taking a lot of damage. Unleashed Power is still available. It has just been used, I'm sorry, by Little Cutie Cheese. BMA does fall down. Intrepid very, very low. And it's going to be 1 for nothing, but Dragon control in favor of YSC.
So YSC able to come up with a team fight. It looks like it's not finished yet. Envy still not giving up on this. Denian's caught out. Heavens.
Oh, Mattress flashes over the wall. We do have the poison coming down as well. It's ticking. Heaven's not going to be taking too much damage from that. And Denian, unlike him, is going to back away from a fight.
Yeah, so Denian able to back away from that. Did blow the barrier from Heavens there, so that's why it didn't look like that much damage came through. Very, very decisive movements from YSC there. Got caught by a 5-man Tidal Wave, a 4-man Counter-Strike, and then a 4-man Shockwave, and still able to win the fight. That's awesome positioning out of YSC and understanding the range of their opponent's spells.
Not to mention the fact that Jack Attack got a fantastic wild growth, and the Unleashed Power from Little Cutie Cheese was enough to almost instantly get rid of BMA and make him a non-factor.
Yeah, so, and as soon as you get rid of the jungler in these Dragon fights, it takes a lot of pressure off your jungler because you know there's not going to be a contested smite.
Yeah.
It allows Dragon to not do that much damage. Your whole team can burst it down. Not much communication needed there. And YSC look to be extending into the mid lane to pick up this turret as well as the bottom lane. And BMA's taking so much damage.
Oh, there's another stun coming through. Oh, the Cocoon almost landing on top of that for the triple threat lockdown coming through from YSC, which is their potential.
And this is what we were talking about, the long-range lockdown that comes out of YSC. As soon as either the Scatter of the Week or that Dark Binding lands, it gives a sitting duck target for the other 2 CCs to come through. And that's nearly 6 seconds of hard CC lockdown in the way of all these Cocoons and Bindings that are coming out. BMA, of course, not able to build tanky yet, just taking so much damage. And you have to think, if Little Cutie Cheese was a little bit further in range, that would have nearly been a kill.
Yeah, it would have been really, really scary. Of course, the Unleashed Power was available, but not quite able to get under that turret. And doesn't really want to take too many unnecessary risks this game because this is where it's all on the line. This is their ability to go. Oh, meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Denian actually going incredibly aggressive. So even though it's all on the line, Denian's just more than happy to be his mega aggressive self.
Denian does not care. Wants to pick a fight with this Kog'Maw, who looks like he is actually rushing a Trinity Force.
Yeah, the Genja build.
So Genja build, no triple Duran Blades, though. A little bit disappointing. Denian, of course, already with that Blade of the Ruined King. This split pushing Twitch that's able to solo anyone on the map really at this point. Going to be so frustrating to deal with as Kog'Maw, who doesn't really offer himself extremely well to 1v1s this early in the game.
Yeah, of course, Kog'Maw, more of a late game beast. Aqua Prison is going to be dodged. Oh, there's the Cocoon landing as well. So much damage. Brilliant Shockwave, though, for the disengage. Little Cutie Cheese is taking out this turret. There's the Shockwave. I mean, the Counter-Strike, sorry, coming through from Intrepid just to secure that kill. And this could be Intrepid back into the game. He's down 20 CS now, which is nowhere near what he was down before, and now he's picked up that kill onto Little Cutie Cheese.
Yeah, fantastic teleport coming in from the top lane of Team NV. YSC getting a little bit impatient and extending extremely far underneath that turret, taking way too many turret shots for the kill and gets answered in the way, and BMA escaped with his life. A slither of health, able to get out of there. So massive win on the side of NV. Also shutting down Little Cutie Cheese, who was starting to really farm up a Storm. So fantastic move there. And you have to think this play on the mind of YSC and how aggressive they go in these future team fights.
Yeah, and we'll see whether, you know, Denian writes it down in his little notebook and says, okay, maybe I won't go super aggressive, maybe I won't use my Rat-a-tat-tat in the bottom lane and not have it available for these potential team fights. So that could be something, and of course, Little Cutie Cheese also may need to chill out a little bit more than normal. But I think that was just really, really great teleport timing there from Intrepid, more than anything else.
Yeah, and blowing a lot of cooldowns as well. So YSC shouldn't be too disheartened. They did have to, they lost 1 for nothing, but the cost that MV paid for it was extremely high. And the siege is still on in the mid lane, and they're still pulling the Cogmore around as the turret goes down in the bottom lane, and it looks like it's going to be followed very, very shortly from this mid lane turret, although the wave clear coming out of Heavens is extremely potent at this point in the game.
Yeah, that double stun there from that Scatter the Weak Dark Sphere combination from Little Cutie Cheese was brilliant as well. And as you can see, YSC have no trouble getting incredible amounts of CC down on these guys. So that bottom outer turret being taken here for YSC as well. So we're going to increase their lead in turrets, actually, to 1 turret over their opponent. And that's not what happened last time. Last time it was all outer ring of turrets being taken by NV almost straight up. So it's going to be YSSC with the map control early on.
Yeah, when MV did take the turrets at the beginning of last game, I think it was about 20 minutes in, they almost had the immunity stranglehold. They took them very, very quickly and then extended into the jungle extremely well, as we have Heavens caught.
Yeah, Heavens has got caught there a little bit, is close enough to his turret to remain safe, especially with the threat of the rest of his teammates coming around. And as you saw, it was the Dark Binding and then the Scatter the Weak as well straight afterwards. And it's just so smart how YSC's playing this as well. They're not piling it on straight away. They're making sure that they wait. They're making sure that they get a little bit of damage down, then reapply their CC as the other is about to fall off. So just really, really well played as Heavens just picks up a whole bunch of Spiderlings there with his dissonance.
Yeah, so able to layer the CC, and that is extremely important when you have consecutive stuns on a team. If you blow them all at the same time, the person only stays stunned for the latest CC. What you want to do is you want to ensure that the full CC effect goes through before you layer any more on top of it. Both teams hesitant to use any big abilities at this point in the game, just because this dragon's about to respawn in about 10 seconds, and both teams would feel much more comfortable fighting in an open area than they are under these mid lane turrets.
Yeah, and as well, I think YSC have a little bit of slow push action going on in that top lane as well. As you can see, it's right on the doorstep of that inner turret. And they're happy to try and just get down this last bit of damage on this mid lane turret. But as you can see, there's just so much wave clear coming through from NV.
Yeah, NV able to clear it out straight away, but before, as a nice Scatter the Weak comes out, straight away, as soon as that dragon respawns, the jungler and Denian, Zahi and Denian, able to rotate across, pick that up for their team. So they now have a 2k gold advantage, just building on these objectives. And NV smartly, I think,
and
not wanting to fight.
Flank involved here as well. We do have, there's the repel coming through, and there it is, the Rat-a-tat-tat. Mattress takes a lot of damage, but not going to be able to pick up any kills here, and YSC probably just trying to zone NV away from their turret.
Yeah, just seeing if they can get anything in the way of a team fight, as Zahi gets chunked by Heavens, who started doing a lot of damage. Denian, of course, needs to go farm out this bottom wave, which has now crashed against the turret. That is so many minions there. He doesn't want to miss out on that. But what it does show is already at this part of the game, Denian is doing so much damage. And I think the early grouping is hurting NV more than YSC, because YSC is still dictating people around the map and still able to get farm onto their carries, whereas it looks like, as the shockwave comes through.
3-man shockwave to start off this fight as well, but they've run out of minions, and it's going to be YSC just sitting under their middle lane turret, which is still very healthy and able to stay alive. So although Heavens gets a fantastic shockwave, nothing much can really come of it.
And you saw the scary anti-dive potential of YSC there. Heavens hits a beautiful shockwave and is like, come on team, someone goes in. And they're like, no man, you do it. Like, no one wants to dive into this Morgana, into this Lulu, and the counter push comes out, and it looks like as Intrepid gets a little bit caught.
Yeah, Intrepid actually might be caught out here, but Little Cutie Cheese taking a lot of damage in response. There's the Unleashed Power and the Ignite, but it's not going to be enough. The safeguard comes through from BMA, and it's going to save Intrepid's life there a little bit. Is forced to go back, and they do manage to take that turret as well in that mid lane. So finally managing to pick up that turret.
And breaking this stranglehold, all the outer turrets now down on the map. Looks like YSC have got the early game they were looking for, and we saw how Intrepid just hasn't hit his power spike at the moment. Looked like he had a bit of a 1v1 going on with Little Cutie Cheese there.
Yeah.
But they were both really unsure whether they could kill each other.
Yeah, there was also the fact that YSC sort of had all of their members relatively close in order to help out Little Cutie Cheese on that one, so that was why I was sort of able to play a little bit more aggressively. Has gone back to base and bought a needlessly large rod though, so this Syndra going to start doing large amounts of damage.
And favouring the Death Cap build. At times we see the DFG coming out of Syndra just because she does bring a surprising large amount of burst to the table. However, her consistent damage across team fights really are key as well. So look for her and Twitch to do a lot of upfront burst with their big dump of damage, but also consistent damage across the whole team and so much AoE damage coming out of this YSC lineup.
Not to mention Syndra's fantastic CC as well. You've got the slow from the W in as well to scatter the weak with the stun, just offering a lot of both displacement and stun. So really strong is the old Syndra. Just a little bit less mobile than a lot of other AP mids at the moment.
The Dark Binding and Cocoon just missed two separate members of Team Envy by whiskers.
Yeah.
They are getting so strangled with this map vision. It looks like they have great control over the top half of the map, but the bottom half of the map is completely in YSC's control, which means that the next dragon that spawns is once again, unless there's a heavy contest from NV, might be uncontested.
Yeah, we'll see whether it's going to be enough. Of course, that's a few minutes off now. We're going to have YSC just trying to get up here. I think that they're really happy to try and push out as a group, just because that means that Intrepid cannot get any solo farm.
Yeah, and we spoke about how Jack Attack is currently in his most powerful part of the game. This is where Lulu really shines. Has that needlessly large rod. That wild growth affects team fights so well at this point in the game, making someone much tankier than they are. The Glitter Lance, of course, with that slow, ensuring that even more CC can come through from the side of YSC. Whereas Jack Attack only sitting on that Phage and that Sheen, as we have BMA going aggressive.
Oh, we've got Little Cutie Cheese forced to flash out of there. There's the wild growth as well. BMA's taking a lot of damage. Cutie Cheese picks that one up after the engage from NV. Now they're trying to turn it back around again as well. We'll see whether they can do anything in response. And NV turning it on. They see Denny in the bottom lane, but it's not over yet. You've got the Dark Binding landing. There's the Cocoon. There's the... Oh my goodness. Scatter the weak afterwards as well. Little Cutie Cheese picks up that kill, and that's exactly the right CC chain that they needed. This could be Baron.
And straight away, YSC run towards that Baron with the percentage health coming out of Elise and the Spiderlings to take it up. Going to be able to do this so fast, particularly with the Blade of the Ruin King, although Jack Attack is taking so much damage.
Yeah, the shield's coming through there as well. First Mate, of course, does have that ultimate. That Living Artillery is just so good. Oh, there's the Dark Binding, and First Mate has actually been gone on by Denian. Does have that Blade of the Ruin King. Has flashed over as well. We'll see whether he finishes off. There it is. Denian takes down First Mate, barely dodging out the Dark Binding here is Mattress as well, and Intrepid trying to turn it around on Little Cutie Cheese again. Nice cocoons coming through from Zai. They have been fantastically on point today.
And the pick comp coming out of YSC is really starting to take place.
Oh, yeah.
Look at all the long-range CC that can come through. Even when it looked like BMA had caught Little Cutie Cheese in that last fight, as soon as any CC came onto him, he was unable to move and gets exploded straight away. This Lee Sin still isn't tanky, only with a Sightstone and boots, not bringing any defensive stats to the table whatsoever, and Little Cutie Cheese is starting to bring the pain on this Syndra.
Yeah, almost has that Rabbidan's Death Cap. He's going back now, is going to be able to finish that one up, maybe get the Sork Shoes as well, is going to be able to do that. So massive spike in damage here from this Syndra. Those Dark Spheres are going to start hurting for so much more, and with this Athenes, he can throw them out so often.
Yeah, with Athenes, with Blue Buff, look for him to become absolutely massive in these next few fights, and it looks like NV have given up this dragon once again. Map control was taken for a time, but gone completely back in the favor of YSC, and Intrepid's in the top lane, so unless he blows his teleport, he's not going to be able to make it there in time. This dragon's falling so fast.
Yeah, look at all the damage coming through. Sonic Wave isn't going to find its mark either, and we've got the Dark Binding landing here as well. Little Cutie Cheese from the side. There's the Cocoon onto BMA. The Tidal Wave having to be used to disengage. And that's going to be enough. NV do escape with their lives, but that's a big ultimate down from Mattress.
Yeah. Able to get out of there without losing anything. Do unfortunately give up the dragon. That's a 6k gold lead in the side of YSC, allowing Intrepid a little bit of extra time in this top lane to pick up a turret. He's now got his Trinity Force. He's going to be doing more damage as Little Cutie Cheese gets engaged upon.
Yeah, there's the Aqua Prison as well. They can layer their CC as well. Heavens, though, taking a lot of damage here, but is going to have Command Protect, and of course, Mattress there to help with that ebb and flow for a little bit of an extra health back.
But we see how much damage comes out of the Syndra at this point of the game. That burst from the ultimate nearly able to trade 1-for-1 in a 3-on-1 situation. Had no right to do that amount of damage. So look for them to get back on track. We see the static shield once again coming out of Twitch. That must be just a preference thing for Jack Attack. I actually think that the Phantom Dancer would have been a better item in this situation, just because of the dueling potential that it gives Twitch. But looking to clear out the waves and put a mini siege on this turret, even though Little Cutie Cheese is dead.
Yeah, Little Cutie Cheese is dead, but we've of course got First Mate there in the bottom lane, so not going to be too worried. Nice little command protect to stop BMA from taking too much extra damage. He still is going to find a little bit of hurt in that Dark Binding. A lot of Mercury Shred's going to need to be built. I mean, Tenacity is going to be fantastic against both of these sides, because as we've seen, the CC layered one on top of the other is so devastating. Oh, Denian gets a brilliant flank across 3 members here on his own with that rat-a-tat-tat from his ambush. So getting a bit of damage down, not going to be able to secure any kills, but my goodness, I'd be scared if I was in there.
Yeah, forcing Hattress nearly out of the fight straight away. And this is what Morgana, as a brilliant shockwave, and then Little Cutie Cheese does so much damage to BMA also. Morgana lends itself... Zahi! There is so much surprising damage coming out in these little poke skirmishes. For third time lucky, Morgana lends itself so well to a Twitch pickup because of the Black Shield and the ability to not be able to dive on top of Twitch. With his summoners available with that heal, going to be able to kite back. And as soon as Morgana pops that Shoal Cycle ultimate, it slows your whole team's advance. And you really have to turn around at that point and start focusing Morgana if you don't want to be CC'd to death.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see, of course. Oh, as the Tidal Wave comes through as well, Jack Attack might be under fire here as well, but it looks to me like, oh, there's a really nice shockwave, but Mattress falls down from Denian in the backline. Unfortunately, not quite enough work.
Flying Dew just had a brilliant Frost Queen's claim, is it?
Oh, yeah, that's the item.
Yeah, a brilliant active on that, allowing Mattress to take 2 extra turret shots with the slow from that ability. So fantastic work there from the support of YSC. Coming up huge for his team and helping with the assist. We haven't really spoken about this. He's 0-0-5 this game.
Yeah. Flying Dew having a massive one here on Morgana. Not his normal Thresh that we've been seeing be fantastic. Picking up the Morgana here and doing similar work. So we've got to stop calling him the Flying Thresh Man, because he can play other champions ridiculously well as well. He's just a solid guy.
And Jack Attack looks like he's going to go back now, pick up that Ravadon's death cap, so look for him to come out absolutely massive. He's having a fantastic game also, 0-0-4, also picking up some wards for his teams. That's really important in putting this Stranglehold onto the NV lineup. And there's a 6k gold lead, and NV haven't looked like they've got the fights that they've wanted.
Yeah, it's sort of out of nowhere as well. As a Dark Binding does land, Cocoon afterwards as well. Zahi going to pick up that one. Little Cutie Cheese is there, but he doesn't get the Scatter the Weak down in order to make that the 3. And we are going to have, of course, all of the deaths here for YSSC are on Flying Dew, who is still managing to farm out quite effectively. Of course, 205 CS isn't too bad. Is only down by about 25 at this stage, but Orianna is a phenomenal farming champion.
Yeah, so Heaven's on this Orianna, so comfortable. As we see Zahi get tagged by that Sonic Wave, and BMA's going in.
Yeah, very, very aggressive use of that Resonating Strike there as well. He's going to land another one. There's the Tidal Wave as well. Not going to hit anyone here. BMA is going to get deleted here by Denian. We've got the Shockwave coming through. Little Cutie Cheese isn't going to die though. My goodness, Intrepid so low. He's going to fall as well in the back line. Little Cutie Cheese, of course, is going to die in this engagement as well, but they have lost 2 members on the side of MV. There's the Dark Binding. Heavens takes that one up, and the ambush coming through here by Denian. Is he going to try and do some work? He does get exhausted. The heal going to have to be popped as well. Jack Attack taking a lot of damage. It's Cogmore in the back line. First Mate now going to be able to finish off Zahi as well. There he is. Brilliant positioning here by First Mate.
First Mate and Heavens won that team fight by themselves. Those 2 carries on the side of MV, perfect positioning. Heavens even flashed over the wall in uncharacteristic aggression on his side to pick up Little Cutie Cheese at the, in the middle of that fight, able to kite back perfectly. Before he used his ultimate as well, well spotted. Able to kite back perfectly and just do so much damage, allowing NV now to pick up Baron control around this area, regain some of the map control that they had slowly been letting slip away, and the mid inhibitor and the mid turret. fantastic team fight out of MV.
Yeah, it's exactly what NV needed as well. They still are down about 5,000 gold, but this is really going to help their morale. And 5,000 gold at 30 minutes into the game is nothing to write home about.
Yeah, still a perfectly balanced game. And you have to think with the carries starting to now scale up on the side of MV, this Kog'Maw now has his Trinity Force, now building towards the Blade of the Ruined King, going to be this really, really, like, he's a tank killer that shreds through squishies just as well. Looks like YSC are going to take a Dragon uncontested, so they've still got control over the lower side of the map. But look at the ward coverage out of MV in the top side.
Yeah, they got wards everywhere, of course. YSC still have a couple of wards of their own, of course, owning that Lady Brush in the top side of the mid lane, so with a pink ward there. So very, very nice. He's going to be able to see anyone walking through there. And YSC still playing aggressively. They know that they have the item advantage.
Yeah, and they think that we had the upper hand in that fight. We just got out-positioned a little bit in the end.
Yeah.
And they had to use so many of their ultimates. They were able to get Intrepid off the field. Now that the cooldowns are, the summoner spells are off Kog'Maw and are off Heavens, YSC have to feel that they can get a pick in one of these closed areas in the jungle and explode someone, particularly now if they see Intrepid in this bottom lane.
Yeah, Intrepid is very, very close to an incredible line of pink wards. Oh my goodness, Zahid from over the wall with that cocoon. And they're wresting control of the vision around this Baron buff as well. Very large lane of minions there in the top lane, as the Sonic Wave does land from BMA, but not going to follow it up.
And YSC now have to make a decision. Are they going to send Jack Attack to the bottom lane? He can, of course, disrupt the teleport with his polymorph, with the wild growth to knock him up also. And they look like they have made that call, because the longer you leave Intrepid by himself to farm up on this Jax, the scarier he's going to get. But the problem is he has his teleport, and Jack Attack does not. Yeah,
Jack Attack with about a third left on that particular one, but it's going to be the inner turret going down here for Intrepid. So manages to pick that one up. Nice split pushing coming through from Jax, which is definitely one of his biggest strengths.
Yeah, and allows BMA to pick up control of this Baron area once again, because Jack Attack now doesn't have vision of Intrepid. They can't stop the teleport. So once again, MV being able to rotate around the map, take vision control back. It's now only down to, it's still 5k gold, although they're starting to claw their way back into the game with some turrets as objectives.
Yeah, and the thing for NV to think about as well is the fact that they have Kog'Maw, Orianna, and Jax, 3 incredibly hard scaling carries. So we'll see whether that's going to earn them a place in the late game. That being said, we know that YSC does not care about what the enemy team comp is. They're happy to take anything to the later sides off the game.
And Twitch has now picked up his last Whisper, so going to be shredding through everyone on the side of Team NV. No one is yet to pick up a really big armor item. In fact, with the Doran's shield is the biggest armor item on the side of Team NV.
And that doesn't actually have any armor.
So that Ratatat is going to be doing so much damage. And NV have to be extremely careful here, because they've got 5 members on the bottom half of the map. And they've just given up Baron control straight into the hands of YSC again.
Yeah, and Jack Attack's teleport is almost back up as well. So going to have the split push and defense potential of that Lulu at their disposal. Cheese does want to go back. I think he wants to finish off his Void Staff as soon as possible, unless he's baiting something out, which could also be an option because Flying Dew is coming from the flank. Everything is sort of hanging on the edge of a knife at this stage. It's like when the CC does manage to land, that's when someone's going to go in. When Heavens does get an attack dissonance combination that really chunks someone, that could be the go button here for YSSC. So see who does make the first move, who manages to get the cash that they need. But so far, it's just a battle for vision all across this map.
Yeah, really trying to take control of this Baron pit. Another pink ward expended on the side of YSC. They have such a fast Baron, and they want to use their pick potential.
So annoying.
They need someone to walk towards them so that they can get that initiation that they're looking for. One of those Dark Bindings or Cocoons. And it looks like they've run out of patience. They're just going to go straight onto the Baron as NV try and trade an inhibitor turret for mid.
Yeah, so they're going to trade this inner turret for a Baron buff. We'll see whether NV can get anything more than that, or whether BMA can have another fantastic steal. He's in there, but no! Zai's going to pick that one up, and the Cocoon lands. BMA does fall down, so Denian picking up that kill and a Baron. There's the Sonic Wave coming through as well. Tidal Wave now on top of Jack Attack. They're going to be able to get this inhibitor in response. Flying Jew now taking a lot of damage from Heavens, but Denian's there. Heavens is going to die. Unstoppable Rat. But the damage has been done in that middle lane.
Yeah, inhibitor down, trading it for a Baron and 2 people. So now look for YSC to do the opposite, push straight down this middle lane. They are so quick at taking turrets. With this Lulu and also the Twitch going to be doing so much damage, and they look like they're not even going to wait for minions, they're just going for it right now.
Yeah, Denian more than happy to tank it out because, of course, he's the tanky Twitch, has so much armor. Oh, Jack Attack now in a lot of trouble. First Mate has got a lot of damage, but that Wild Growth there in the bottom lane, and I think that that was a bait out as well, because that means that a lot of the wave clear is not there in the middle lane.
And look at the top lane. YSC can rotate around straight away, pick up another tier 2 turret. So whilst not being able to get the inhibitor, might be able to go 2 turrets in response. So fantastic move from Jack Attack there, stopping 2 backs and the initiation that is Intrepid, being able to bait that out. Fantastic move from the top laner of YSC.
Yeah, YSC just really playing this map really well as far as that particular section of play, because that was a lot of questions that were asked of both of these teams, and both of them made very, very aggressive decisions. They both went, yep, we're doing this, we have to commit to it, because if one of those teams had floundered, they would have lost considerably.
Yeah. Little Cutie Cheese has actually not gone for the Void Staff yet, and has instead picked up his Zhonya's Hourglass.
That's
just
outright.
Bought that outright.
My
So
God.
he knows he's the focus and that he has to get his damage down for them to win team fights. He's just going for so much raw damage, and also the survivability that Zhonya's adds.
Yeah, if he sees that ball coming into his face, he can just pop that stasis as the shockwave does come down, which is really, really handy.
And once again, YSC complete control over the bottom side of the jungle, rotating for another dragon. They've just had complete control of this dragon every single time it spawns.
Almost 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah, up to a 10,000 gold lead with the Baron buff, just adding so many more raw stats on top of that. Health regen being one of the most important ones. And I don't know if Envy can fight them at this point straight out.
Yeah, definitely not with this Baron buff circling around them as well. So really, really handy that they did get the middle inhibitor, because that does mean that YSC needs to fight through super creeps in order to get some pressure down onto these turrets and utilize this Baron buff. But having the extra money that Baron gives you as well as the buff itself means that I think that it was probably a better trade for YSC, when normally taking the turrets and taking the objectives that aren't going to respawn is the better option.
Yeah, and we just need to see if YSC can now break this inner turret around the base, because we talk about how Twitch is so poor at sieging, and Lulu still hasn't built up any form of a Lich Bane, which I would like to see come out. Has picked up a Negatron Cloak, so going for a little bit more tanky. Zahi just going to greet that Wraith. Sick of seeing him running around the bushes, offering too much ward vision. So now the siege is on, and we need to see whether YSC can actually break anything, or if they need a pick and then a quick kill on the side of Team NV to be able to go.
They have convinced Intrepid that he cannot really be split pushing, as Mattress almost takes his whole health in damage from that couple of abilities coming out of YSC. My gosh, the damage potential from these guys is massive.
So we've seen exactly what YSC want to do as
There's
the flash comes in.
onto Heavens as well. That's exactly the target that they want. We've got Flying Jew right in there as well with that Soul Shackle doing so much work. Intrepid even going low. First Mate now is going to go down. Mattress is next one. It's a whitewash for YSC. They decide to dive and they get the kills. This is ridiculous. And this could actually be game right here, right now. It's only Mattress alive.
And Denian didn't die. The attack damage carry on the side of YSC still up, burning through these objectives. Takes down the inhibitor, looking to move on to the Nexus turrets now. Where did that come from?
That was absolutely ridiculous. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, of course. With 3 members alive here, including the AD carry, they are going to be able to get through these Nexus turrets. Mattress is trying to do everything he can, but Denian says, nope, I'm going to kill you as well. They are going to be able to take down this turret and the Nexus. YSC bring us to a game 3, as of course they would, because they need us to have as much time with them on the Rift as possible. That is definitely their thing. The Nexus does go down, and that's going to mean game 3 here for NV versus YSSC. And wow, that made absolutely no sense, because we do not see YSSC making these plays that are just so coordinated.
Yeah, well, we're used to the patient YSC coming out. And that Baron call and then that turret dive were not patient plays whatsoever. As soon as they saw an opening, they were like, we're going, guys. Zahi with really aggressive plays on this Elise. Fantastic pickup. We questioned it in Champion Select, and obviously he proved us wrong because he came up absolutely massive. And also, Flying Jews Morgana, 0-0-14 of 15 kills.
Yep.
He was amazing.
Yeah, and we were having a little bit of a go last game at Denian on this Twitch. He went legendary at the end of that game. 8-0-4. Gigantic, gigantic game. 15 kills here for YSC in total. And, of course, 12 of them being participated in there by that Denian. So being a monster on that Twitch.
All right, as we go into a replay, this is the last team fight. So we see right here, Mattress gets caught by a bind, and he gets chunked. And at this point, they go, hey, Little Cutie Cheese does so much damage. You know what we should do?
Cool.
We should dive. And they see Heavens wander out to the front, and straight away, Zahi just goes, I'm going, guys. As soon as the wave comes in, he flashes forward, lands the cocoon, and then such a good wild growth, and the soul shackles come out. Intrepid not able to do enough at the back of the team fight there. Turns around onto first mate. Denian doing so much damage. Intrepid goes down. Fantastic use of his passive there by first mate. Able to pick up the return kill onto Little Cutie Cheese and Jack Attack. But apart from that, the damage was already done.
Yeah,
the base was breached.
Really, really decisive play coming through. And that's Soul Shackles from Flying Jew, making sure that he had the flash. And the fact that Zhonya's was available for Little Cutie Cheese, so he could come out of stasis and still get more Dark Spheres down, get more of those slows and more damage potential. And the fact that they could peel so well for Denian, and the fact that they had that Black Shield this time in order to stop him from getting CC'd up was just ridiculously good. And Jack Attack, I'm sold on the Lulu. Don't worry, I'm not having to go at that ever again.
I was going to say, we have to give massive props to Jack Attack in this game. He ended up 50 CS above this Jax.
Yep.
Handled the 2v1 superbly, even though his tower went down early game.
Yep.
And the whole of the YSC team, as a unit, ensured that this Jax was starved of experience at the early game. He was level 1 when Lulu was level 5.
Yeah.
And CS the whole game, not able to get anywhere with. Had to give up his second damage item, that Blade of the Ruin King, goes straight for the Randuin's Omen just because of how much damage Twitch was doing, and completely contained on the side of YSC.
Yeah, really, really intelligent play coming out of these guys, but I really, really want to get to Game 3, and I could imagine everyone at home does as well, so do not go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in 3 minutes with Game 3 between NV and your Soul Shell Chuffer.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Remember, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game with the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer. Life comes
Welcome, everybody, to the Winter League of Legends Round of 8 here in Oceania. I'm, of course, Atlas, joined by Spawn, and we're here for Game 3 between Your Soul Shall Chuffer and Team NV. This is the big one. This is what's going to decide who goes forward and who doesn't. And if Team NV doesn't get through to the round of 4, it's going to be a massive upset because they were the runners-up in the Gold Coast Supernova for the round of 4 against Immunity. And to now not even get in would be devastating. But Your Soul Shall Chuffer have shown us some incredible play over the last few games, and I honestly cannot tell you who's going to win this one.
Yeah, it is so hard to pick. We saw the absolute best come out of NV in that first game. So decisive. Their calls were so clear and their rotations crisp. But then in that second game, the pick potential that came out of YSSE, the way they want to play League of Legends, the heavy fighting, the burst that can come out of Denian and Little Cutie Cheese. Jack Attack played a fantastic Lulu after we gave him some flack for it in the first game. So as you said, this game could go either way. The teams look so evenly balanced in every lane.
Yeah. That being said, I think that it was Zahi on that Elise that was also incredibly pivotal. He managed to, that flash cocoon onto Heavens in that last engagement through team members and minions and everything, managing to get it on exactly the target that he wanted, and then having the rest of the follow-up perfectly there. That doesn't happen a lot. That was ridiculously perfect.
Yeah, fantastic play. And he was on point all game, landing cocoon after cocoon. Also, special mention, of course, to the Flying Dew. That Morgana support just lent itself well to that team comp perfectly. And you would think that if he got that again and YSC get a similar comp, you give them the favor in this best of 3.
Yeah, you really do. And Cassidy now going to be taken off the field here by YSC. No surprises there. And Kale being removed as well, Jax being not an option. And are we going to see a Lucian ban again? I think that is the real question here.
The Leona ban goes. I think that you potentially have to throw the last ban at the LeBlanc because of how pivotal it was in Game 1. And you dare First Mate to pick that Lucian, so it gives them Twitch again, because I think that YSC would value the Twitch pick higher than they do the Lucian pick at this point in the game. Yeah,
I think they would too, and there are a few options here available as well, of course. Having Leona and Morgana now banned away means that Thresh has become 400 times more important.
Yeah, definitely the Thresh. Maybe a Nami pickup as well on the side of NV. They've showed that they do like to run that. Nami, of course, not having the best game last game, maybe a little bit too squishy with the high impact carries that were coming through from the side of NV.
Ooh, they're going for it again.
Going back towards that Lulu, they absolutely love this in the top lane. And when it works well. And when it doesn't work, it just gets behind and kind of looks lackluster. But let's see if Jack Attack can give it a third time lucky and really pull through for his team here.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is, though, is YSC sort of have to pick away the LeBlanc.
Ah, of course.
Otherwise, it's just going to be a repeat of the first game. It's going to be exactly the same pick ban phase.
Yeah, if Lucy and LeBlanc get through onto the side of NV, you have to really worry for how much damage comes out in the mid-game across the whole of the team. The Culling's AoE as well as LeBlanc's distortions really mess with you in a team fight situation. And Zahi is taking so long to pick this, takes the Lee Sin away from BMA.
Yeah, but that was a lot of thinking. That sort of had to be a split-second decision at the end there. So we'll see whether YSC sort of really are sure about this one. They have taken BMA off his comfort champion, but there still are almost all of the potential junglers here for BMA to toy around with, and Intrepid is going to be potentially back on his Shyvana again.
And I like that pickup.
Oh, yeah.
Intrepid has shown that he is extremely comfortable on Shyvana in any matchup, and just brings a lot more to the table with a heavy tank than what he did last game with the Jax pickup. So fantastic. Get back on the Shyvana. I think that the Lee Sin pickup lends itself well also to the Twitch pickup coming out at some point.
Yeah.
From YSC. Obviously, we've seen that Denian did have some problems, not in the last game, but in the first game with the Lee Sin as Twitch. It, however, did give Mattress the Thresh pickup. So what comes out of Flying Dew now?
That's the thing, because it could be Lulu.
Potentially.
Yeah. That's what I just figured out, is maybe they were sort of going for the psych out pick by picking up this Lulu and saying, yes, we're going to take this into the top lane again. and getting the Shyvana pick out, and then they're free to pick up Trundle, they're free to pick up anything they want in that top lane, and Flying Jew can play one of the stronger supports when you've got things like Leona and Morgana banned out.
Pickception.
Yeah.
Just really mind gaming Envy.
Yeah, so many levels of Lulu.
Just setting up the perfect trap.
Yeah, I have a feeling the wedding band and the spinning top token are both happening at this stage of the depths.
Okay, so moving into the next two picks, let's see what Little Cutie Cheese and Denny pick up. I would once again surprise.
Oh, but I was wrong.
And it might be the very, very strong lane. Twitch Nami has fantastic dueling potential. If you can land that the bubble with, of course, the auto attacks buffs coming out, with the speed up and all the other little things that Nami gives you, can really land Twitch well to some high early game damage. Although you have to think the Lucian Threat, the
Lifesteal lane,
such a strong lane.
Yeah, so that one coming out from Envy is definitely going to be something that YSC are going to have to play up against.
I like Little Cutie Cheese leaving mid till last, because this means if Heavens goes with LeBlanc, he will either pick Ryze, which he can play, or Syndra.
And we saw his Syndra is incredibly good.
And both of those picks do very, very well against LeBlanc, and you have to think that Heavens wouldn't be comfortable taking LeBlanc into what could potentially be a counter pick.
Yeah.
He likes the farm heavy jungler, mid laner, sorry, but it looks like he is hovering it. This is very, very gutsy out of Heavens if he does lock in this champion.
Yeah, he's sort of daring Little Cutie Cheese, almost a little bit of disrespect. After we saw how incredible Keen was on that Syndra against LeBlanc, that was just so good, but it involves needing to have a very, very strong Syndra player. But Little Cutie Cheese is pretty good.
We saw Little Cutie Cheese's timing on the Nidalee against LeBlanc.
That's
able
true.
to pounce away time and time again. Although Heavens went massive, he got nothing in the laning phase.
No.
And with the Syndra, the kill potential is actually reversed, because if you get rid of the first distortion, LeBlanc ends up back where she was when she used the ability in the first place.
Yeah.
And has to use her ultimate to get away because of the burst potential that comes out of Syndra early game. And of course, that Chalice build lends itself really, really well to being able to spam the LeBlanc out of the lane, continually push her in, get rid of all that roam potential. And as we keep talking about it, that's what's now being hovered. I really like this pickup, and I think that YSC have got exactly what they want in this pick ban phase.
I think they've done incredibly well, despite the fact that we've got the Lulu into Shyvana matchup again. I think that Jack Attack, based on how well he played it against the Jax matchup, I think that something may have just gone wrong there. He may have just given Intrepid just a little bit too much leeway early on in order to scale through into this game. And, well, we'll just see what happens. We'll see whether he can bring the pain this time.
So we have the first team comp that won the game for NV, pretty much being picked. With the exception of Eve over the Lee Sin right now. And then on the other side, we have very, very strong pick potential out of Nami, out of the Syndra, and then, of course, the dueling potential of Denny. And on this Twitch, he's been so strong. Both teams would have to be feeling extremely comfortable in their picks.
Oh, yeah. The thing that I really have to mention, though, and I don't want to have a go at Mattress or anything, but he doesn't have his Leona this game. And his Leona was so good in that first matchup. And his Nami wasn't quite offering necessarily what it needed to in that last matchup. There were a few of those tidal waves that just got sidestepped. A lot of those Aqua Prisons weren't quite landing. When they did, things were fantastic. But unfortunately, in a lot of the chaotic team fights that tended to break out, they just weren't really there. So we'll see whether he manages to play well on this Thresh, which is another champion that isn't Leona.
Yeah, and Thresh is one of those characters that to play reactively with Thresh, a lot of people can do. You can flay away the hard engages, do all those nice things, get some nice boxes down. But a Nami Twitch lane, they're looking to kite you around and skirmish you.
Yeah.
So you have to be really on point with these death sentences, because if you don't land it as Thresh, you just take so much damage because you literally have to run at the support to get your flay off. So all the pressure now in the bottom lane, if it does go to a 2v2, is on Mattress.
Yeah. Does it also mean, of course, that if a death sentence is landed and Mattress decides he wants to go in on it, does that mean that basically Flying Jew just puts an Aqua Prison on his feet, then walks away?
Walks away and allows Denian to just fight first mate straight up.
Yeah.
And you have to think in that matchup that Denian has the advantage with the Twitch, with the early expunge damage, ridiculously high amount of damage that comes out of that little poisonous sewer rat.
Yep.
So I think that it will be an interesting bot lane, and this all hinges on whether Mattress plays his character to its full potential.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with all of these players really playing their matchups out really well, because there's a lot of skill-based matchups here. It's whether Jack Attack can really put it to Intrepid early. He's going to have the harassment control, but as we saw, he has to really hammer that home in order to win this lane out.
And he needs to get further damage on the turret.
Yeah.
He was able to push him in a lot in the first game, but we saw that Intrepid was just more than happy farming under his turret and then just running around in the lane. If Jack Attack is going to push like that, particularly with an Eve on the map that can come into your lane at any time and gank you, he's going to have to get early damage down onto that turret and really look to make an aggressive push for his team.
Yeah, and this is the first time that we've seen Zahi on Lee Sin as well. Of course, BMA picking that one up both times in a row, so we'll have to see how BMA takes this Evelynn into this matchup. And of course, she does have so much just inherent pressure everywhere based on the fact that she does have that stealth. Sort of forces a lot more pink wards to be bought. There's a lot of there's a different play style against Evelynn. But if she falls behind early, she is basically useless.
Yeah, and if she gets caught by a lot of the spells, because Evelynn generally does go a damage item in that Spirit Elder. Likes to go for another hybrid item, can either go Bloody the Ruined King very, very far ahead, or of course the Magic
Hex Drinker,
Hex Drinker, and then into tank. So he's got a little bit of a delayed build path, whereas Zahi will just look to go Lizard Elder into pure tank, I assume, maybe with a Sightstone thrown in there if that's his Lee Sin style. Yeah,
and you've also got just a general bit more tankiness coming out of a Lee Sin with his scaling health. Of course, Evelynn, you get to level 6 and you still feel like you don't have quite enough squares in your health bar.
Yeah, and of course the mobility that comes out of Lee Sin is extremely high as opposed to the Evelynn who just runs around everywhere.
Yeah, that's very, very true. So we'll see whether Zahi can play that to its full potential this game. Of course, BMA did look incredibly strong on that Lee Sin. Despite his loss in the last game, he still looked very, very good on that champion. So we'll see whether he does manage to pick up the win. The one that it always seems to be the case, and it's mostly because the mid laners here in Oceania are just so interesting to watch, but Syndra versus LeBlanc is super interesting, and Little Cutie Cheese versus Heaven's Curse is super interesting as well, to me especially. So watching this mid lane unfold is going to be super crucial to the game, and also really interesting to watch.
Yeah, I think the mid lane actually holds the key to this game. If Little Cutie Cheese can get ahead, look for him to put extreme pressure onto Heavens and really try and throw him off the game, off his game.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And if he manages to get his Scatter the Weaks on point and really make sure he disrupts the distortions that are going to be coming through from Heaven's Curse, which is going to involve an incredibly large amount of reaction time prowess.
Yep.
But also getting the stuns down is going to be really important. But we are going to be getting into this game very, very quickly. Of course, guys, do not go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back. We are, of course, onto the Rift, everyone, with Envy taking on Your Soul, Shellchuffer, in Game 3, Spawn. Finally, we have a Game 3 between Envy and YSC, and this is where it all comes out. Everything. No holds barred. This is Brawl Fest for the title here. I'm super excited. This is one of my favorite matchups. That's why I'm sort of going on about it, but oh my goodness, I'm so ready.
And there couldn't be more on the line. The last spot at Perth Supernova, that chance to represent the region at the Wildcard 20. I'm sure both these teams really want this, and it could not be closer.
It could not be closer. And we saw both victories were just really, really decisive plays at perfect times for their team comp. So we'll see which team manages to discover when theirs is this game, and whether they really manage to bring it to the other, because, oh man, I don't know. I'm losing my mind.
I'm so interested to see how this early game goes. It looks like YSC holds the key to a really good early game, but we've seen Heavens on this LeBlanc. You can never count him out.
Oh, heck no.
Can play anything, and played a superb LeBlanc in the first game. looking to put his team on his back once again, and it's going to be intense.
It's going to be super intense, and we'll see whether Little Cutie Cheese can really play this matchup out as well as he did on that Nidalee now that he's on Syndra. And Intrepid waiting around in this brush, the very back end of it.
And once again, it looks like YSC are going to initiate the lane swap or a potential late invade, although they may be spotted by a ward. Yep, so if they go right now, yeah, they're spotted by that ward in the top lane. So unfortunately, they're going to know, Team NV are going to know exactly what is going on here.
And Team NV also not going to be there at all. Having BMA start on his red buff means that he's going to be A-OK.
Yeah,
and this one going to be taken off.
And of course, Eve is just going to be able to get her 2-buff start by herself, go across, pick up the blue buff on the side of Zahir. It looks like the Jack Attack will be following Zahir around in the jungle again. They like this lane swap.
Yeah, they really do.
Particularly with the Lulu. And it looks like, once again, Intrepid will just go straight to lane, although he's going to clear out the blue buff for his team. So good guy, Intrepid. However, look to see how much zone potential this Nami Twitch combo can provide early.
Yeah, we'll see whether they really manage to utilize that combination, because if you get locked up by that Aqua Prison with the Contaminate, what used to be Expunge, and of course the Tidecaller's Blessing with those auto attacks, it's just going to be absolutely ridiculous damage, even for Intrepid on this Shyvana.
And straight away, BMA has joined his bottom lane, and they are looking to push this turret so quickly. They do not want Intrepid in this 2v1 for any longer than needed. So getting that Eve into the bottom lane, potentially looking for a gank, but they just look like they really want to push this in, even using abilities to get this to the turret.
Yeah, they want to stack up this wave as well, just so that it can all crash into that turret at the same time. Oh, Heaven's taking so much damage. Little Cutie Cheese really saying, look, nah, this is my lane, get out, it's mine. Come at me, bro, it's fine.
And we have seen that Zahi and Jag Attack are both going down to this bottom lane, so looking to hold it as a two-man force this time. I like this much more than the push that they had last game with the Elise, just because it ensures that the tower won't go down quickly as Little Cutie Cheese gets a little bit caught up, able to respond with some damage of his own, and looking to push NV off this bottom turret and zone Intrepid from the creep wave even further.
Yep. Always embarrassing to get hit by one of your own creeps. Oh, Jak Attack gets caught by the Descendants there. Shield does come through in order to try and block out a bit of this damage, but he doesn't want to stick around here for too long.
And using his last pot, look for him to maybe teleport on the next cannon creep. It looks like Zahi is going to pop away, maybe get some experience off his white just to keep him ticking along in that jungle. Intrepid doing much better in this lane this time around, you must say, as Heaven takes another ball to the face. Getting a little bit bullied in this early game, but the tower is falling extremely quickly in the bottom lane. Lucian just doing so much early game damage.
Yeah, only a couple of these creeps are left, so they're going to have to wait for at least one more wave before they finish this one off. Of course, the top lane still not below half health, so as you said, NV doing far better in that case.
Yeah, and just the repetitive pushing. Although what it does mean is that First Mate is missing more creeps than what Denny is.
Ooh, BMA though. Oh, Heavens actually gets his distortion blocked out here. Little Cutie Cheese is lacking in that mana, though. Does get locked down there. Heavens is going to go down as well at first blood. Does go to Heavens, but Little Cutie Cheese with a response kill.
Yeah, able to go 1-for-1, trade that in the middle lane. Heavens also not blowing the flash. Sorry, Little Cutie Cheese not blowing the flash, whereas Heaven's blowing both summoner spells, and a 9 CS advantage for the mid laner on the side of YSC, even though the gank came in on him first.
Yeah.
So he is showing that he is extremely comfortable in this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, and as we saw, I mean, blocking out that distortion with the Scatter the Weak, this Little Cutie Cheese understands this matchup completely, as we were talking about before, and NV still unable to take this bottom lane turret. It must be getting frustrating.
Yeah, so this will be the final push in though, so they will be able to get it. It also looks like BMA is coming in for another gank, so you need to look out, Jak Attack. You need to get out of there ASAP. Reads that very, very well. He's still got his teleport up. There's no reason that he should stick around. He's just going to potentially put himself at risk as we see the gank into the mid lane. So Heaven's already at such low health. Little Cutie Cheese looking to get aggressive. Lands a very, very good Scatter the Weak. Sees BMA run through, and the chain lands from Heavens with the flash in. Able to get down the last spear and the ignite with an auto attack. Able to take Heavens out, but Heavens unfortunately picking up first blood there. Great gank in from BMA to put some pressure on. but you got to think Little Cutie Cheese is loving this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, he's really, really happy with what happened there as well, because it relieved pressure on the rest of the map, meant that there was an extra wave that had to crash, and Envy are going to be able to take, try and do this dragon, but as you can see, with the vision, they're not going to be able to. So maybe if that bottom lane turret had been taken earlier, it would have meant that YSC didn't quite have enough time to get wards down there, all that sort of business as well. So you never really know what the cascading effects are here. Oh, as another Dark Sphere comes through. And Heavens is taking a lot of damage from this.
And he has to be extremely careful because the burst that comes out of Syndra at this point in the game is super high. So look for him to start paying even further back. I don't think at this point in the game he can harass sorry, I nearly said Keen. Little Cutie Cheese at all in this lane. And it's allowed Lulu freeze. With Lulu having the teleport still, able to get that ward down on the dragon means that they haven't been able to get what they want on the bottom side of the map as BMA comes in again for another game. Yeah,
Little Cutie Cheese. Oh, the Mimic Chain's actually going to miss here on the side of Little Cutie Cheese. Mattress coming through as well. Little Cutie's in a fair bit of trouble. And he has a lot of friends in this middle lane.
Yeah, they're throwing so many resources at him, trying to kill this CS advantage. It's also mean that Jack Attack has had to start pushing this wave out. He's on 31 CS to the 13 of Intrepid. Yep. Once again, doing so much better in this solo lane just because of the amount of pressure that this Twitch is able to put out. The kill potential versus the pushing potential is huge in this matchup. However, Denian does need to be careful because it looks like Mattress is coming into that top lane and Flying Dew isn't there yet.
Yeah, Flying Dew is coming up as... Oh, Death Sentence does land! We do have the Relentless Pursuit to try and get first mate in position. Things are looking great. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we're going to have a bit of a wet noodle fight, and Denian is going to escape with his life. So it's going to be okay, everyone. We didn't miss too much action. We just missed Denian escaping with the sliver, but having to use both of his summoners.
Yeah, both summoner spells burnt there to get out. Also a massive wave crashing into this top lane. Complete map control over as Heavens goes aggressive onto Little Cutie Cheese.
Agony's Embrace coming through as well. Doesn't get the stun onto BMA either, and unfortunately the Unleash Power going to be used, but BMA is going to survive that one as well. So a bit of a camp being set up here in the middle lane. Heavens making sure that he gets as much help as he possibly can against this Syndra, which has really been a difficult lane.
And
here for
NV
Heavens.
completely turning around what was looking to be a very, very difficult early game. Zahi getting beaten around the map as he gets a really nice kick onto BMA.
Yeah, there's the Contaminate coming through from Denian as well. Heaven's taking a lot of damage from this guy as well. Mattress is here. Zahi's in so much trouble. The Lantern gets taken. Heavens is going to have his cooldowns. Beautiful Death Sentence. I take back everything I said. Mattress is a god on this Thresh.
Yeah, able to pick up another kill there for his team. Heaven's really starting to get going. 2-1-1 now. Double buff on Denian now that he's reached that level 6. But you have to think YSC losing control of the map objectives early in this game is going to start playing on their minds.
Yeah, it really, really is. Death Sentence landing again here. Mattress just showing that he can do it, I think. And it's going to leave Dragon a massive option here for NV as well. So that objective is going to be in their favor if they manage to get some wards down. Of course, there are some pinks lying around, scattered through here for YSC, so they are going to have a little bit of an inkling as to what's going on. And I think they just need to make sure that they regroup and get their synergy back, get their feelings right.
That's exactly what they need to do. They need to get Zahi going on this Lee Sin, giving up so much early game pressure to this Eve. Now potentially also losing the Dragon. This is massive for NV, just exerting more pressure over the map at a point where we thought they would be weaker in the early game, have started the snowball early, already up about 3,000 gold.
Yeah, and 3,000 gold at 9 minutes is something to talk about here because it means that they've really managed to take control. And as we've seen as well, it's 0 turrets to 2 now. And this is what happened in the first game.
Yeah, just some map control that comes out of... As another Death Sentence lands, Jack Attack's in massive trouble.
Yeah, he does have the wild growth in order to stay alive there. But that's going to be a big cooldown down if any fights do manage to break out here.
So able to stave off that little bit of a push on the side of... As once again, BMA is in the mid lane trying to gank the Little Cutie Cheese. This must be so frustrating for the mid laner from YSC.
Yeah, and he's probably asking his team whether they can really put some pressure down somewhere else. And Denian is in this top lane. He's going to be able to get a fair bit of farm here. And as we saw last game, that if Denian manages to get good positioning, get in the right places at the right times, he's really going to be able to do work on this Twitch.
Yeah, and he's already built a 30 CS advantage over
my goodness, that's huge.
First Mate. First Mate, of course, being a little bit more objective focused for his team, running around the map, trying to push these turrets down and doing a good job in doing that. However, you have to think the further this Twitch can get ahead, the more it lends itself well to one team fight in the mid game, just going in the favor of YSC.
Yeah, that's true. And we do have a little bit of a difference coming through from Heaven's Curse. He's opted to go for that Athene's Unholy Grail instead of that Deathfire Grasp, which he went for in the first game. Zahi now might be caught out. Oh, that was almost Death Sentence 4 for 4 going down. Oh, Sonic Wave gonna miss, actually. Dragon's Rage Kick coming through. Nice tidal wave from Flying Jew. And the response teleport coming down from Jack Attack. Flying Jew now trying to slow down Mattress. He's the target that they're going for. I think they probably will be able to pick him up too. Sonic Wave is going to be available very soon. It's going to be Zahi picking up that kill.
Fantastic effort from Zahi there, getting 2 people with that Dragon Rage Kick. Follow-up tidal wave as Heavens tries to put out some damage. First Mate, of course, in his usual objective-focused self, just pushing this middle turret. And BMA looking for a potential flank with Heavens going over the wall. But
lurking.
Overall, fantastic initiation from as Heavens goes aggro.
Oh, Zahi actually picking up the chain for his teammate as well. Flying Jew didn't really want to have that one, but Zahi a little bit happier with that.
Heavens at the moment just using his blue buff advantage over Little Cutie Cheese to great effect, able to spam out much more abilities, and you see Little Cutie Cheese is actually on very minimal health. He's going to have to start choosing between wave clearing and obviously putting out the damage on the side of his team. But great follow-up from YSC, and if they are going to get back into this game, they need to keep capitalizing on the mistakes of Team NV.
There's also the fact that we've got more than a 20 CS lead here for Little Cutie Cheese as well on this Syndra. So playing really, really fantastically against the dominating force that is the LeBlanc coming out of Heavens.
Yeah, Heavens, of course, going for a little bit more of a farm-heavy build as well, which puts the CS discrepancy even further because he hasn't got that upfront burst of the DFG this game. And falling further behind in farm, as he goes for a little bit of harass, it's just going to mean that Syndra is going to have an even easier time in this mid-game. He can go back and pick up his Athenes whenever he wants at this point.
Yeah, and the gold discrepancy has clawed itself back a little bit. Oh, Heaven's not landing the chain. It's going to mean that... Oh, nice Death Sentence, though. Mattress saying, look, that's how you land a skill shot, bro.
Let me do it. You go second.
Yeah, exactly. Let me first next time, young Padawan, or something like that.
Yeah, so... First Mate getting some nice solo time in this bottom lane, able to catch up a little bit of that CS discrepancy, although we see that Denian has now picked up that Blade of the Ruined King, so we expect him to go into full split push mode.
Oh yeah.
Looking to
because
1v1
he wasn't in
everyone.
full split push mode before.
Even further, looking to overextend. Of course, it is a little bit dangerous with this Eve on the map. However, we saw the last game, the first game, sorry.
Yeah.
Even with Heavens on LeBlanc, Denian wasn't scared to fight him at any point of that game.
No. In fact, I don't think I've seen Denian scared to fight ever at any point of any game. When maybe he even should be scared to fight, let's be honest. Meanwhile, Jack Attack and Intrepid in this top lane. Having a look at the CS, it's only 4 in the lead for Jack Attack. So again, Intrepid showing that he loves this Shyvana and is more than happy to play this matchup.
Yeah, and that's fantastic because he was down to nearly 30 CS at one point. Oh, as Heavens gets a nice bit of a poke combo off there. Not able to get the Scatter of the Week out in time with Little Cutie Cheese. Intrepid stealing away a Wraith, I think. Great counter jungling going on there. Looks like they're pulling Denian back to the mid lane for a little bit of a team fight. Maybe not confident in the fact that Eve hasn't been shown on the map yet.
Yes.
And just don't want to overextend this Twitch.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go past that river, of course. They have that pink ward there available to see in that Tri-Brush there in the bottom lane, but doesn't really want to go any further than that. YSC preparing for a bit of a dragon here, 50 seconds before that one comes up. It's going to be a minute before that one is available. So we do have Heavens being pushed into his turret here a little bit. Of course, the wave clear from Little Cutie Cheese is very, very effective, but he's going to have to start getting a little bit more passive in this laning phase just because Heavens is going to be able to burst him come a few more items.
Yeah, and the further Heavens gets ranked up in this game, the scarier it will be, of course, that LeBlanc just so dangerous, particularly when he uses himself as the human cannibal, just able to get into the fight and throw so much disruption down, particularly with the Twitch. Intrepid looking like he wants to go for a nice another flank. There's 10 seconds left on this dragon, and Jack Attack's teleport isn't up, so he's going to have to join his team. And as we were saying, that Twitch starting to split push, straight away they pull BMA down into his lane to see if they can catch him being a little bit over-aggressive as he has been. And Zahi's been caught.
Yeah, there's the Death Sentence coming down as well. So much damage from Heavens. It's going to be BMA picking up that kill. There's the exhaust down of Flying Jew. Not sure where that's... The culling coming through and Intrepid right in there as this Dragon Self BMA. Now the heal being forced out. Denian's huge. Does have that wild growth, but he's going to get taken out. This is Envy taking control of the fight. We do have Little Cutie Cheese still alive. He does have a lot of damage, but perfect timing for this Dragon. Envy really taking it to YSC.
Decisive team fight out of Envy. Mattress going massive, catching people with that hook, able to get them in range for his team to just jump on them and explode them. The culling that came out of First Mate shows why Lucian is such a dangerous pickup. Able to stand at the back of the fight untouched and get his damage across everyone, as well as a great ultimate that came out of BMA. Terrific fight from Envy, transitioning into a Dragon. Let's take another look at it. Here we see Mattress landing the hook onto Zahi. So much damage. A great Aqua Prism comes out, but unfortunately Zahi's not able to get anything off, not able to get his kick. Denian thinks that he has a lot of damage here and is able to put out fair amount onto BMA, but then he goes a little bit too aggro and straight away. Mattress, another hook, flash forward, able to get onto the AD carry from YSC, transition into a Dragon, and perfect team fight from Envy.
Yeah, really, really well played. And I think Yasuo Chuffer are going to have to think twice before engaging on one of these situations again, because they lost Zahi straight away. It was immediately 5v4. And I think that they thought, oh yeah, all the upfront burst is gone. But unfortunately, Heaven's cooldowns aren't very long. He does have that Athene's Unholy Grail. That's 20% cooldown reduction. Now, of course, has the Fiendish Kodak, so that's another 10% as well. So he's almost max cooldown reduction. He is right now with the blue buff.
Yeah.
So he's going to be able to throw out all of his abilities so often in a team fight. And that is just so much burst.
And the kills are in the perfect spot for this NV lineup. 2-0-1 on First Mate, 2-1-3 on Heavens, 2-1-4 onto their jungler BMA. He's already got the two core components of his Randuin's Omen. He's going to be so tanky in these mid-game team fights compared to just a Sightstone on the side of Zahi. This Lee Sin not bringing many defensive abilities to his team at all at this point in time, and maybe things are getting a little bit out of control from YSC.
Yeah, and unfortunately, these sort of low-income champions like the supports and junglers aren't going to have as much money just because Envy have got a lot more objectives across the map. They've got a couple of dragons and, of course, 2 of those turrets as well in comparison to YSC's 0 turrets, which is really going to equal a lot more items. You can see Warden's Mail already being picked up here by Mattress, and in comparison to, you know, Ruby Crystal. And a few odds and ends by Flying Dew. So a little bit unfortunate there as far as the global gold is concerned for YSC, and they might need to think of pressuring some objectives here. They've been focusing very, very heavily on this mid lane, and it hasn't really been working.
Yeah, not paying off for them whatsoever. Interesting that 2 Warden Mails have already come out on the side of NV when it is a double AP comp once again. Lee Sin not bringing that much damage at this point of the game, of course. Potentially the Rat-a-tat-tat going across the whole team, slowing that attack speed is very important. But just, if there is a window, it's the fact that MV have gone so heavy into the armor already and giving up a lot of that gold for it.
Yeah, you can see all the colours being used on Jack Attack there for funsies by Intrepid. But Jack Attack going to be okay. Isnir is in a turret. Has actually clawed out that gold lead to about 20. I mean, that CS lead to about 20 as well, which is pretty good for him, a little bit better than the first game that they did have, but it wasn't a similar situation to this, where Envy had this kill lead and were in control of objectives and the map. As you can see, Denian a little bit too scared to be down here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, perfect rotation actually from Denian, who was pushed right up as soon as he saw Twitch coming out. As Heavens goes aggressive, nearly gets caught there by Little Cutie Cheese. Fantastic reaction time out of the MV mid laner, able to avoid that scatter of the week, and he's really setting the pace for his team at the moment.
Oh yeah, we do have Zahi going very, very deep. There's Heavens actually being forced to use his ultimate. Does have his decode popped as well. Intrepid now into the backline. Agony's Embrace being popped by BMA. He's so huge. Does have that shield available as well. Little Cutie Cheese now gets a double stun. Double Aqua Prison as well. BMA is taken so low. Denian finishing that one up. And First Mate here with the culling not going to be doing anything. YSC take back a really nice fight.
Yeah, fantastic fight out of YSC there. They're going to be able to push in for their first objective of the game. And that was all off how aggressive Little Cutie Cheese is.
And Zahi, right in there.
Yeah, able to get a fantastic kick. But the follow-up, there was 2 Scatter the Weeks there that hit multiple people.
Yeah.
And then the follow-up bubble out of Flying Dew, that Aqua Prism, just the layered CC that we talk about so much. Initiated well from the jungler, but as you can see, Little Cutie Cheese wants to fight at this point in the game.
Oh yeah, Little Cutie Cheese not scared to do so either, and Zahi just making sure he got in there with the really, really aggressive resonating strike and kicking out Heaven so that he got bursted down incredibly low and really could not handle taking any AoE from anyone, and therefore couldn't get his distortion into this fight. Well, Mattress now in a fair bit of trouble. The Sonic Wave does land. There's the stun coming through as well, but it might be a bait. Heavens comes through as well. There's the Unleashed Power onto Heavens' face, but Mattress is very, very low. Can't really go in first, mate. Is sort of the only one with any health on the side of Envy. He's not going to go fully commitment mode into that fight. But Envy, with the higher health bars, are going to be able to get a lot of damage down onto this mid lane turret.
Yeah, looking to take this turret and maybe engage a team fight. Whilst they know a lot of the ultimates have been expended on the side of YSC, that Dragon will also be up in 30 seconds, so potentially a swing in the favor of NV here. After YSC were able to claw it back to a 2k gold lead, NV are relentless in this mid lane, really wanting to push in here, and I don't think that YSC can hold off this turret push any longer.
Yeah, we've got Dragon's Descent available here from Intrepid. Heavens is going to be able to pick up the last hit on the turret, and with 10 seconds to go until this Dragon and everyone on YSC backing, that was perfectly executed by NV.
Yeah, fantastic objective control coming out of NV at this point in the game. Able to force the whole of the side of NV to stick around, YSC to stick around and try and defend that mid lane turret. Able to pick up an uncontested mid lane turret. Able to pick up an uncontested Dragon. All of a sudden, we're back out to a 4,000 gold lead.
Yep, really, really well played. That being said, I mean, YSC did manage to take 2 turrets there in the mid lane, taking that inner turret as well. So really, really smart. That being, ooh,
Zahi,
NV.
you need to be careful.
Yeah, they do not have the vision down here, unfortunately, but we do have all of YSSC just coming down, just to be sad together at the fact that Dragon has already been taken. They are going to be able to assert some control here of the vision.
Oh, poor Nami. Oh, she got past unscathed.
Unscathed. Oh, BMA now just trying to do a little bit of scouting here. But all of NV are waiting around. This is a very, very intense moment, of course. With 3,000 gold in the lead on the side of NV, they are going to be very, very comfortable fighting this one out. But YSC do not fall for the trap.
It was almost like YSC thought the Dragon was coming up later than what it was, because they didn't have eyes on NV there. It was like they were just kind of milling around, waiting for an objective to spawn, when there was nothing really to be taken there. NV had set a very well-placed trap, but they didn't want to rush into this Syndra.
Yep.
And the Lulu combo with so much kite back, particularly with the Tidal Wave and the Dragon's Rage kick that can come through. You just see how well YSC's composition is at extended team fights as they're able to draw the team backwards. So little bit of a stalemate from both sides there. We're, of course, only 23 minutes into this game, and because there's been so much attention focused mid lane, it's not like a Baron is really on the cards this early unless a team makes a serious mistake.
Yeah.
So teams just looking to secure some objectives for each other. Picking up that blue buff now on the side of Little Cutie Cheese and sending Lulu back to the top lane. Jack Attack really needs to start scaling up and getting maybe potentially that death cap going again.
Yeah, Denian has popped that ambush. Just wants to finish himself off a red buff. Does have, of course, Flying Dew there for a little bit of assistance, just to make sure that he's going to be safe and sound. NV just constantly trying to set up traps, but YSC uncharacteristically playing very, very cautiously. Ooh, Intrepid with a very nice Dragon Breath in order to clear out all that. Ooh, Jack Attack now getting a little bit transmogulated.
Doing the transmogulating,
yes,
I think.
I apologize. He was transmogulating.
So this is a part of the game where YSC has been impressing me all round of 8. When they think that they're behind, they do not fight on the enemy's terms.
No, they just turtle.
They are willing to turtle forever and wait for MV to bring the game back to them.
How many Ninja Turtles are there?
4.
Oh,
Donatello,
damn it.
Raphael,
We need to get a new one.
Michelangelo, Leonardo. Yeah. One of them is Master Splinter. We'll call
well,
that
that's
Denian.
Yeah, no worries.
So able to turtle this one out. Of course, they saw that First Mate was in that bottom lane, so they've sent 2 people to the top lane, looking to pick up an uncontested objective, but you have to be careful, Denian.
Yep, Zahi is here for the support, though. Sonic Wave landing really, really nicely done, but Mattress is there as well. Very nice ambush. Oh my goodness. Intrepid with the teleport. Nice play to the Ruin King for an extra little bit of speed, but Denian did not want to unstealth and that was very close.
Denian, what are you doing? Just turns around, pops out of stealth, uses his blade for a little bit of movement speed. I think he thought that maybe Lee Sin was
wanted to turn
against
it,
him.
man.
He was just, there was no hope that they were going to find him in that stealth.
Yeah.
So, a little bit of a questionable decision there, having to blow his flash to get out. Potentially wanted to turn it with Flying Dew coming up for support, but that was just bizarre.
That was very, very strange. Intrepid not actually having to use his teleport there, did just wander up, but that was 3 men that was drawn to the top lane.
And an objective picked up for YSC, so you have to think, even though they're behind, able to pick up another turret in the top lane, potentially going to be focusing this bottom lane. First Mate has been able to swing the CS. He's now 40 above Denian.
His ability to farm on Lucian is ridiculous. We saw this game 1. He was just so many leagues ahead on that champion.
And once again, Denian has elected for that static shift, so that's just an item preference thing.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to talk to him about that one day because I don't get it myself. But just a little bit of a personal preference coming out
4%
there.
extra movement speed.
Potentially.
That's the thing. Not much of a thing, to be perfectly honest. Mattress is going to be able to clear out that ward that was just put down by your Soul Shard Chopper.
Denian getting a cheeky attack onto Intrepid there. As a flash hook comes out, whiffed by Mattress.
Instantly responded by another flash. There's a brilliant wild growth there coming through. Zahi actually going to survive. Heaven's getting caught by a bit of an unleashed power, but no kill's going to be coming out apart from Mattress here, who's just the support. You have to think that NV are still feeling a little bit okay about this one. Oh, BMA getting caught at the very end. Little Cutie Cheese might be a bit too far forward though. First Mate picking it up with a piercing light, and BMA not going to go down. Little bit of an overextend there by Little Cutie Cheese.
So aggressive by Little Cutie Cheese, getting up in the face of the whole NV lineup, and they wanted nothing to do with him.
Nope.
Turned around, killed him straight away. Fantastic initiation out of Zahi that time. Flash death sentence came through from Mattress, completely whipped, and Zahi took that opportunity straight away to get the support into the middle of his team, delete him off the map. So much damage came out of Little Cutie Cheese onto Heavens in that fight.
Oh, yeah.
Once again, Heavens wasn't able to do much until Little Cutie Cheese overextended a little bit, and that was a bit of a questionable call from the mid laner of YSC. Not having the best of game, 1-3-2 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see, Denian is getting a little bit collapsed upon here in the bottom lane. A few wards going down on the side of NV. Heaven clearing out this ward might give Denian a little bit of an idea that he is going to have a few friends coming through who aren't actually his friends.
Another dragon is going to be picked up by NV at this point in the game, so that's their gold lead being extended even further, up to 4,000 once again, and look like they're going to look for a fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, it seems to me like YSC just haven't had any chance. Oh, Little Cutie Cheese gets caught out completely. Tidal Wave comes through. First Mate's going to kill him again. He was only just alive to flash through, but the box was there for a little bit of an extra bit of damage, and First Mate with another bit of a kill. Oh, Dragon's Descent being used by Intrepid, I think just to travel a little bit, but that's going to be 2 members of YSC for free here.
And Jack Attack burned the teleport to try and flank the whole of the NV team, and then realized his team was dead and had to hightail it out of there. Mid turret looks like it is going extremely low. They can't defend this without their mid laner and support, so that's another objective going down. And NV really starting to push their map control out and strangle the whole side of YSC.
Yeah, and this is mega First Mate coming out as well. 5-0-1. Now 227 CS here at the 29-minute mark, which isn't all that much, but considering, as we've been saying, these teams love to group against each other, still managing to get that kind of a number is still looking fantastic. And he's going to be able to go back and finish that last Whisper very soon, and he's going to have those 3 items that really make Lucian massive in this mid-game.
And you have to think that this is a part of the game where YSC are going to have to start changing something up.
Yeah.
They're getting initiated onto a lot at the moment. I think they need to start looking for catches, get some ward control around this Baron area, and start utilizing the stealth of Twitch.
Yes.
Maybe look for him to 1v1 the First Mate. I think that he can still do it. Blade of the Ruin King is a fantastic dueling item. Of course, that Twitch can get up behind him, really start disrupting it. I think the danger, though, is the fact that Heavens has now picked up that Deathfire Grasp, is looking at his Void Staff once again. He's going to do so much damage to this Twitch. It's one of those positions where I think YSC has to do something different. but they need to really pick their moments.
Yeah. There's sort of not a lot of options, especially considering the fact that that gold lead is only stretching at this stage. Intrepid is going to find Zahi. Zahi really wants to kill this ward, which he's going to manage to do. So props to Zahi there, and Flying Jew getting a very, very effective ward. Going to try and answer that distortion with a bit of an Aqua Prism, but not going to be enough. Heaven's going to wander out of that one. Flying Jew going to ebb and flow his way back to full health though. Ooh, Denian now thinks that he has it. Flashes the Death Sentence forward. Tidal Wave coming through as well. Denian finally does go down. Does manage to get a fair bit of damage off in the process. Mattress is going to fall as well. But Jack Attack now in a lot of trouble. First Mate picking up kill after kill. Wow, actually it's going to be Little Cutie Cheese doing a lot of damage, but is he going to be able to have the burst? Aqua Prison being fantastic, but not going to be enough. Godlike First Mate now, 7-0-2. And I think this might even spell the game here for Envy. 7,500 gold in the lead, 12 kills to 6. My gosh, that just was a very, very hand maneuver by Denian.
Denian going very, very forward of his team there, looking to get an advantage. Wasn't really there. Massive team fight win in the favor of NV. Might not be the game, although First Mate doing so much damage to Flying Jew, but it will definitely be the first inhibitor, and maybe now they can start looking towards that Baron. They've got an 8k gold lead out of nowhere.
Yep, 8,000 gold. I mean, it was developing into about 6,000 before, so I don't think NV necessarily got all of that much massive amount of a lead from this. It's not going to change things too incredibly much, but you can imagine that this is going to give NV such an ability to get that Baron, turn it around, enter a different lane, and then that's where it's going to get almost insurmountable here. But you can never say insurmountable. I regret that completely, because this is your Soul Shot Chopper. These guys are the Turtle Lords. And I know Denian, you know, his Splinter is supposed to be the wise one, unfortunately flashing forward in that last fight, but didn't really work out for them, and it's going to have to mean that he's going to have to get his Turtle on more than normal. Ooh, Tidal Wave being used here.
Somehow I think that someone on YSC has missed the memo, because they are still going absolutely ham.
That was... I was speechless during that entire engagement. I thought that was just completely ridiculous, YSC. What are you doing? And I just... Because like, I wanted to cast something going wrong, and nothing was going wrong.
We saw this in the first series. YSC fight when they should not fight.
Yeah.
If the team has Baron buff, that's their key to go. So, of course, losing that inhibitor, willing to blow all their abilities, pick up a nice kill. Now looking to bait this Baron. They're waiting for someone to face check. And, wow.
Look at their other creep waves, though.
Their control over the map is phenomenal.
It's really, really well controlled. I don't know whether they're necessarily in a position where baiting this Baron is a great idea.
Definitely not with Mattress back up now, as the Sonic Wave does hit.
Yep, does hit. Heaven's not going to die with that one Sonic Wave there, and I don't think Resonating Strike going to come through.
I was just waiting for Zahi to go in without his ultimate.
Yeah, that would have been pretty damn cool.
So we do see now that YSC have gained themselves a little bit of time, able to push out this mid lane. Looks like they might be getting flanked here, so they need to be careful of these death sentences, which have really been on point. And there it is, they're going in.
Yeah, Mattress is going to get focused down again, but Zahi's going to be the first to fall. Instantly taken out of this fight. Denian now in a lot of trouble. Heavens is right up in there, but Denian is not going to fall down just yet. The Ignite is ticking, and First Mate again picking up another kill. That's becoming a bit of an old story, to be honest. Yeah, First Mate picking up kills because he's legendary now. And it's going to be NV going towards this Baron, and Denian survived. I do not understand how that happened.
How did Mattress survive? He only has 100 health at the moment, so he must have been on like 40 health when he got out of that team fight. Nonetheless, 2-for-1 in the favor of NV. They're now going to look to pick up that Baron, extend their lead even further, and First Mate 8-0-3. We've talked about it all series.
Lucian's a good character.
Stop letting people play Lucian.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It seems to be the story of the last couple of weeks as well. Lucian just been really, really powerful. Little Cutie Cheese trying to deal with this guy here, and they're going to take the lesser of the two big objectives here as far as consumable ones are concerned. If consumable is the right word. I don't think it's necessarily temporary. Yeah, something like that. They are going to take a dragon here. YSC going to take a dragon.
Yeah, so YSC grab the dragon. They're able to get a little bit of the gold back. They're about 8,000 gold behind. Still Little Cutie Cheese able to pick up his blue buff. So they're still getting some nice objectives around the map. But these team fights are so close. And once again, Envy must be thinking, we're ahead. How do these guys keep doing this? How do they keep fighting us when we're ahead?
I think the reason that they wouldn't make a decisive move now is just because they're very confused about what might happen or how YSSC might react to what they do, because I think they expect YSC to run away a lot of the time when they actually decide that they really want to fight. Inhibitor is now up, so a little bit more pressure has been relieved from YSSC, but the Baron buff is still circling Team NV, and they are well and truly in control.
And we saw how well YSSC can defend inhibitors, even without turrets.
Yeah.
They just set up the wall around their base, look to really use Little Cutie Cheese's wave clear to contest anything within those walls. And with the Twitch now picking up that last Whisper, you got to think that Denian's going to be doing so much damage. If he doesn't run into the team,
he's got his flash up though. I could imagine that's going to be used to be going forward right now.
If he doesn't run into the team, he could do so much work in this upcoming team fight.
Yeah, Ambush is still available. We'll see. When he pops it, I think is when YSC's really going to pull the trigger.
Oh my
taking
god,
so much
Heaven's
damage.
taking so much damage. All the Banshees have been popped on the side of YSC. They need to get, on the side of MV, they need to get out of the base. They did a lot of damage to that inhibitor, but wow, Heaven's got chunked.
Yep, that Void Staff now being complete by Little Cutie Cheese means that his burst combination going to be doing a fair bit of work. And yeah, that was completely ridiculous. And that's a really, really good sign here for YSC. And YSC fans out there as well. If you want to see those guys going through to Supernova, they are going to have to win this game because this is do or die right now. This is NV in massive control of one of the most important games.
And great rotation here coming out of NV, coming up into this top lane. Once again, I don't expect YSC to defend this at all, although they look like they're rotating as well. It's just so easy to get flanked at these tier 2 turrets, and it looks like we're going to have a fight.
Matchup starts to get cold, but Zahi's way too far forward. Wild Growth is used first, mate. Pops that Cullen, you can see it ripping through the members of YSSC. Ooh, Scat of the Week not going to be getting any stuns this time either, and the shield coming through very, very large here on the side of Jack Attack, but very, very unfortunate that Zahi's going to fall. He's down for 30 seconds as well. Open Inhibitor is available, and look at all the creep waves coming into YSSC's base. They are getting pressured from all angles here. 10,000 gold is the lead here for NV. This has happened before. This could be something that YSC can come back from, but we'll see whether they can do it this time because it's looking very grim.
Oh, as Denian gets a great rat-a-tat-tat across most of the team, chunking BMA as well now.
Oh,
First mate's being caught up.
Not going to be quite enough. Flying Jew does try to flash forward and try to get the Aqua Prison down, and it's going to be NV on the run at this stage. We'll see whether they get to the point where they can turn it around, because Heavens, of course, still does have that ultimate. So much burst potential down, but my gosh, I think NV is, YSSC. Oh no, Flying Jew gets caught! Brilliant save with the shield on the safeguard from Zahi. That was the safest safeguard that I have ever seen. Look at Flying Jew. He is flashing. He's got about 40 health. That was ridiculous.
So low on the health bar there. Zahi coming up with a terrific clutch play there, able to help his support out, getting some wards outside of the base, but you got to think the damage has been done.
Oh, yeah.
11k now. 10k, around that mark. An inhibitor down. Another inhibitor turret down. For YSC to be able to turtle this game out is going to be a tremendous effort.
Yeah, it's going to take what they did twice in a row a couple of weeks ago again.
But you have to think, now that Denian's flash is down, the positional advantages are on the side of Team NV.
Yep.
First Mate has all his summoners up. He's doing so much damage. Now has that Quicksilver Sash as well, going to be able to get out of one of those long-range stunts from Little Cutie Cheese, and it looks like NV starting to group up in this bottom lane, looking to close out the game.
Yeah, First Mate with that Quicksilver Sash almost might be the last nail in this coffin as well, just because he is what they really need to be taken care of, and now that he can't really be locked down, especially with the Mikhail's Crucible picked up as well here for Mattress, that's multiple cleanses on the side of NV for First Mate, and he can just sit at the back line just doing so much damage.
Yeah, and Flying Jew needs to be really careful here, as Zahi is caught.
Yeah, Descent comes in, but he decides to Resonating Strike. Legendary. First Mate picks up his next victim, now culling everyone inside. Little Cutie Cheese gets exhausted. He's going to go down. Double kill. Jack Attack now the focus. Denian has managed to find his way under a turret. Hasn't died just yet, but it's going to be the second inhibitor going down. You have to think this is NV with a chance to take this game out. Denian so low, but it's going to be Flying Jew that falls down. Heavens does go down in response, but the first Nexus turret has fallen down. First Mate, so much damage, and 3 members down. Jack Attack and Denian are alive. That's a lot of damage, but with 4 members of NV, they're focusing this Nexus. NV are going to Supernova in Perth. Congratulations, after what an incredible series, though.
Huge performance out of NV there, coming up with a decisive team victory. Mattress on Thresh had some of the clutchest death sentence
I feel like
all
such
series.
an idiot.
He was able to pinpoint Zahi every single time at the start of those team fights, and Zahi disappeared at the start of that fight.
Oh, yeah.
It was like literally the best magician trick I've seen in a while, being erased completely off the map, and 11-0-4. First Mate on Lucian. Stop letting Lucian through Pick Bad Face.
I think that can just never happen. I mean, he was banned out in that second game. YSC took it. It was fine. And then the pick ban phase sort of went very, very similar to the first game. There was the Syndra pickup, which did do fantastically well in lane, but he got camped out by BMA's Evelyn, who was fantastic, by the way. His flanking ability, that Agony's Embrace, was fantastic, and his early game pressure was brilliant throughout that whole game. But First Mate, what 11-0-4?
Yeah.
That's too much.
Best on Rift. He had a terrific performance across all 3 games.
Yep.
He
had 3,000 gold sitting in his back pocket at the end of that game.
And he had 5,000 gold against his direct opponent.
Yeah.
So terrific game out of First Mate. We are going to go into the last replay of the game. This is where Mattress once again comes up with a massive death sentence. We see Zahi looking to potentially initiate for his team. Gets death sentence straight away. Still decides to go in. And look at him. He just dies out of nowhere. Tidal Wave comes across. Only hits one person. The culling comes out. Massive. First Mate able to flash into his best Denian impression. Goes super aggro. Takes out little cutie cheese. At this point, it's almost game. And Mattress, Heavens right here, goes forward, able to get so much damage down onto Flying Dew. And Denian Denian able to take it down, but at this point it's too late. Intrepid does a very smart thing. He teleports here and actually goes back into the fight with the teleport, able to pick up the Nexus with his team. Very, very well played by Team NV.
Yeah, really, really well played. And what a fantastic series to end on as well. I mean, this was the last day of the round of 8. Of course, we are going to be back for the round of 4 that's going to be coming up very, very soon. Couple of weeks for that one, and it's going to be ridiculously... It's Supernova in Perth, and man, I'm going to be so excited because we've got NV runner-up, who took on Immunity in the last round of 4 at the Gold Coast Supernova, but we're also going to have Curse and as well Avant-Garde Ascension in that lineup. And seeing Curse just rise to power so much, it's just going to be ridiculous. This top 4 group is going to be huge.
Yeah, and they really have differentiated themselves as the top 4 teams in the region. There's no doubt now that NV has taken down YSC. They deserve their spot. They're going to Supernova, of course. That's on the 21st and the 22nd of this month. So don't miss that, guys. It's going to be huge.
It's going to be monstrous. So everyone just make sure that you are ready for some incredible Oceanic video games. I've, of course, been Atlas. This is Spawn, and we will see you on the 21st and the 22nd of June.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Time for 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics Rig headset and mixer, life comes to games like never before.